Mambo. Mike.
Haya, watu wa umoja, mjambo, mambo ni aje? Hebu tusalimiane hivi kwa hewa nione. Asanteni sana. Soja wajana na hawa wananchi, unajua kupatikana deputy president hapa tunaishi. Relax. Mimi nataka niseme asanteni sana watu wa umoja kwa kunikaribisha. Nilikuwa nimekuja hapa kanisani kwa mwaliko wa vijana wa hapa umoja. Wanataka kujenga mahali ambao wanatumia kama vijana wa umo, na mimi nilisema nitakuja kuungana pamoja na wao. Sawa. Nawashukuru sana kwa kutupatia nafasi ya uongozi. Najua hapa umoja, wakati tunajenga dunia ile ingine ya Kenya, hata hapa umoja lazima tujenge hapa umoja. Ama mnasemaje watu wa umoja? Sema hiyo. Na ndio tumesema barabara ya Charina hapa lazima tuweke lami mpya hapa Charina. Tumesema vile tuko pamoja, barabara ya Mayanja mpaka iende mpaka Kayole kule Spine Road, hiyo vile tumewawekea barabara mzuri. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie matatizo ya maji. Saa hizi tunajenga mfereji mkubwa kutoka Kiambu mpaka hapa Embakasi. Tumeweka pesa tayari shilingi bilioni 2 na itaongezeka maji hapa Embakasi. Mimi nataka niwaambie vile ya kwamba tunataka tushirikiane tujenge Kenya pamoja. Na mimi nataka niwaambie wangwana wa Nairobi, hii Nairobi ni city ya mahasla. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Nairobi ni city ya mahasla. Ama mnasemaje watu wa umoja? Si ni mji wa mahasla? Na ndugu zetu wengine wanajaribu kunigombanisha. Ati mbona deputy president anasaidia kanisa, mbona anasaidia bodaboda, mbona anasaidia mama mboga. Mimi nataka niwaambie, si hata nyinyi niliwasaidia my friends. Sasa kama nimekusukuma mpaka umekuwa prime minister, bado unanidai nini? Si wacha nisaidia hata mama mboga pia asonge kidogo. Bwana. Kama ni aje? Kwani iko makosa tukisaidia mama mboga? Kwani iko makosa tukisaidia mtu ya mkokoteni ama mtu ya wheelbarrow? Watu waache wivu bwana. Kama ni aje? Sasa wewe unalalamikia ati mbona mimi nimesaidia mama mboga, na wewe nilikusaidia ukapata cheo kubwa. Na siku ile nilikusaidia ukapata cheo kubwa, mama mboga hakulalamika, mtu ya bodaboda hakulalamika. Sasa wewe unalalamika nini? Ndio kama tunaelewana. Na nimewaambia liwe liwalo safari hii. Unaona hiyo? Hata nyinyi watu wa umoja mnajua. Tunisaidia Raila mpaka akakuwa prime minister. Tunisaidia Uhuru mpaka akakuwa rais. Sasa tukisema safari hii, lazima tusaidie mtu ya wheelbarrow. Tusaidie mtu ya mkokoteni. Tusaidie mtu ya bodaboda. Mpaka akuwe na pesa kwa mfuko. Iko makosa? Kuna makosa? Watu wache maneno mengi. Hiyo hapana. Hata ninyi mnakubali ama mnaungana watu wa umoja. Hebu nione kwa mkono wala anasema mnakubaliana. Kwa sasa nataka niwaambie. Saa hizi wanasema ati mimi nimepeleka niwasaidia mama mboga 500,000. Ati nimesaidia mtu ya bodaboda 500,000. Mimi nataka niwaambie next year kwa mapenzi ya Mungu achana na 500,000. Next year tunaweka pesa ya serikali shilingi bilioni 30 kusaidia mama mboga, mtu ya bodaboda, mtu ya wheelbarrow, mtu ya mkokoteni, ndio tuweze kuzalisha uchumi kutoka chini. Ndio tunasema bottom up. Tuanze na mwananchi mdogo ndio tuweze kupandisha. Ama nyinyi mnataka kuongojea ile ya thamani ya mkokoteni kwa juu? Tukiweka pesa ya serikali kwa mkokoteni iko shida? Hakuna shida. Tukisaidia mama mboga iko shida? Hakuna shida. Tukisaidia mfanyabiashara mdogo iko shida? Hakuna. Waache bwana. Waache.
Jembeni aje.
Angalia pande hii pia tukuone.
Hello guys, how are you?
Para mnataka kujulisha story. Ndio mimi naambia hao wangwana. Badala ya kulalamika, badala ya kusumbuana na mimi nimesema sisi mahasla tunaanzia chini tukienda juu. Nyinyi semeni sera yenu, mtuambie mnataka kuanzia wapi, ndio hawa wananchi waamue. Waacheni mambo ya musheneri, waacheni hekaya ya bunuwazi, waacheni kitendawili, waacheni alfu ulela. Mtuambie sera yenu ni gani. Wananchi hawa wako na akili, wataamua sera gani ni bora kuliko gani. Wale nyinyi mnashindwa kuamua? Mnashindwa kuamua? Hata wanataka kutuuzia ukabila. Sisi tunataka tuwaambie bei ya ukabila imeshuka chini sana. Haina soko siku hizi. Hawa watu wanataka kujua uchumi itabadilika namna gani. Mama mboga afanye biashara, mwenye hana kazi apate kazi, kila mtu akuwe na pesa kwa mfuko, Kenya iweze kwenda mbele. Ama nyinyi mko na bei ya kununua ukabila hapa? Ukabila bado yuko na bei? Ukabila bado yuko na bei? Basi. Niliona nisimame hapa niwasalimie. Si unajua swag master?
We. So hii Nairobi ni ya maasla. Ruto amesema wekesa. Ratikeni nyamazisha maiki yako bwana. Wekesa ni ya mic endelee. Huyu jamaa Ratikeni acha ni mtonjwa kuna kelele mingi na hataki kusikia. So wekesa. Yes bro. So mmesema hii Nairobi ni ya mahasras, Ruto, Raila wanajibizana, mmoja anasema mwingine ni corrupt, akiwina ata make sure amejil Ruto. Ruto naye anasema Raila achana na vitendawili sijui nini. Okay, tuambie maoni yako ni yapi?
Okay. Nataka kusema tunaingia the last lap is a defining moment, and you see for the side of Handshake and BBI brigade, we have so many candidates that are hoping to be the flag bearers. Now they normally say that when an eagle is fighting with a snake, it cannot do it on the surface. It picks the snake and goes with it into the sky, and then when it reaches the heights, the snake is helpless. It can fight it there. What I'm saying is Raila wants to raise the standard. You know, he's among so many. Are you hearing me?
Kidogo before uendelee, hebu tusikize Raila nini. Hebu tusikize baba naye vile alisema.
Na mahelikopta kila mahali kuja hapa kutoa pesa pande hii. Hii ni taifa gani? Sisi tukishika hatamu ya utawala hao wezi wataingia ndani wote.
So endelea sasa, tumesikiza baba naye anasema akishika utawala hao wezi watakuwa ndani.
Yeah, I'll come to that point. So I'm saying this is a distinguishing moment where the voters, as people will raise their standard, and even among the many handshake candidates, Raila wants to distinguish himself by the only person who can deliver if he is given that ticket. He's trying to raise the debate higher.
Kidogo wekesa, kidogo wekesa. Watikeni wezi zima mic yako bro. Huyu jamaa ananiudhi mapema bana. Sawa, endelea.
Yeah, he's trying to raise the standard of the debate so that it will be a duel where it will be Raila versus Ruto in that conversation. So it's a clever way of doing it. I know some people have condemned Raila and they have said that he's shooting himself in the feet. It's not like he spoke accidentally. This guy knows what he's doing. And in every election, Raila knows what are the emotive issues. And the emotive issues are what defines the political map. And when you touch those emotive issues, it configures the electorate. And all of a sudden, they will fall back to their normal base. And that's why with the time you realize that this thing called Hustler Nation will fizzle out, and we will go back to the original matrix where Benson will start feeling I come from Nyanza, and Mtembei feels I come from the mountain, and but they have seen that in Kenya these are the politics that works. These others we are experimenting. I normally ask people in 2010 when we were doing the constitution campaign, it was the church versus the other people. But when it came to voting, I didn't see the electoral map for the church. I only saw that Rift Valley voted no, and then the other sides voted yes, and a few who voted no. So it went back to the electoral maps that happen in Kenya. So some people are veteran in politics, and you will make noise and they are quiet. But one day, if they just stand to speak one day, I know if Raila speaks for just 1 week, we will have a lot of noise and nothing will happen in this country. And that's why he has been keeping quiet. And people think, oh, this guy amezeeka, oh, this guy ameisha. But they are the same people, if even when he's quiet, they look for him. They want him to say something. Why is not Raila talking? Why is not? There are so many issues that are affecting the nation, but he's not talking. When he speaks once, they will all over criticizing. So this shows that these guys knows his potential, and they are just pretending. In fact, they pretend. I say that we are praying that Handshake gives us Raila because he's the easiest person to beat. That is just good. It's easier said than done. But behind the scene, they know he's the only guy who can give them a sleepless night. I think I'll pick it from there. Wacha watu wengine waongee kwanza.
Okay, sawa. Wanguku bwana, naona mtu wako anataka kufungwa na baba akishinda.
I don't know. Mimi siasa ya Kenya saa zingine, it just makes your head spin, man, you know? Because what was that we seen today? You know, even I as a deputy president candidate, you listen to him, you look at the crowds, you think about Colonna, and then here comes Raila Odinga, where Kesa is claiming that he is elevating the conversation. But conveniently enough, Wekela says that the deputy president narrative will fizzle out. What he doesn't tell us is that elevation that he's talking about, Raila Odinga is doing, I think it will also fizzle out. You know, in a couple of months, we'll go back to the name calling. He will no longer talk from that high pedestal that he's talking. He's gonna get deep in the mud himself. So I look at both politicians and I ask myself, I mean, where tunaelekea wapi, you know? But I also know this, that kind of a conversation that Raila Odinga is talking about, kufunga watu, is usually what normally sends chills to people in the mountain, you know. So I think all he did today is to remind us why we are afraid of him, you know. That normally, like, inaamshanga kitu kwa watu wa Mount Kenya, you know. Those kind of conversation is what we have in our mind, you know. Tunakumbuka the conversation about the houses and people, you know, those things normally make the mountain nervous about him. So Mimi, looking at what happened today, I'm just reminded of why Mount Kenya will always be afraid of Raila Odinga. Now, you know, like you say, like you said about the DP, we don't know where this whole thing is going. I don't know. It pities me to see that conversation today. It just makes me nervous about the country. That's all.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Ask a question.
Yeah, you guys have been talking that now actually Raila is making mistakes. Why is he having a coalition with Jubilee? He's inheriting a dead party. There are no voters from Mount Kenya who will vote for Raila. Now look at it this way. Raila was speaking from his solid base, Mombasa. So he wanted to invoke his electoral college. He knows that this is my base and this is how I need to address them. I need to remind them that we are still on the journey and I'll do this. Look at it when he was in Nyeri, he spoke differently. So he was on a campaign spree, and it's just one day on a campaign spree, and you have a problem. You guys have been campaigning for the last 3 years. What is wrong with you?
So what is your question?
We've been quiet.
What is your question, sir?
My question is, okay, why do you think
Kwani he took off with the question?
Amepotea na swali huyo.
Ni swali moto. He do not want to address that question. I mean, now when he says that Raila Odinga was speaking at the coast, all I'm saying, whether he was speaking in Nyanza, whether he was speaking in Kakamega, that remains a concern for the mountain. When he talks like that, I can guarantee you the same business community he was addressing about a week ago, and everybody saying, oh, they were clapping for him. That business community gets nervous. That's all I'm saying.
Daktari.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you.
Sure.
Why do you say that he makes Mount Kenya nervous? Is there something that Mount Kenyans are doing that is illegal, so that if Raila comes, all of them will go to jail? Or why?
I think over the years, the mountain, you know, and this is something that we have said, that there is and it's you guys who normally say on this page that when it comes to the mountain, the votes, you know, the decisions are not normally made by, you know, the common Wanjiko. There is this clique. Now, Mimi, that clique, I don't think they have clean hands. But at the end of the day, we know that they have some influence. You know, we were talking about Chris Kirubi the other day, and these are the bunch of guys, you know, and I think those are the people who get nervous when Raila Odinga says things like that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about the whole population, but that clique gets nervous with that conversation when Raila Odinga speaks like that.
Okay, and
so as per you, Gadhuma, unataka mkiiba msishikwe na mtu asiwaambie atawashika.
Unasema tukiiba, sisi tukiiba, that clique wakimba hataki kushikwa, and Uhuru is part of that. So I bet you Uhuru Kenyatta was nervous about that conversation.
Are you suggesting that stealing is synonymous to a certain region? What are you saying? Because he talked generally about jailing people who have been corrupt.
All I'm saying that message is not going to be received very well in the mountain. That is all I'm saying. Really.
Okay, Benson, nataka uendeleze. Naona pia Moses ametujoin hapa. Moses, siku mingi bwana, I thought ulikuwa umekufa. But karibu. Benson, endeleza kidogo.
Moses is enjoying the summer here.
Wewe mtu ambaye kwa nini nikiingia unatoroka?
Nani? Hata siku nimekuona.
Hakuna siku mimi naingia na kubaka.
Bardai mtu wako anataka kushikwa. Hebu tuambie bwana, unasikiaje kama anahesabiwa siku tu Raila akiingia then anamweka ndani?
Yani mtu ambaye na hiyo akili yako yote na hiyo ndevu yako yote, yani bado unaamini Raila anaweza kuwa president? What the fuck do you think? What the hell do you want to tell us? Yani mpaka sasa bado unaamini Raila anaweza kuwa president?
And why not? Okay, Rupia endelea.
Hey, gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much. Though I'm not a Mheshimiwa, but I've been listening to what is the discussion, but I don't want to start on a high note. Today I'm very humble, and I want to humble myself. But again, Daktari, you are pushing me to start where I didn't want to start from. Because this country, you know, most of us have gone to school. But you find out that we are only learned and we are not educated. Because education should be holistic. The way you think should actually be elevated because you are enlightened. We've had a country for ourselves, and we have not been fair to our country. Because look at what is ailing our country. Where are we coming from, and where are we going to? There are a group of politicians who are the status quo kind of politicians, and there are a group of politicians who wants to change the way our country is governed. And from the past, you've heard of KANU ruling for 100 years. You've heard of KANU orphans. When we started, it was Jaramogi and Kenyatta. When Kenyatta was in prison in Laodwa. And I think we can just go back to that history well. Then there was struggle for independence. And Kenyatta was in prison. And Jaramogi insisted that Kenyatta and the Kapenguria was 5 or 6 must be released from prison. So as we move, we move as a country. We move forward as a country. And when the history also tells us that when Jaramogi had the opportunity, please, if you're not talking, just mute your name so that I continue. So Jaramogi actually crowned Kenyatta and said that Kenyatta is the right leader to take over the mantle from our colonizers. But when we were moving, with time they differed. Their differences were based on policies. Because the way Kenyatta was ruling the country or governing the country, Jaramogi didn't like it. And Jaramogi was the deputy president, the vice president by then. And he actually resigned. I think that was a very honorable thing to do for a country. If you are a patriot, if you feel that your country is not going to the right direction and you are in the government, you should actually speak it out and say, and resign from what you don't believe in. That is what we are not seeing right now with the Deputy President William Ruto doing. Because he ought to, let me just finish, please. He ought to have resigned from the government of the day because he is not actually implementing the policies. If you look at Moi, when he was deputizing Kenyatta, Moi was a humble man, a gentleman, and could only articulate government policies when allowed by the president, the then President Kenyatta. And that was a bit of history, but when I'm actually reacting to what Wangugu was talking about on the issue of jailing or imprisoning people who have been in corruption, I can say here clearly that Kenya needs a Magufuli kind of a leader to actually crack the whip. There is nothing that you should fear as an individual. We should not even fear for politicians. After all, politicians are all of them are hellbent. There is no politician who cannot kill. If there is no politician who wants you to be where to live your dreams, all the politicians you are seeing, they would just love you if you are suffering, if you are actually famished and fallen. That is the kind of politician we have in this country. So you fear for politicians who don't fear for you, because their work is to actually fleece the government and steal from public coffers. And this, right now, you are seeing that we are having our taxation. Wanaweka taxation hata kwa vitu zenye wana increase tax. Why is that happening? First of all, the politicians themselves who actually pocket huge salaries are supposed to pay tax, and they are not doing so. President of this country is not even paying any bill. Deputy president is not paying any bill. Top government officials are not paying any bill. We are paying bills from our little salaries, from our little wages. We are paying them. They are not paying, and they are earning the highest. So nyinyi mnataka kutuambia hapa now, so politicians mtu akisema hivi sasa hiyo ni mbaya. Ati we from the mountain, we need somebody who can crack the whip. If it is corruption that is ailing this country right now, that is what we are supposed to deal with. And we want a government that will not even fear a top government official. If you take part in corruption, you take responsibility. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter your position you hold. We know very well that we have historical injustices in this country. When you come to land issues, we have historical injustices all over. You can mention them. But some Kenyans think that if our man is there, then we are safe. No, you should not be safe with a grabbed land. You should work hard to acquire land the right way that is legal. But if you acquire it illegally, it should be taken away from you. That is why some Kenyans are suffering and others are reaping from where they are not supposed to reap from. So you want to tell us that if Raila says that these people who are corrupt should be jailed. In China, they are hanged. In fact, the people who are corrupt, who have taken part in corruption, those people should be in prison. They should not be walking and dancing. In this country, if you can actually do an investment, huge investment from Kenya, I'm talking from Kenya's perspective, is either you have stolen from public coffers, or you are some Indian who has come from India with money. But as simple civil servant or public servant cannot go to an extent, whether top government official, of distributing money in funerals, of distributing money in churches. And these monies, even Moses, you in your right mind, you know very well these are monies that are acquired through wrongful means. And these things, we should call them, and they should stop. If Kenyans are paying taxes, Kenya should reap from their taxes. There should be value for money, not some politicians taking the money for themselves, to enrich themselves, to actually benefit their families and children. And Kenyans are suffering. The situation right now in Kenya, we don't have jobs. The rate of unemployment is high. All the companies that we relied on in the past, that started on well, are all dead just because of politics. Politics everywhere. Politics is controlling everything. And even you people who have gone to school, like Dr. Wangugu, that thing has gotten right inside your mind until you cannot think correctly. You only think that if Raila takes over, then you will die. Yeah? Why are you that if Uhuru Kenyatta was in government, we did not die, we are still here. We have no debt to pay. It is the politicians who have debt to pay. And these debts are things that are acquired illegally. That should go back. In fact, if so-called Deputy President William Ruto was good, you would actually say that I'm fed up with this kind of government, the way it is being run. I'm going out of this government. I'm resigning today. And these things, we are not seeing them. And now, right now, he's coming. Last time he was even asked, if you don't believe in President Uhuru Kenyatta, why don't you just do a simple thing? Resign. Because now you have no work and you are drawing salary from that, and that is taxpayers' money. That is the wrong thing that you should not do. He said, we cannot discuss my boss. So those are the kind of politics that we don't want to see in this country. At the end of the day, we want to see a clean Kenya. A Kenya that if people are empowered, Daktari, you are empowered. Even the Yuakali people are also empowered. Not Kenya where big businesses are closing down because of politics. And here you are discussing things that are not making sense, despite going to school to the levels that you call yourself a doctor, the level you call yourself an engineer. You don't even reason. Tribe imekuingia akili mpaka hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. So you are not even helping yourself. You are not helping your next generation. You are not helping anybody with your school.
Lupia, we must hear from somebody else. And by the way,
I'm entering your eyes.
This is a monologue. I mean, we are listening to you for 20 minutes. My brother, all these people have contributions. And by the way,
I was just concluding.
No. Just so you know, I was to release what Ruto said and what Raila Odinga said. I had to address myself to that question. So you keep talking about my education. My education is neither here or nor there. There was a question I was addressing myself to. And you know, Rupia, you can say these grad things, somebody's gonna come clean up. But at the end of the day, we will have to face the reality of the situation. You know, whether we cannot live in La La Land. We have the reality of how the country is, and we have to address ourselves to that. And that's what I was doing.
Okay, Wangugu.
I think. Yes. Let me finish. I was just concluding.
Okay.
Moses, I know you are agitated.
No,
because you know the people. The people who are in the diaspora, you know, you have a lot of problems.
Here you go again.
You have a lot of problems because nyinyi ndio mko kimbelembele hapa, hata mjui ground inasema nini. You don't know what we are experiencing here on the ground. Nyinyi ndio
Rupia,
let somebody else.
Let me pick it.
It's okay. Somebody can take over. I'm still listening.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, everybody. One thing that I would like to say, we were just talking about, based on what before came about what Raila and Ruto are doing. To me, I would just like to talk about the perspective of all Kenyans and everything. I think what should happen as they talk about all this, everybody in Kenya, especially those leaders, they have a right to vie for presidency. Nobody is denied to vie for, because it's their right. Kenya is their country. Even like anybody, like even somebody who is stealing he has that right to come and vie. So the people of the country will stop him. But what I would like to say is that, like, the way, even like the way Right Honorable Raila Odinga was saying, like, if he takes power, he will have to take those who have stolen the government, the money, public money, to jail. Another thing that should also come out that they should tell us, they should give us their blueprint now, instead of like saying all those, like, apart from taking people to jail, what are the plans you have for the country? What are you going to do to the healthcare sector, education sector, employment sector, you know, so that we know it should not be only one policy. And this one also
I think, Bro Benson, you should actually discuss what should be done. Don't wait for somebody to come and tell you what should be done. You are part of this country. You are the people who are failing us. Just say, I think this is what should be done. Not just taking them to court or to where they are supposed to be taken. This is what should be done. Like, I have one that we should actually recover all the lost money from the government. Don't ask us here that they should tell us. Who should tell you?
The reason why, if I was the only person who is vying, I have a very great solution for the country. But like what we are talking about, because like this right now, for instance, the Honorable Prime Minister and Deputy President, they've gone on the public. Both of them, there are things that they've uttered. As we know, DP is talking about the approach, the downward, upward kind of like approach. And like we want, apart from that, that is not the only policy that might help. You should come to us and tell us what do you have in terms of educational sense, when it comes to education, what do you have for that? When you come to healthcare, what do you have for that? When you come to payment, even the police, the payment and everything, you know, should not only be one thing, you know. And the same time, yeah, instead of like the PM talking about taking people to jail, which is very okay, but like apart from taking those who have stolen public money, what else do you offer the country? Because like right now they're in competition, and when they're in competition, they're selling their ideas, and they will win based on their ideas, you know. And I'm telling you this, Rupiah, the same time you come from the lake, I'm coming from the lake too. But like, if you look at the way William Ruto is right now, if kind of election can be held today, I tell you, he might win. And the reason why he might win is the way he talks to people, the way he sells his ideas, and it's resonating with some of the people, but the majority of people, you know. So that's why I'm telling you like this. Instead of talking like that, let us hear all the policies. Then we will disqualify them on all their policies, what they say, and that's how it should go. But like, if we want like each and every time, like the way
Benson,
yeah,
Benson, I don't think somebody who sells policies, people who keeps on selling policies without implementing them. We've seen these politicians and we know them. That even right now, they were in 2017. These were the same politicians who came. Hata wenye wanaenda kuvote, they are saying, sisi wacha tu tuchukue hii pesa kwa wakati huu, because we know watu hakuna kitu watatufanyia. As much as they are selling their policies, they are not going to implement. And that one, you know very well, it is clear in your mind that they have sold policies in the past which they have failed to actually implement. So hiyo yenye unasema tunajua tu where our problem is. So you can continue.
And that's the reason why I'm telling you this, because if you are here yesterday and if you go to the link, you could even go and you listen to what I said. I said some of the policies that they tell us and the narratives, they are short-lived. They are for a period of some times. And I gave an example of a Jubilee government, the blueprint of Jubilee government. The blueprint of Jubilee government was one of the best blueprint, when you see it, but like it was not actualized, you know, and see what it brought to us. So
do you think that we'll base our voting on policies that are being sold?
Kenya have never based their politics on the policies. We based our politics on tribes. That is something that usually is there. You know that very well.
So don't tell us about policies.
And that's why I'm trying to reason to you. Like now, let us first of all now listen to their policies now, because we've been on a tribal kind of like voting pattern. So let them listen about their policies, because based on what they are saying, like the Right Honorable is saying, we will arrest those who have taken public money and take them to jail. Yes. Apart from that, what else are you offering the country? The same time, the DP is talking about the upward economy. What else do you offer the country? So we will judge them based on their policies and the blueprint of there. That's what I'm saying.
Hello?
I'm not engaging you directly, so just continue with your point.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying in terms of like everything. Let us not also like feel like, you know, we are the best, you know, like we are the best. Like when you look at even in the political landscape, I said yesterday, none of these leaders stand to vie for presidency if Kenya really was very serious, because all of them, they've been alleged to have done something to the public fund. So none of them would stand to vie for the presidency. All of them, all the top leaders that we talk about here, all of them have scandals, you know. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, bro Benson, I think Mutebei designated you as a moderator. So let's have goodness. Yusuf umekuja tu sahi. So these other two guys must speak before you. But I cannot see, siwezi kuona hii majina, kuna mtu ameweka link hapa. Okay, Ruben is you, then Jakes, then Yusuf, and then bro Benson, you are the moderator.
Jakes is still here?
Jakes yuko hapa, yeah.
Jakes can do better with the moderator. No, I'm not very good.
Manze jo, msikwange hivyo. Hata mimi nataka kutoa nini zangu jo.
Well, let
Jakes should not even be allowed to talk. Unasikia vile anaongea? Those are the kind of youths we have in this country.
No, Jakes is good.
Okay, so let Jakes ongea basi, alafu then we'll go to Yusuf, and then you can take over the moderator. So ongea Jakes, and then we'll go to Yusuf.
Ati Rupia umesema aje? Unajua bado na digest hiyo part ya Rupia.
Nimesema wewe ni youth who is very confused.
Rupia, you talk from this high pedestal, like all of us, diaspora, youth, kila mtu. Kwani Rupia, I mean,
in fact wenye wanaribu hii forum ni watu wenye wako diaspora. We will lock you out, and you should follow that thing of Canada. Ile kitu wanaongea juu ya Canada. This is our time.
Rupia unajua bado anaishi kwa zile enzi za kututisha na vitu moto. Very soon utaanza kutuambia tsunami, tunangoja vitisho vikali, but all the same. Mko aje watu wote? Rupia ni aje? Wacha niongee tu nikusalamie. Wagungu, vipi jamaa?
Niko salama kabisa mimi.
Nimeingia tu sahi, so I really don't know, but I've heard what Rupia has been saying. I've also heard what Benson has been saying. So who is next? So I'm supposed to begin.
So the question was, we were responding to what Ruto said, then Raila answered, and so we had Rupita Wekesa, I talk, Bro Benson talk. So next should be you, then after that Yusuf.
Okay, hizi drama zitaendelea tu. Very soon tutasikia Ruto will cast Baba will cast Ruto. It is a drama we are used to, but eventually it is we, the voter, that should make the decision. Tunafaa to separate barley from wheat. We are the ones to separate. This is what we have been hearing over and over again, but this is the truth, you know. So by the end of the day, I am not glorifying corruption, neither am I glorifying bad leadership. But by the end of the day, we need a leader. We need someone who we can trust, someone who has our best interest at heart. So me, okay, I really wanted to participate, but sijui kutakuaje. But anyway, that's like
umeanza vizuri, endelea.
with the likes of Rupia on the show. Sasa tunaogopa kumoderate. Rupia will but anyway, we are well able. But
Jakes, umeanza vizuri sana. Endelea kuongea.
So what am I saying? I'm saying hawa watu hizi ni drama. Tumekuwa hapa before it was Uhuru and Raila. I remember Uhuru calling Baba Mogoroki. I remember calling him many good and bad names. And right now they are calling each other brothers. Wanashikana, wanafanya kila kitu. Karibu wafananishe mashati, lakini sasa watakuwa wamekopi what Uhuru Ruto did in their first term. So basically we have been here before. So it is we as Kenyans who need to ask ourselves, what is new? What are these people bringing that is new? What different thing will they do? Corruption tumesikia, it has been music to our ears. We have heard. Yani if you go back to the archives, you will find kuko na sakata ya mahindi, kuna sakata ya maji, kuna sakata ya mashamba, kuna yani hawa watu ile kitu ajaiba ni hewa tu, hewa hii ya Mungu, but every other thing kuna sakata yake, kuna sakata ya vijana, sakata ya wazee, sakata ya wagonjwa. So basically there is nothing that has not been stolen. So
na kuna mtu wako kwa hizo sakata zote. Kuna mtu ukienda kwa sakata ya maji ako, sakata ya land ako, kwa kila sakata ako.
Kuko na hadi sakata ya miwa, sakata ya murase, sakata ni nyingi kwa vijana, kazi kwa wazee. So kidogo tu ekesa, kidogo tu. So by the end of the day tunafaa tujiulize hizi siasa zote. Unajua pia mtu anaweza chafuliwa jina ama mtu anaweza jichafulia jina, but ukweli uko wapi? Mbona tuna mahakama hii, mahakama yetu mbona hatujaijumuisha katika hizi vita dhidi ya corruption? Mbona iwe tunapigana kwa podium? So why don't we take this fight to where it belongs? This fight of corruption belongs in the courts, belongs in the prisons. Let's not place it in the podiums. It has lived in the podiums for far too long. And at times even the common man does not believe, or they even just choose to elect whoever they elect, because it is just like what they use to mobilize the masses. But after they get the votes, nothing much will happen. By the end of the day, Rupia, even if Baba wins, ana jela yake amejiundia, atapeleka watu. We have to follow what we call due process. Hawa watu lazima watashtakiwa, lazima watajidefend, lazima evidence itatolewa. So by the end of the day, hata mtu mmoja akisema atafunga, lazima work as a team with the DCI, with the EACC, with the courts, so that the evidence be produced. So hizi tu ni mahypes za kuhype watu wa NASA, wa kuhype watu wa Jubilee, kuhype watu wa ODM, kuhype watu wa UDA. But by the end of the day, ukweli uko wapi? Ni wapi wewe kama mpiga kura utaamua kupiga kura? Utapiga kura kwa kitu yenye unajua ama kitu yenye umesikia? So me, I choose to vote for a leader at least who has the better policies. I want policies. I want action plan. I want a blueprint, as Benson was saying. I want a leader who will show me this is the way, not speak of the way. The best we have been hearing are people who are good in talking, but fail in leadership, fail in governance. And finally, hakuna venye tutachagua mtu ukimtrace the last 20 years, game style yake ni moja 24/7 throughout the lifetime. You speak the same way, in the same way, and expecting the same result. Basically, I think we need to change. Unajua venye tu unashiba na kukula ugali kila siku, we need to change the diet kiasi. And I think it's high time we choose the new color in town, the yellow color in town. It's a good color. It's the color of the people. It is the color of the sun. It is an amber color, bringing fragrance, new aroma to the society. The orange color to Mizoya.
What has he done since 2013, apart from stealing?
If that is his talent, then he has been good. So the other thing I would ask, what has Baba been doing?
You want to elect the actual corruption?
Can I moderate sasa now that I have talked?
Let me just react a bit.
Nishamaliza. Sasa ni moderate sasa.
Okay,
I think we need to open up the debate. We are trying to close it. We are talking about corruption. Can we discuss? Unajua the problem with people, when we see Raila and Ruto, we are already, our nerves, we don't want to debate. Let's discuss. Even when Kibaki came to power, he talked about zero corruption. Can we just have a debate on corruption? And if this is it a viable thing? And the other option, is it not a
Wekesa,
viable thing? But why are we
if you
closing the
debate on
debate?
corruption, you will be hitting some people directly. So can you just widen, broaden the discussion? Maybe
No, the
we
moderator is already closing the debate. I thought it was his closing remarks.
what Jakes has said, here that I am most buying is, let us look at policies, and we must also look at the implementable.
Corruption is a policy. Fighting corruption is a policy. I don't know which utopia they live, and they think that policies is something that looks like this.
You know, yes, there is what this country needs,
but
which is urgent, huh? And we need to actually close down on corruption. That is very urgent than any other policy that you can bring on board. Because if you tell us of bottom up approach, economy approach, you must also be able to explain to us. I'm reacting to your comments, so just keep quiet. I finish. You must also be able to tell us, Jakes. Yes, I'm just reacting to what you have said.
Yes,
you talked about policies.
Yes,
don't call me Jakes. It's Jakes who is on moderator. Everybody else to keep quiet. You talked about.
But now you are attacking me in terms of asking me questions. How do you expect me to moderate fairly? Honestly,
I'm just reacting.
It's okay.
You've talked about policies.
Yes, I have.
And I'm also saying that we have problems in this country that needs to be solved.
Which will not be solved by one man.
Urgently. It can be solved by government.
That the government has never been made by one person.
That your yellow color that is you are talking about is the source of the problem we are having.
The big part of the problem, my friend, it will reflect in your room.
And then you should also tell us. You should also tell us about your bottom-up approach, economy approach, because
let's do this,
you are the same people. You are the same people who have lied to us in 2013 about every other thing, and which was not even implemented. Now you are saying.
Just one moment.
Now you are saying you are coming up with
discussion boring. Rupia, you are making the discussion boring. Please control your...
Okay, let me keep quiet.
Sorry for that. I understand, Rupia. I think nimeguza nerve na pia ameniguza nerve. But now can I moderate without kuegemea any side? So I wish to have everybody speak at a time. Questions itaulizwa mtu akimaliza. Let's start with Yusuf. Is it Yusuf?
Yes,
imefunikwa hapa. Just continue, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, the issue of corruption is rampant. There is no politician who is not related or have an issue of corruption. And in the Raila is there in the government for the last couples of years, that is decades. And Ruto is also there. We know the situation that they are linked to corruption, and there is nobody who is favored when the corruption comes are mentioned. Everybody is there in politics. And this issue of corruption is there because in Kenya, we don't have selfless politicians. Because once the politicians, all of them, they are selfish. They just came into board just for their own. And after that, they end up in looting the public funds, honestly. And there is no politician who is honest in the work that he is doing. And if he is doing honestly, he is only doing to satisfy his boss in what he is doing. And politically, corruption is the one that is killing this country. We don't know who is the opposition and who is the government. And initially, before, during the Kibaki, we know the Baba is the opposition. We know him. When he's in opposition, our country is running very good. The corruption is minimal and is controllable, identifiable, and some sort. But now, Baba left the opposition camp indirectly.
Okay.
Instead of fighting the government to streamline those hatches or the problems that the country is incurring, he joined the government to loot together. And if he could have been there in the opposition and he do his role,
there is no position in this country.
Rupia,
In
just
the
a moment.
there is no position.
Rupia, allow him
post yenye inaitwa opposition.
Rupia, just a moment. Allow him to finish.
We have minority and majority, so there is no position.
Okay, Rupia, just a
so
moment.
it is not wrong for Raila to join to support the president. I'm saying it's not right for Raila to support the president of the day because there is no position. So hii kitu unasema ya opposition, just
okay,
stop
Rupia,
it.
but listen, sir. I wish you'd allow Yusuf to finish, and then I give you an opportunity for.
I was just correcting him.
It's okay.
I was just correcting him.
You can correct after it is now your turn, so that at least we can have some degree of order. Is it okay? Yusuf, go ahead. Then Rupia will rebuttal.
Don't go ahead with saying wrong things. I will correct you.
Correct him when he's done, kindly.
Yes.
Go ahead, Yusuf.
I will just correct you immediately.
But here, Rupia, here we don't have correction, but you make your views and you give over your views on my words.
Can you base your views on facts, not on things that are unfounded?
It's okay. He has heard you, Rupia. He has heard you. Allow him now to go ahead. Go ahead, Yusuf.
In a country that is run well, there must be an opposition for this government to work. Honestly, let's talk reality. If the country or a government which has no opposition, meaning that they can drive us in the way they want, like currently what we are facing now. This country, if they could have been opposition, they could have not been taken this far. The issue of corruption is becoming rampant. There is no drive. Yes.
Yusuf, I agree with what you're saying, but Rupia is asking you in our current state.
Yes.
The only demarcations we have, it's either you're a majority or a minority. And Baba maybe falls in the minority.
The minority is always the opposition. The minority is always the opposition.
So according to you,
that is not true.
Just a moment, Rupia. You see, I'm asking what you're asking. So, and I'm doing it how you would have done it, but hatupigani. I'm asking you
that I would have done it that way.
Let me conclude. Let me finish up my points.
It's okay, but the other question.
You can also be an opposition. You can just start opposing the government so that you be opposition.
It's a request. Rupia is a request.
It's okay. Let's do this then. Let's allow Rupia to talk. And
no, please. This is not like
that. We will talk and then he should listen.
Let me personally talk to Rupia.
Because if he cannot follow just simple instructions, I think we are all here to debate and not to bully or pin down anyone. All of us have valid points.
Okay. Let me talk to Rupia directly.
So go ahead.
Before I continue, let me talk to Rupia directly. Kindly, what I am on board now, and I am making my points. You have been there talking, giving views on everybody's point, and you have been talking. Kindly just listen, and when you understand me, what I am saying more is when I finish and you talk. But when I am talking, you are talking. Somebody talks, you talk. It lost meaning. And in the comment, we have been seeing that the viewers are also very unhappy with your kinds of reaction. Kindly.
The problem is the moderator.
No,
the problem is the moderator.
You must be mature.
Not me.
Be mature.
When you are lying,
Rupia,
the moderator should shut you. When you are lying,
Rupia, allow this man to go ahead. You will come
and ask, let us just put things right.
Let me ask you, Rupia. Let me ask you, Rupia. No, let me even ask you, sir. When someone lies, and you have heard the lie, and that person will finish talking. You have an opportunity to say, this so and so has said A, B, C, D that were not factual. I know you watched the happenings in the court. All lawyers, whether they were speaking facts or false, no other lawyer rose on a point of objection. They allowed each party to finish, and when they were
Can I answer
through,
you?
let me finish. And the problem is you are impatient. And when they were through, they were given time to respond. I will give, since I'm not the moderator, I'll give you time to respond. But if you echo everyone, you'll not allow this to be a conversation. It will be like a tug of war. And eventually, we will not have a winning side. It will be just a tug of battles that are not with clear
Okay,
winners.
let me
So
also.
allow
let me
Eunice,
also-
in any
allow
case, we
Yusuf
are
not
not.
Eunice.
And in any
Allow
case, we are
Yusuf.
not interviewing. We are not interviewing Rubia. Rubia should understand that this is a forum where everybody is giving out his opinions. So when he's making responses in reference to what he calls facts, he should understand that we are all here talking about what we think is right. So specifically, is not allowed to make rebuttals because we are not interviewing him.
Okay, I've said the problem is the moderator. You
What have I
cannot
done?
be allowed here to mislead this forum or this debate by saying wrong things. The moderator should stop you.
But Rupia, do
The
you know how
moderator
many?
should stop you.
But Rupia, do you
Or
know how
should
many?
correct you.
Do you know?
Listen.
No.
Listen,
You listen too. Do you know how many times we sit here and listen to you, and you are misleading to us, and we sit here patiently listening to you? Do you realize that you are speaking?
Have I misled? If I mislead you here, the moderator or anybody can interject me and tell me.
You do it every day, but we
are misleading on this.
You mislead us every day. You are out of order.
You are out of
Which
order,
order?
Rupia. You are out of
Are
order.
you the one giving the order?
You are out of order.
Rubia, we will,
You are out
because
of
it's
order.
a debate, we will be able to do something that is so simple. You have seen like 5 people are saying you are out of order. Can you please keep quiet and allow other members to also give their input?
Let me finish. Let me just say one thing, then I keep quiet.
No, Yusuf was talking. You will have some time to finish.
You want to talk, I don't want to.
You
I want
said
to say
the
one
moderator
thing.
is the. You said the moderator is the problem. Now we
I've
have
not even
come
finished.
up to moderate you, and you should
Yes,
now take the back
yes,
seat.
can I finish what I was saying?
Yusuf, please go ahead and talk.
Yes, can I finish what I was saying?
Now, I
What
think
I was saying is
you see,
this.
that's the problem when you fight a moderator. You fight him, and then when everyone turns against you, you want me to protect you.
Jakes, you don't want to hear what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this.
What are you saying?
If somebody is saying something which is wrong, even if I'm saying something which is wrong, you can interject and say that, Rupia, what you are saying about this is not true. The true position is this. Then that is the line I take. But I cannot continue misleading everyone here. Then I just do it majestically. It is wrong in a debate. I've never seen a debate where people say wrong things and they go away with them. You can be interjected and then say, listen, you can be interjected.
We have heard you. We have heard you. Can you listen out to others? Go ahead, Yusuf. And then allow, as I also allow Ruben, Simon, Angari to also prepare, and Wekesa as well. Go ahead, Yusuf. Finish up.
Thank you. Rupia, it is good. It is possible for you to interject, but in an orderly manner. Thank you. Now I am been stopped and hijacked by Rupia. What I was talking about is the issue. We are talking is the issue of corruption. What is the rising the rate of corruption in the country is a lack of opposition. Government. And our government has been running before 2013. Between 2013 and 2017, it was very good because we have opposition government. And
so
the government
let me ask you, Yusuf, don't you think then what you're now trying to bring home is what BBI was proposing, the position of an
BBI
official...
has to do nothing. Let
me finish my question. My question is, BBI was proposing that we introduce the office of an official opposition leader, which we currently don't have in our current constitution. And you're here saying that the opposition is what we lack. So don't you think, in a way, you're supporting BBI, or rather calling for such to be introduced?
No. No, I am not supporting BBI, because before this BBI, we had government, and there is an opposition that is there, and they don't have office, but they are putting this the government in the position of accountability, and it has been there before. We have been watching this country, we have been living here, we have been voting, and we have been seeing what is going on all over the country. The opposition, that is the minority. That the minority of a minority whip is always putting the government into task to do the good thing for the country. And now, when the minority, those are supposed to oppose the government in the wrong thing. The opposition is very good, because they always oppose the government whenever they do wrong.
Okay, so maybe Yusuf, maybe what the other question that we need to ask ourselves, what is the role of the minority side? Because probably I think we as Kenyans, we have not really understood what is the role of the minority side.
The role?
Yes.
No, it's
okay, Rupia. Allow him to answer.
Politically, the government, every party has their ideologies and their manifesto. And now, when the government, maybe when we say that in 2017, there is a fight between Raila and, let me say, Uhuru.
Okay.
When we not allow toddlers to speak. If somebody doesn't know something.
Wekesa, let me come to Wekesa kidogo. Wekesa, are you there? Wekesa, are you still there?
Hello.
Now I'm asking you, I've asked Yusuf a question. What is the role of the minority side of government, of parliament? Because I think there are things we as the commoners, at times we really don't get right. And that's where maybe we may end up blaming somebody, saying Baba is not serving his purpose. Yet he's not even in government, or rather he's not in parliament. So what is the role of the minority side?
Yeah, let me say that the mode of government we are having for now is a hybrid system. We are neither parliamentary nor presidential. And that's why the role of opposition for now, the minority, the whole parliament is supposed to have checks and balances on the executive. That's why we have the majority and the minority. We don't have an official opposition leader. That's why Kalonzo and Raila are outside parliament, and the only people effective in the parliament are Kina Mbati and Amos.
Okay, go ahead. Continue. Can you hear us? Wekesa, umejimute. Endelea.
Okay, now I continue with the Nini, or I've already
I'm
answered.
asking you, because the minority side, are they supposed to assume the role of the opposition? Or rather, why do we have their posts linked to the constitution, and really what is their role? Because I think if we know their role, then probably we might be able to really pinpoint this is the reason why we are failing in one way or another.
I think I've said that the whole parliament needs to have checks and balances on the executive. So most of the time, majority side comes with the proposal from the executive. And the minority have to, they can review on them. But parliament at large, it has to be having checks and balances on the executive in the system we are currently in.
Agari, Innocent?
I really get you.
Yes, nini shida na mic yako?
No, I've just unmuted.
Ina sound funny. Check on it and then come back. Wagungu,
Yes, sir.
tell us, what do you think? What is the role of the minority side in?
Listen. Let me tell you, we are an interesting country because I think what we do, we deliberately refuse to acknowledge that we know what the role of what the role of the opposition. Tunajua, lakini we pretend that we do not know. And here is why. You hear many lawyers on TV all the time tell us that this constitution of ours was a hybrid, largely borrowed from the U.S. from the U.S. system, system of government. And let's go to the U.S. Okay.
Okay.
And have you ever heard of the official leader of the opposition in the U.S. Congress? Ever heard of anything like that?
No.
Our system is almost the same, by the way. We have the majority leader. Kama ni kwa Senate, we have Mitch McConnell. Ukienda kwa House, we have the Speaker, and then we have the majority leader, which is Kevin McCarthy. And there is no designation for them as the official leaders of the opposition. But if you look at the role they play, it's perfectly that of the opposition. And hata ukienda kwa system yetu before 2017, before the BBI, we all know that ODM, NASA, we know how they played that role. Lakini sasa because they're in this, this marriage, they pretend that they don't know. And Rupia wants to sit over here and tell us that no, they are not supposed to. No, tunajua, we pretend like with everything else. Now because of the convenience of the BBI marriage, tuna pretend that tujui the role that they are supposed to play. But that is in essence their role. That is why they get to lead the PAC, right? Are they not the one who lead the PAC, the Public Account Committee? So we know, tunajua, ni kujifanya ati hatujui. We want to excuse ODM, we want to excuse Raila Odinga, but we know that is his role. That's what I would say.
Now, let me ask you, Wagungu.
Sure.
Right now, Trump is not in parliament. Which contribution is Trump making? In fact, we are told that he was even contemplating of running for a speaker. You see, you cannot, just because you have quoted US, it doesn't make
no.
Even the role of Trump right now is not there.
Do not ask me the role Trump is playing. Ask me the role.
You have talked about Raila. That's why I'm talking about Trump, my friend. Trump is outside just as Raila is outside. So can you check your facts right? You are arguing before you are thinking.
The question Jake directed to me was about the House and the Senate, right? And that is what I'm addressing too. So don't ask me about Trump. Ask me about Kevin McCarthy, who is the majority leader of the House, and ask me about Mitch McConnell, who is the Senate leader. Ask me about the role that they are playing.
So Wagungu, just a moment, Rupia. Wagungu, so in the people you have mentioned,
yes.
In the people you have mentioned,
yes.
How does, for example, if Trump has an interest, because now he's in the opposition side, how does he bring it to the country? Because what Wekesa maybe is trying to bring home is that just like the people you have mentioned, Trump is out, is not in any of those houses of representation, neither is Raila. So how does
so he does it through the majority leader of the House, which is Kevin McCarthy. He does it, kama ni bili kwa Senate, he does it through Mitch McConnell, who is the Senate majority leader. That's how he does it.
So in our case,
I told you we have
absolutely.
I told you we have Kidambathi who are in parliament and they can work without necessarily you asking for Raila, because he has no role in our current constitution.
So
Raila has no
role. So that we may understand Wekesa and Wagungu, I think what you guys are trying to bring home is that the person who controls the minority side, according to Wagungu, controls the opposition. Is that what Wagungu you want to mean?
Absolutely.
So does it mean now in Kenya, Badi should be the person?
So Badi is failing.
That is pathetic from Daktari. Very pathetic. Jax, you've asked a question, and your question was clear. What is the role of minority whip? In the assembly? We don't have opposition. The role of minority is legislation and representation purely. That is the answer. They don't actually do the opposition role.
Rupia,
Theirs is to represent.
This is the guy who's calling me pathetic.
Listen,
Rupia, the question will also come to you like this.
Yeah.
Now that you say their work is purely representation and all, why is it that the leader of minority does not come from Wiper, neither does he come from Amani? He comes from ODM that has slightly more numbers of member of parliament.
It's okay. Let me tell you. There is leader of majority that comes from the party with the majority.
Okay.
So, in this case, it was Jubilee. If it was a coalition, the Jubilee would agree with the URP on the numbers.
We can, for example, the reason why I'm asking you, Rupia, like that, you can say that the leader of majority, he represents government agenda in parliament. That's what that's how it's
yes.
So, so how would you define the leader of minority? What does he represent?
He represents the minority in parliament.
So what is the work of this minority?
The work of minority is to check legislation that is brought forward by the government side and to represent the minority group.
Okay. So how different
on the floor
is it?
of the house?
Okay. Okay, that is minority. So how different is it from opposition? What is the role of an opposition?
An opposition checks the government, whether from inside on the floor or outside.
So
but minority.
How different is your answer?
No difference.
I'm saying. Let me finish.
Finish.
I'm saying. Minority leader in the house has no authority to check the government outside. He only checks the legislation when it is taken to parliament. That is where he ends. But the official opposition leader check the government wholesomely. Things to do with the corruption. He can get his intelligence and get the information of what the government is doing. But this is just restricted to the house.
Okay.
So outside the house, the powers ends.
I think
that is the difference.
I'll be Googling up and you may attend to find the role of the minority.
You don't want to accept the answer. And then,
no,
Jakes, what I wanted to say,
I have,
most importantly,
that's your opinion. Most
importantly, the reason why the post for the position of the official opposition was taken out, it is not the role of the opposition to make the government of the day do the right things. It is the responsibility of the government of the day to stop corruption if there are individuals in the government that are doing corruption. The government has got all the responsibilities.
Okay.
So if the government has failed, you cannot blame the opposition leader that this opposition leader has failed. After all, we don't have it right now. But you Kenyans must learn to blame the government for their wrongs, because it is the government that has the responsibility, not the opposition.
Okay. Sawa. Aha. Odhiambo, how are you? Odhiambo. Is it Odhiambo? The guy with Odhis. Odhis, sio Odhiambo. Odhis, unanichapa smile lakini hauongei. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic. I know you can hear me, but I can't hear you because umejimute. Unmute your mic first. Okay.
Welcome, bro. I'm Odhis.
Odhis, is it Odhiambo?
Odhiambo. Odhis.
Okay.
Odhis is the
according to you, sir,
Odhiambo.
So I wasn't wrong. So I'm asking you, sir. I know you have heard that there is the majority and there is the minority side in the parliament and also in the Senate, right?
Yes.
What is the role of the minority side?
Minority side. Okay. Just a minute.
Okay. Simon Dong, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
tell us what would you say is the role of the minority side in either parliament or Senate?
I can say usually when you go to elections, you usually have the winning side and the losing side, and they have party leaders. Okay, one becomes president, the other one becomes runners-up.
Okay.
So we usually have things, the thing called PGs, where the parties meet. So if they want to take a position, the party leaders usually whip their side to a certain position. So I can
So party PG is what ascribes to party position.
Yes. For example, remember the security laws?
Yes.
The Jubilee coalition they met. Also, the Code coalition met and they had a certain position and they were whipped by them.
So this position, just a moment, so that we can get the flow. This position is proposed by the government, right?
By the government.
Then after the government proposes, the other side comes with its position, either to agree or not to agree, right?
Or not to agree, yes.
And it is not a must that they agree with government, right?
It's not a must they agree with government.
So what would we define the minority side to be in that chain of thought?
Yeah, in that chain of thought, the minority side is supposed to keep the government in check whenever they go wrong and act as an alternative government.
It acts as an alternative government. I just want to get those points correctly. It acts as an alternative government, as per you, Simon. It keeps the government in check, right?
Yeah.
What else does it do?
Okay, whenever they have counter proposals, they usually give them out so that the other side can either consider to agree with them or to disagree with them.
Okay.
So they have to come up with.
So how different is what you've said compared to the opposition? Now, can you describe who is an opposition?
Opposition is a person. Okay, not for me. Opposition should, whenever the government goes wrong, they usually correct the government.
Okay.
Yeah. Whenever they bring out bad policies, bad laws, it's either they correct the government so that the laws can be framed in a proper way, which suits the whole country. Yeah. Now, where the problem comes in, we find that the side with the majority.
Just a moment, Simon Dongo. Fabiano, Adriano, I want you to do me a favor. Kindly help us to find out what is the role of the opposition and the role of the minority side. I think that is a better statement to put than what you're doing. Go ahead, Simon.
The problem is we find that when the government usually bulldozes, when something that the opposition is not comfortable with. You see, you can remember what Renzo said. Yeah, because that time they really pushed.
Jaribu kuongeza sauti kidogo.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, but ongeza sauti kidogo tu.
Sai?
Uko sawa.
You find that the government usually bulldozes. It's way when they want to do something, if they know it's not right. But for me, if the party which is in the government would try the other side and say, well, these laws, how do you see them? Are they good or bad? Where can we rectify it so that the whole country, the whole country is comfortable with it, whether you're in opposition or government. But if when the government of the day usually push and do those things, that's now where the problem comes in.
Okay, sawa. I'm coming to you for your submissions and all. David Olo, umejimute. Niaje bro?
Poa, niambie.
Yes, siku yako imekuwa vipi leo?
Imekuwa busy.
Sasa umejikuta tukidiscuss the role of minority. The reason as to why we are asking that question is, someone raised this question question that the reason as to why corruption imeshindwa kupigika vizuri is because we don't have an opposition side. And eventually some people even went ahead to mention the name Baba. So that's why we are umetukuta tukidiscuss what really is the role of the minority side. That's where I'm going, or rather that's what we're trying to find out, so that by the time we are blaming why we have failed to really get a footing on
I think that
corruption.
question doesn't make sense. That question doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Help us make sense of it then.
Because I'm not a slow learner. I'm a person who gets things very fast.
Okay.
Hakuna vile mtu anaweza sema ati opposition ndio amefanya ati corruption inaongezeka yet they don't have the tools to control corruption. I think that guy is very silly to even say that. The opposition doesn't have instruments to fight corruption. So how can you blame them? What will change by talking? They will just be talking. At the end of the day, the government will be doing what the fuck they like. So how do you blame opposition? Or do you like when opposition gets killed when they are going to the streets?
Okay.
But right now we even know who the opposition is. But the fact is that the opposition supporters are not even strong. Can their supporters even march to the CBD? Or their supporters, they just want things to eat, food. They're just crying about food every day. You see, before opposition was strong because they were able to sacrifice. But people can't sacrifice all the time. People can't. There is no a particular group that was born to suffer for Kenya.
Okay.
You see, it's a collective. How do I put it? It's a collective engagement. You see, but and in fact, when opposition speaks, it becomes political. When they'll start speaking, you'll hear some people saying that they are anti-development, or our people are being targeted, or you are a man who doesn't. You are the lord of poverty, or you hate development, or your people are poor because of your politics. So those are the things, Yeah, let us just be honest.
Okay.
And cut the bull by the horns.
Okay. Now that brings me to this. When you listen to what Baba said and what Ruto said, they seem to go to each other's jugular, and all they are saying is, "You are corrupt."
Okay, just leave it there.
What do you
Don't even
make?
finish,
What
because
do you make?
I know
What
that
they're saying?
what is happening is, Ruto knows that there are so many silly people in Kenya, and Ruto, he has just inherited right-wing Uhuru Kenyatta supporters. Most of the people who are supporting Uhuru are Kikuyus, and Kikuyus, they are sworn enemies of Raila Odinga. No matter what you tell them about Raila Odinga, they will not. Any positive thing you tell them about Raila Odinga, they will not get it. But when you tell them a negative thing about Raila Odinga, they will really, really love you. They will worship you.
Okay.
That is where the problem is. You can even wake up tomorrow and even come up with a scandal that is not even there about Raila Odinga. And I want to tell you, they will celebrate it. So that is what is happening. Ruto has inherited right-wing Uhuru Kenyatta supporters, those who had been, which word can I use? Oh, this English has gone out of my head. So these are people who have been spoken to against a certain person, and it is engraved in their mentality that they can't change. See? Yeah.
Okay. Simon Dongo, do you agree with Olo that the people we have around ni watu wamehubiriwa against Raila and they can't change?
No. Because I know some people who support Raila, so that position is totally wrong. Yeah. Even there's some for me. Even there's some laws who supported Ruto. So we cannot say that for me. It depends on an individual. You have to when you take a position, you take it on an individual. Yeah.
I don't know. Today we are having a challenge with your mic. We cannot really hear you properly. Hope you work on it. Rupia, do you agree with the law that we hate
Okay,
and love
I,
Baba
I,
because of what we have been told?
I partially agree, and the reason why I'm saying that is it is true that the Kikuyus, they were preached for the bad side of Raila Odinga, and without looking into the facts, they bought it and they took it. That is when Uhuru and Raila were not brothers. But I don't agree that they cannot change, because right now some of them, and a good number of them, apart from those of them who are following handouts, and let us not be cheated here, because there are politicians who are following handouts from William Ruto. And the moment that handouts will stop, they will stop following William Ruto. And the Kikuyus are, the common Kikuyu is now wondering what they are comparing, what they used to be told and what is being said now. So, there is confusion there. Until we've had now, we will have some division in Kikuyu on the mountain. Utakuwa na division this time around, because there are some Kikuyus who are genuine and they tell themselves, however much hii inasemwa kwa huu mzee, I have personal Kikuyu friends who actually they fear Raila for who Raila is politically, because they know that Raila is a bulldozer. That if he gets somewhere, he will just get down and sort out issues. So there are some Kikuyus who fear Raila because of that. But there are some Kikuyus who just vote, and they are the lot that are now tired of being told that this so and so is bad, this so and so is bad. As we speak right now, William Ruto is really doing a lot to win the Kikuyus' hearts. And that will actually stop when Uhuru Kenyatta will go to Kikuyu and tell them that this is not the right man. We need, because the leaders themselves, even President Uhuru Kenyatta knows very well the person who can take this country to the next level. It's not William Ruto, it's Raila Odinga. Because they have run against each other based on falsehood. He has been lying. President Uhuru Kenyatta has been lying to Kikuyus about Raila Odinga. In actual sense, he knows that if Raila catches the mantle, Raila can turn things. But he is also seeing it at this time that the country is going to the wrong direction. So the Kikuyus can change that narrative that Raila Odinga is a bad person. And actually by that Raila Odinga is a good person, is not the person that they were being told.
Rupia and Olo, I want to give you today a challenge. I want you to, without mentioning Ruto, I want you to persuade us why we should vote for Raila as a president, without mentioning Ruto.
That's a very easy thing, but okay.
Without mentioning Ruto. In short, nakwambia, uza sera, uza mtu wako to the level of us understanding from your point of view, how you see him, what makes you buy into
First of all, from just starting with the experience. And we know where the rain started beating us as a country. We know the challenges we are facing. And Raila is out to first address these challenges, because there is nothing new that Raila will come with that he has not said before. All these things he has said them. And right now, Kenyans are still crying, despite some Kenyans going to the ballot to vote for change. They were told that there will be a transformation. That transformation is not there. The Kenyans now are actually seeing what Raila saw in 2007 and 2013. That is when
what
is
did
the
he
time
see,
that
what did he see?
Raila said that if we need to move forward as a country, we must call a spade and crack down corruption. That is one.
Two.
That was key.
Okay.
Again, we must devolve powers and funds.
Okay.
Which we have done, and we still want to add it.
Okay.
Actually, Raila is the architect
Just a moment,
of the new
Rupia.
constitution.
Just a moment. Everybody else, kindly mute your mic so that we can hear Rupia. Go ahead. Sorry for that.
Raila is the how do we call it? Is it the prince of change? He carries change with him, and you can see that because he actually is the architect of 2010 constitution.
Okay.
You said I should not mention Ruto. I will not
Yes.
mention that. Some people post it. Some people post it.
Let's today make justice just.
Let me just continue. Some people post it, and even now there are people are seeing that this thing that Raila was fighting for was a good thing. Raila fought for Mau, for Mau, revival of Mau.
Okay.
I have my friends in Kericho who are saying, unajua sisi chali hii kitu ni huyu jamaa tu ni mtu wetu, lakini unajua ile kitu Raila anasema ni ukweli. Since that reviving of Mau started, our rivers are flowing the way they used to flow.
Okay.
And we are going back to where we were in terms of climate and weather.
Okay. Kidogo tu najua hujamaliza, wacha Olo akusaidie. Olo, add to what Rupia is saying. What makes you follow Baba? Why Baba? Why not other person?
Oh, I like that question. I like that question. The way you asked that question at first, I didn't like, because I can't convince you to vote for Raila because you are someone who has been hearing Raila speak for it's like now 2 decades. So Raila is not going to say anything new because you already know who he is. His own record speaks for itself.
Okay.
Because first of all, when Raila joined Kibaki in his government, he started some very, very nice initiatives. I can remember there was another conference there which was called the Kenya We Want. And I think that engagement, it was good because that is what would have informed the government of what Kenyans want. Kenya mama mboga wenye hawa wenye saizi wa mtu anasema ati anawashughulikia wange organize. But no, I'm not mentioning anybody, but also I must say what it is. I must speak about what it is. So that initiatives like that would have informed the government of what wananchi want. But the problem is that in any government Raila has been, like even in Kibaki's government, he was not given full authority. Kibaki used to give in power 20%. Sometimes when Raila is going to do something good, Kibaki goes behind his back to sabotage it. So that is why you see he has not been effective. But Raila is somebody who has an experience. I can remember even in 2017, Raila used to speak until people used to wonder that, oh, this old man is very bright. I can remember there was another interview there that Raila really, really gave out what he wants to do for this country. So Raila is somebody who has that experience of developing economy from bottom up and from up down, up bottom. He knows it. But the only problem is that now, Kenya is in a bad situation. No matter who will take the leadership of this country, right now Kenya is in a bad situation. Kenya has a big debt. Kenya there are some cartels that it will take government very, very long to dismantle. So now even if you give Raila the country is torn, and people will not see what they could have seen if Raila was president, maybe like in 2007 or in 2013.
So according to you, do you think it is too late?
To me, I think it is too late.
Okay.
Yes. because you are already giving him a torn economy. Okay, he will do something, but when we used to tell you to give Raila leadership like in 2007, that moment was a good moment, I tell you. But it is not too late. He will do some things, and I think he's the one who will save you, because if you give this leadership to someone else, you will continue drowning in this river of I don't know how to call it, this pit of corruption and every bad thing. So he can change it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Asla kidogo, I can see you want to respond. I want to go to Gloria because of gender, and she's
did not finish. Yeah.
I'll come back to you so that to a balance. Moment to pair points za Raila kibao.
I had another very important point that I had not given.
Okay, give it then.
Please, we need time. We also need to say, please.
Sema mbio Rupia, and then we go to Gloria.
What I was saying, I was saying that everything that Raila has said about Itare Dam, about everything, it has come to pass. And the reason why we should vote Raila is because I said he is pro change. Because what he believes in, you can see that he actually fought Moi, who actually amassed wealth and retained power for a very long time.
Okay.
It's Raila who delivered us from the hands of Moi.
Okay.
And from there, the plan was that we would have Kibaki.
Okay.
Kibaki was a good leader. Up to 2013, he was a good leader. The only bad thing that tainted his name was when he clanged on power and he refused to hand over. That actually, and that had started, Raila gave an dynasty. He believed that anybody in Kenya can be president.
Okay.
Somebody in Wajir can one day be president. So that kind of distribution, because what I'm saying in short is Raila believe in distribution of wealth, not capitalism that Uhuru is actually fronting, and what is Ruto is fronting.
I'll come back to you, Rupia and Olo, with questions of all you have said, so that we hear some other views and different opinions of different candidates. Gloria, are you there? Before I go to pastoralists, Glory, rather, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Niaje. Talk to us. I don't know which person you are. Last I checked to Sifia Baba. I don't know if it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
So tell us, Mimi as me, tell me, why Baba for you?
Okay, Baba, hata siwezi sema, yani Baba ni Baba tu, because cha kwanza kwa 2013 wakiwa na Mwai Kibaki, chenye Baba alifanya Kibaki alitoka kwa serikali akiwa clean, hakukuwa na mambo ya corruption, hakukuwa na mambo ya wizi, yani hizo wizi zote zinafanyika, maendeleo, kulikuwa na maendeleo ya kutosha. So na tangu Baba aingie na ashikane na Uhuru president wetu. Sasa hivi unaweza ona kila mahali kuko na mwangaza. But ile 5 years yenye wamekuwa the other side hakukuwa na mwangaza, kulikuwa tu ni wizi. But sasa hivi for sure mwenye haoni huyo sasa ni mtu mwenye maybe kipofu kabisa. But mwangaza iko kila mahali. Kila mahali watu wanaona at least kuna justice inaweza fanyika. Vitu mingi tu zinafanyika through Baba.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, Glory, umesema poa. Sasa, allow me now to be fair so that we don't turn Tembei Show as Baba's campaign team. Hasla, can I come to you?
Yes.
Hasla, umesikia maoni ya wapenzi hawa wa bwana, kuna David Olo, Rupia, Gloria, wametupa wasifu kiasi ya Baba. I know unajiita Hasla kwa sababu ya mrengo ambao unatumikia. Tell us, why is it Ruto for you, without mentioning Raila in your speech?
I know. Good evening.
Good
And
evening to you, Hasla. Ulitoka Mombasa.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, endelea.
I'm back in Meru night now. Sorry, I'm trying to get on my cam. It's not going through, so I will just go on mic. I'm not on cam.
It's okay.
But I want to say hi to each and everyone, Luthia, Olo, Crowley, and all the others. Now, I don't want you to mistake my name Tagasra to a diet of Ruto. That should not be mistaken for.
It's okay.
But I chose that, and why I decided to take that name, which is not even has not started today, is a thing that I've been talking way back from the university, even before the Jubilee government came to power.
Okay.
In fact, that was my clarion call during my campaigns in the university.
So you're Hustler number one.
I started that one a long time ago.
Okay.
That one comes back at times of Merugi Karaoke. Remember the late Merugi Karaoke, the assistant minister?
Yeah, he was
that's
my
when I
MP
started.
in Nakuru.
My friend, I studied in Egerton.
Okay.
So that's my tag. Okay, I want to come back to what my colleagues were just speaking about. And I might not avoid to mention some of the politicians, as you are saying, because I am not sharing somebody's agenda here. I just want to look through, first of all, the leadership that we are having. In most cases, you hear people talking about, oh, this one is my good leader. Oh, this one, if he's elected, you turn up to the best. But let's ask ourselves, in Kenya today, can we have leadership without tribalism? We cannot, because each and every leader is thinking about bringing one person across a certain tribe, join another tribe, who is a person who is leading another tribe, so that they can get to leadership. So this idea of people saying that this is a leader because he can be able to marshal all the votes he is capable of doing, that's a lie. Everybody is looking for a certain leader from another tribe so that they can gang up and definitely take power. So the leadership in Kenya is totally tribal based. Number two, when you talk about corruption, I was shocked yesterday in Mombasa when Raila talks about that when he goes to power, you jail all those people, corrupt people. And here he started talking about jailing the people who connived to steal from the SGR. As you understand, who is the driver of this SGR? It was the Jubilee government. I wonder when Ruto turned to be the thief in SGR, when Uhuru is not the thief in SGR. So a thief is a thief if you are against his policies. A thief is a thief because you are seeing this person is your competitor. But if somebody is your friend in your pocket, that is not a thief. So if he is really condemning the stealing of SGR, let him start with Uhuru, because he's the key leader in this SGR all the way to Naivasha. So this is what I call irony of the greatest order. So he is not fighting corruption. He is not saying he's going to jail the corrupt ones. He is only jailing the many competitor. But if you are a thief, who is not, if you are a thief and you are not his competitor, he is not talk about it. He has Oparanya, he has others who are also corrupt, but he has never mentioned him saying he goes to jail them. The third thing I want to talk about is when you hear some MPs in parliament saying we are cows. Whenever somebody says this, we just follow without asking.
Hustler, just to be fair to you, I didn't allow Rupiah nor Olo to speak against Ruto. So with you, I would also wish to be fair so that I don't sound biased.
Did Raila mention Ruto in Mombasa?
No.
He has mentioned.
Just a moment.
But Ruto,
I'm trying to be fair.
Did Raila mention Ruto in Mombasa?
Just a moment, Rupiah.
Ruto is a thief, and we must be consistent in saying that.
It's okay,
we must not stop.
It's okay, Olo. This is why I'm raising this.
I'm talking because this guy this hustler guy has no respect for the forum. You know, he's breaking the rules of this engagement.
So
Hello, I'm sorry. Maybe I came late and don't get the rules of the game.
so we have said, yeah, we have
That's the
said.
problem with us Kenyans. That's
Just
the
a moment,
big problem.
just a
That's the
moment.
problem with Kenyans.
It's okay. Allow me to correct him. Although Hasla, what we have decided is today we will talk of our candidates and the reason why, so that by the time we are finishing this show, the pro Ruto will know, the pro Raila will know. These are the reasons why you should vote for this person, whether good or bad. I've chosen to start with the good. We'll go to the bad. All those nasty nitty-gritties will go to them. So that's why I've asked you, Hasla, the person, even though maybe you have not made up your mind, the person you support, why that person?
Asla, you really are university material. You know, when you started, you studied very well.
See, to measure solve.
Hello, I think, hello, please, if you allow me to go on your inbox, I would ask you to post your credentials and I'll post mine.
No, you can't.
Please
I can't even allow you in my inbox, my friend.
It's okay.
Please,
it's okay.
please,
It's okay.
please.
Hello,
we know that Olo is Hasla. That is why he has maintained that name, and he should just come out clear, not hiding that he started it.
And start mentioning your credentials.
It's okay, Rupia. It's okay.
Please,
please.
I don't know where I don't know where I don't know where academics are coming across.
That's why you have to explain that you went to the university.
If you want us to meet,
because you know your character doesn't portray.
Can you put material? Can you put them off? I talk, because now they cannot attack me when I'm talking. When they were talking, I was silent. Are we having a meeting or are we having a meeting?
You should not be allowed to talk.
Rupia, it's okay. He has a country statement.
If you want me to be nasty, I can be nasty, please.
Just be nasty.
I'm trying to be. Yes, I can be
calm. We are not your brothers here.
My friend,
we are not your brothers here. Just be nasty.
Hey, if you want me to be nasty, I can be. I just want to be calm.
Be nasty. So who is your child here that you are?
My
just
friend.
Be nasty.
That house voice is not taking you in here. Can we be calm? Can we listen to one another?
No, you have been asked, where are you? And we know very well you are in Hustler.
Can we listen
and
to
then
one
you are
another?
pretending here that you are not in
any.
You are not affiliated to any political.
Can you listen to me?
Rupia, just a moment. I gave you guys around 25 minutes. Actually, I checked. So allow Hustler to go ahead.
Can they give me my time?
Just a moment. Just
Can
a moment.
you give me my time?
Just a moment, Hustler. Just
no,
a moment.
you cannot threaten us here.
Rupia, it's okay.
With this dark image, in fact, you should be removed from
Can
the
you mute them so that I talk? Can you mute them so that I talk?
Who are
you? Mute them so that I talk. Mute them so that I talk.
Rupia, Hustler. I'll have to make this decision, and this is my decision. One, I said, Hustler, let's not mention the opponent that you don't support. Evil or good, allow yourself to link your argument to the person you're supporting and why. Because if, for example, you are an ambassador and you're told in 5 minutes, can you show the reason why you support your candidate? Kama ungekuwa campaigner wake sahi, the job you do to raise more people, or at least to send more people away from him. So that is where you found us, Hustler. Pole for Rupia and the law, but anyway, let's not turn the debate into heckling. Our pastor is in the house, and from his facial expression, anatuchekelea, which is not good. So Hustler, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, when it is time to talk, let's give everybody a chance. Everybody will respond. We give ourselves time and we give our views. This is not a fighting.
You imesemwa, endelea kuongea. That's what has been said. Why are you repeating?
Why are you so hot, my friend? Cool down.
If you have nothing to say,
now I want to go to my third point.
You want to talk?
Can I go
ahead. Okay.
Can I go to my third point? I don't want hecklers allowed.
My friend,
now, I want to talk about. I want to talk about our situation on our leaders, not only the presidential candidates. I'm saying that when we look at the kind of leadership we want to have, and when we get our leaders not questioning the character of the leaders, is something to worry. And especially when we think about the current situation, because when I looked at the area...
Order, Mr. Jeff, order. Is this guy really speaking about what we were speaking about? Because he's getting into another area, green area, which we were not talking about. If this guy can't speak, give other people permission to speak. Mr. President is here, Mekesa is here.
Can I utilize my time? Can I utilize my time? Can I
utilize your time?
Just a moment, Rupia.
Can I utilize my time?
What the other panelists are requesting you to do?
I'm not mentioning.
We will not allow you to utilize your time.
You have your own show within this show.
The pastoralist, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, I know you have heard the question I asked, right?
What was the question? People are so, there's so
I know. Yeah, there is so much interruption and all. We are asking us. I know there is at the moment, I don't know if you have decided who you will vote for, but if you have, what are the reasons you would attribute that these are the reasons why I would vote for my candidate without pouring cold water on the person you don't support? Because the reason I'm doing this, the defenders of Ruto, they defend Ruto by abusing Raila. The defenders of the Raila, they do so by abusing Ruto. So by the end of the day, we really don't have a clear conversation. So today, let's separate the two, the barley from the wheat. So choose a side. Is it the barley or is it the wheat? But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, for me, I have actually majored in international politics. But in this, I think it's
local.
Are you a Kenyan, my friend? If you have,
politics
we don't have
local.
time to waste. If you are a pastoralist, yet you are
Bernard, can you talk to Olo and Rupia? I think they are now even not allowing others to even make headways.
Politics is a local.
I actually incline to the side of Olo and Rupia because I come from.
But they cannot allow you to speak, so you even can't know. So that's the problem, and that's why I think they even lose votes eventually.
Guys,
because Narok is an ODM zone. I come from Narok.
Let's settle down.
And Narok is an ODM zone, but at the moment, I think Raila and Ruto, in terms of charisma, both of them are charismatic and they pull crowds. So to me, I think the only thing I'm against is, the politics of abuse and, there's so much corruption that is embedded in our system. Raila has been actually a prime minister.
Okay.
We didn't actually see him do so much.
Okay. So again, you are mentioning Raila's name and you are supporting Ruto. Which kind of people do you have in this show today? Why don't you just stick to the point? What is so hard about that question that you ask that you don't understand?
Polo, what do you actually understand? What do you understand?
If you're a Ruto supporters, don't mention Raila's name.
Who said I'm not? I said it's actually 50-50 at the moment. Because both guys actually
stop
they're
joking
both
with us, my
charismatic
friend.
people.
Okay.
Anyway, just speak, no problem.
Then I think we'll play your card, Olo and Rupia. Bernard, tell us why Baba. They will praise Baba till you guys are bored. Let's go ahead, Bernard. Go ahead. If that's what you want.
You have a lot of points, man.
It's okay. It's okay.
Good evening, everyone. How is it going?
The going is good. How was your service today?
The service was great.
Sasa shida au kutupostia hapa chini ya maji tusome mahubiri ya leo.
Don't worry, you get it on YouTube tomorrow morning.
We will be waiting. Go ahead, sir.
So,
why Baba? Without mentioning Ruto, why Baba?
Now, you have already chosen for me Baba, of which...
No, it's okay. No, I want Olo and Rupia.
I'm asking really, are we getting a choice of what to speak?
Sorry?
Are we getting a choice of what to speak today? Are we having co-hosts as David Olo and Rupia?
Hustler, cool down, huh? Okay?
No, I'm asking, do we have co-hosts here?
It is my turn.
Or is the show being co-hosted by Olo and Rupia?
Yeah, look here.
So they are co-hosting.
Come on the platform and arrange.
I've not gotten a list. I was also on the...
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be on the platform, and the reasons for Baba's leadership speaks for itself in terms of consistency in advocating for one thing, Kenya for all Kenyans. That's goes for him 100%. It is the best bridge between the past, the present, and the future.
Okay.
It ties all these things together, and therefore his roadmap for the country is more promising than any other offer on the shelf anywhere else.
Okay.
His articulation of Vision 2030 on how it was urged in 2002 in the NAC government, and how it is meant to deliver the so much needed progress, development, and of course elevation of poverty.
Okay.
Is something that we can rely on because we are seeing it function, and it is not an afterthought. And it's not just a political gimmick. It's a structured system of recovering an economy and perpetuating it for the future generations.
Okay.
So that makes him more believable. Yes.
Wekesa. Wekesa, are you there? Wekesa, why Baba?
Yeah, I think Baba is a veteran politician who understands the challenges of Kenya and who knows where the rain started beating us, and where the rainmakers are, where the crocodiles are, and where the loopholes are. So he's the best person to fix the economy. He's the best person to repair historical injustices. He's the best person to advance democracy because he's the father of democracy. He's the best person to midwife unity of the
Hustler,
nation.
just a moment. Hustler, mute your mic. Hustler, mute your mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, is the best person to midwife a unity of the nation because one of the things that Baba contrasts other candidates is he doesn't bear grudges.
He doesn't do what?
He doesn't bear grudges.
Oh, okay.
Baba had issues with Moi, but they made up. Baba had issues with Mount Kenya, but he has met up. So he is one person who is able to converse through the political challenges and come out as a unifying factor.
Okay. In terms of policy.
A policy, the first policy that is raising eyebrows is that Baba is firm on fighting corruption. And when he says he will jail, because when Baba says he will demolish buildings, he starts demolishing until you transfer him from one ministry to another. So he doesn't just make noise. He doesn't promise a stadium he cannot build.
Okay. Today, as I've said, today I'll be very generous. Rupia, why Baba? Again, finish up.
Hey, you've come back to me.
Hey,
Yes.
Jakes, you have given airtime to people of Baba so much.
Yes,
Deto
yes.
is here, and I would
Hapa
like
sisi sote
to.
ni kao zama.
Yeah, you don't know.
Ndeto Simon Hasla.
I need some time, Jakes.
No, we need time here. We cannot just be cows to follow. We need time.
Today,
we cannot be cows.
There are no livestock. There are no livestock.
Hapa hakuna livestock hapa, my friend.
No
Hapa
livestock.
You guys are not going to be
hapa hakuna majuneti hapa.
Mara mbili tatu nne na mtu mmoja.
Hapa hakuna majuneti hapa. Kama hapa mmetengeneza kila mtu ni junet, hapa kuna juneti hapa.
Simon, mute your mic.
Can we get time?
Ebu kidogo. Hasla kidogo, eh? Okay.
Yes, we need time.
It's okay. The reason as why I'm doing this is because David and Rupia refused anyone else to talk. So I gave them the opportunity to sell Baba. That's what we are doing.
Give them the second chance when you are here.
Listen, Hasla, I'll give you your opportunity, and that time, the respect you have given them, I'll demand from them to give you the same. Even if mtaongea uongo, no one will interrupt you. Ni sawa sawa. And
we are airing our views. Maneno ya uongo, you cannot be a judge whether it is true or false. The boss will say in 2022.
Jakes, do not sideline.
I haven't. You know me, Ndeto, you know where I stand. So I haven't. Today,
let me finish.
I'm helping Rupia to blow his trumpet. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the chance.
Just a moment, Rupia. Simon, mute your mic. Simon, mute your mic. Actually, causing an echo. Okay, go ahead, Rupia.
Okay, thank you for the chance. And I want to say here, without fear of contradiction, that not yet Uhuru. The moment we will have a leader who can resonate with the Kenyans on the areas that have been mentioned from time immemorial, that is the historical injustices. That is one. It cuts across. Corruption, that is two. It cuts across. Empowering, starting from mashinani, that is it. That day, we will have Uhuru. Because we have had elections and we have had no transparent elections since independence, except for 2002 elections. That is when we had transparent elections. Raila has been championing for transparent elections. He has even proposed changes to the constitution to actually solve out this, because this is a constitutional thing. Then, about the actual suffering of Mwananchi, that is, it starts from land injustices, so many. I don't want to talk of political assassinations because that is where some people see that they are targeted. Corruption, all that, count it. And the most important thing is this country needs a change. This country needs a change on how it is governed. We have seen policies being read to us, and all of them have been lies. Beyond eloquency, there is nothing. But Baba is coming and he's real. But I also want to tell Kenyans that you can vote whoever you want to vote, because you must be the change that you want to see. Hii si kitu ni kama video. Unaona video inaenda tu vibaya vibaya, lakini ikiisha watu wanapata peace. Unaona kitu kama hiyo? So that is where we are. If you want to continue crying, just say I will not vote Raila, and I will say that comfortably. Siogopi mtu ati mtu anafanya nini anafanya. I don't fear. I will tell you, if you want to continue suffering, just continue voting the same way you have been voting, and you have been suffering. The outcome of your voting is suffering. So the next time you go to vote, you vote the same way, you continue suffering. And we are suffering together. Somebody said somewhere that government eats on its own children. In another 1 year, we are in government, you are outside. Thank you.
Okay. For the last 44 minutes, it has been Baba through and through.
Okay.
Hustler, go ahead.
Thank you, Jakes. Today seems to be a bit different, because it's Baba. It's okay. The others is Asra. It's okay.
Wacha tuimbe hivyo leo.
I can tell you, I said I'm not a cow. And I have my reasons not to be a cow. I have my own personal...
Jakes, why are you soft to this guy?
My friend, Olo, you cannot dictate. You cannot dictate.
Play by the rules.
You cannot dictate, and I don't follow your rules.
I don't know what happened to Hustler, Pole. Simon, are you there? Simon, are you there? Okay, Ndeto, go ahead.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, thank you.
Ndeto, umepata Simon. You'll come after Simon. Alafu Simon, kindly mute your YouTube. Hata stream ya diendelee peke yake. Mute the YouTube, achana na stream ya diendelee peke yake. That way hautakuwa na echo. Have you done so, Simon? Okay, as he's doing so, Ndeto, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What an opportunity to deconstruct.
Cheza kama wewe.
Exactly.
Raila.
Exactly.
Now,
I know.
Without mentioning Raila in your speech, tell us about.
You know, I'm a wise man. Maybe I will mention him without mentioning even names. So
okay,
thank you so much, Jakes.
It's okay.
Thank you so much, Jakes, for giving me this opportunity. Actually, you know, my candidate has been it is like a kickboxing, and for sure, the reason I will vote for Ruto, because I'm a diehard of Hustler Nation, is because of the following reasons. One, Ruto has never tried to be the president of this nation, so it is his first time, and I know he is going to win, unlike some other candidates who have tried more than 5 times, failing. So I believe for Ruto, in the first time, he will win, because when you check on history, like those people who have taken so long in being the DP or the vice presidents, like Kibaki, there were other guys like Moi. For sure, they became presidents. And I believe for that reason also, Ruto has also The other reason is that this man, he has had opportunity to work with the big fish of this nation. Look at the Moi regime. Ruto worked with Moi. Ruto also worked with Akina Raila. In fact, in 2007, he was a diehard for Raila. And they won. Maybe because this guy, by then, he was the Secretary General of ODM. So you can see maybe through good organization and such, they were able to win. Also, you see the guy also supported Uhuru. And to some extent,
Just
they
a
also
moment
won.
that we kidogo tu Ndeto, I didn't want to interrupt you. Umesema who was the Secretary General?
Ruto.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, go ahead.
What
Let me
are you
research.
saying, Bernard? You know.
Come on, it's not true. Ruto has never been Secretary General of any.
He has been.
He was
He has been.
He has been, my
Yeah.
friend.
ODM.
Yeah.
2007 was a Nyang.
Before
My friend,
this guy called Namwamba, there was a guy called Namwamba. Before he took, yani before the ODM was.
Right, please go get your history. Don't give facts that you don't have. Just
But don't engage
Bernard,
tricks.
give him time.
Don't bring.
Bernard,
Give me time.
Yes.
It is wrong to say that Ruto has been Secretary General.
Can
The first
you
Secretary
give him
General of
time?
ODM was Anyang'.
Can you give him time?
That's the problem of selling
Yeah,
a thief.
please.
He won't give you time
let
to
me
say wrong things
utilize.
and insist.
Give
You
him
can't
time.
sell a thief easily.
Let me utilize my airtime. Let me utilize my
Give him
airtime.
time, you coward. This is the problem of
So
becoming cows.
what I was trying to say, is that this guy has all the experiences, having worked with more than 3 governments.
Which
experience? At experiences to lead and also
Did
to
you hear
maneuver
how we
around
talked
the
about?
world.
Did you hear how we talked about our candidate?
Can we avoid that habit of interrupting?
Olo, can you give me my time? Then I will
Can
ask
you give him
questions
time?
if you have.
Let's not behave like
Listening
cows.
to you is just boring.
And yeah, because you are a cow. Because you are just a cow.
Sound like you know nothing.
You know you are a cow, Olo. Just behave like a cow.
Yeah.
Just
Let
follow
us not
without
behave like
asking.
livestock.
Yes.
Let us not behave
Don't
like
These are just
livestock.
livestock.
people.
Olo and
let us-
Rupia don't behave like cows.
Let us not move
Like
one
your
another.
cows.
Okay.
Behave yourself.
Are
Okay,
you
let
behaving like
me
your
carry
cows?
on.
If you cannot allow somebody to proceed, you are behaving like a cow.
That's
Yes.
exactly what
like
you're
a
saying. So you're proving your point right.
Absolutely. Let me carry on. Okay.
Just a moment,
What-
Simon. Just a moment, Ndeto. Simon, kindly mute the sound on YouTube. Simon, kindly. Please.
Okay. So what I was trying to
Ndeto kidogo tu. Simon, you will force us to take you out of the show.
Okay. The picture I was trying to paint is that this guy has all experience that is required when it becomes to being the boss or the director of this nation, because we have seen him committing a lot of his resources and time to support all these guys who are vying for presidents. So I believe one aspect that we should borrow from William Samoei Ruto is patience. Another virtue that we should learn from him is tolerance, because were it not for those, this guy could have been so anxious, and to some extent he would have even lost his track. So the other point why I believe that this guy deserves this seat is of his model. And unlike other contenders or competitors, I've never had anything to do with the model that these other guys will use, maybe to implement various policies when they when they win in the next government. The only models I hear is about thieves, how people have stolen in this country, and I don't know how that can help us as Kenyans, because we have the key organs who should investigate for such kind of issues and bring those who are liable, maybe to even they do what is necessary. So I believe the bottom-up approach that is always mentioned where Ruto is, the wheelbarrow narrative. Don't take it as a wheelbarrow. That's where we are going wrong. Ruto does not mean that every person should stop driving their Mercedes or their good personal cars and get to street and began pulling and pushing wheelbarrows. What he means simply is majority of Kenyans do not have a good source of living. Reason being, those leaders whom we entrust, to take wheel of economic change, these are people who have a lot of resources, and yet they keep on misplacing or applying the policies which are not touching the majority, because they would like us to remain poor so that every time we behave like beggars. And let me touch something about this bottom-up approach. Today, we were in that place where Ruto was. And let me tell you, he talked about the 30 billion. You know, currently MPs are given 30 billion, which is used as the County Development Fund.
30 billion.
Ruto,
sorry,
29.
It is 29. No, it's 100.
I mean, it is accumulatively, it is 29 billion. But per constituency, it is 100 and something million.
Oh, yeah.
So are we together, Jakes?
Yes, sir.
You should have said that before.
This man, our boss now, DP Ruto, the next president, the 50th president of Kenya, he told us that he will introduce a kit worth 30 billion. That means it's like doubling what is in the kit of MPs. Instead of getting like 100 million, they will be given like 200 million. And this 100 million will be getting directly to the pocket of Wanjiku. Let me tell you how. You have seen him selling the idea of circles. Very many, like last week I was in my village. I met Mama Bogas. I met motorbike riders. I met guys who are just hustling. That they were telling me that for sure hakuna pesa, but at the end of every day they are able to collect 20 shillings, others 50 shillings, and they have formed village saving and lending associations. Those are saving groups. And in these groups, they meet once in a week where they save something small, like 50, ile tu ya mahasura. And
How
they
is
are
that
able,
related to Ruto?
let me explain. I'm explaining how the 100 million that Ruto will put in the extra kit will reach to the Wanjiko.
Oh,
Thus,
that is future tense.
No, Olo,
not,
can you behave?
Can
I
you
said,
give me
can you
time?
behave?
Can you give
Yes.
me time? Yeah, if
We said we
you
give him
failed to
time.
tell us the policy that your candidate has, I'm giving the policies that my candidate
I'm just
has, and the
challenging what
reason
you are
why.
telling us because it
Cannot
doesn't make
challenge.
sense.
Can you
Give him
follow?
time, then you can.
Can you follow?
No,
Or
Jakes.
or we just
I'm trying to follow,
can you
but
stop?
I'm seeing nothing.
Yes, sorry, just a moment.
Jace, you cannot keep muting me.
Hello, it's okay. No, it's not me.
Okay.
It's not me.
Jakes.
Hello, Rupia, I'll give you the opportunity to rebut.
Jakes.
Okay.
It's not
Yes,
me.
let me carry on now.
Rupia is very humble today.
So
This Olo, where is the problem? What is the problem with Olo?
Serikali ametulia,
okay.
ni sawa, endelea
Okay.
Ndeto.
I'm his medicine, and he must listen to what Ruto is about to do to this nation. So those groups I was saying, you see, at the end of the day, if they are saving 50-50 and maybe there are 20 members, that means they are able to save like 1,000 per week. Per month, maybe it is 4,000. And they can be able to borrow some small loans to improve their income generating activities, like those vibandas, like those people who sell chais kwa hawa watu wa mjei, like those people who have small dukas or kiosks. They are able to get those small loans from those groups. So what Ruto is coming to do is, in the 100 million that will be pumped into that extra kit of the constituency, that these groups will be are encouraged to join into a SACCO, because when they have a registration certificate, like one group, two groups, they can be able even to come up and register as a SACCO, or they join in the existing SACCOs. So this is where the 100 million will be pumped in, so that instead of relying on this 4,000 from the group, they will be able to borrow more money from these micro credits with a low interest rate or no interest, thus expanding their small income generating activities. And that's why I'm saying, if the MP, because I'm the next MP in my constituency, Kinagop constituency, I'm the next MP, that is in Nyandarua. What I will be supplementing our parents with, or our hustlers with, is the other 100 million, where I will enable the process of giving parents bursaries is done, so that the small amount they are saving from their business, they can use it to do other things, like providing food to their families, such things. And that is the reason why
it's okay. Allow me to also add another person, so that to scare several people. Bartai
I want to ask Ndeto some question.
Nobody asked you guys some questions.
Lupia.
Just a small one.
No, why are you asking questions when you have not spoken? Can you hold your horses?
I'm not reversing what Ndeto has said.
Hold your horses. No, we cannot allow you, Lupia, we cannot allow you to take over. Can you allow us?
Let me ask
question. But we have not spoken.
Ndeto, no question at the moment, because we didn't ask questions.
It's a clarification.
No, which clarification?
Personally, I didn't allow questions for Baba, did I?
We are not
clarification.
We are not Rupia. The clarification you are seeking is when you don't want to allow others to speak.
The clarification
you cannot
is
hear because you are confusing others. That is even
if
corruption.
you say you will
corruption, Rupia. Rupia, you need to give us.
Because I gave
Rupia is entertaining it.
Asla kidogo, I gave you 45 minutes uninterrupted. With
that
no
clarification,
Rupia, you cannot speak clarification here, Rupia.
Interruption. So it is
if you say 100 million,
give them time, no. Which 100 million and when you're so quarantined, no. Rupia, you cannot just take over the show. And why are you overtaking the show over? Can you allow others to speak?
Seek my clarification.
Nobody will give you a time. Which clarification? Give us time.
I also want a clarification.
Yes, we also needed one. And you could not allow us. Which clarification are you seeking?
You know, you are now not a hustler, you are a heckler.
Exactly, and I will be one because I'm not a coward.
It's not you want to ask a question or a clarification.
No,
it's not
can you allow us also time to seek clarification? You denied us. Tit for tat.
Did you ask for that?
You couldn't even allow somebody to speak.
No. We spoke very well with a lot of difficulty.
Artai, go ahead.
Okay.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
You know, when you start heckling and the intelligent human beings, I wonder what kind of thing you want us to do.
But this is what we are doing, eh? I gave David, Rupia, Wekesa, Bernard, and Glory time to speak of their candidate. So without mentioning Baba's name in your submission, and to share settle your stories are heckling, so don't go back to it. So go straight to why Ruto for you.
Okay, why Ruto for me?
Don't repeat what somebody has said.
No.
Allow
Lupia,
him to
can you
go
shut
ahead.
up? Shut up.
Go ahead,
Lupia.
Bartai.
Mr. Hasla,
Okay,
are you also
It's
moderator
okay.
in this room?
Olo. Si amekubali. Serikal, go ahead.
personally, I'll vote for Ruto in 2022, and
Why?
I'll request the Kenyans to vote for Ruto in 2022 because of this. First, Ruto has shown us what he has shown us the capacity that he can do.
Okay.
I'll only highlight some two or three things. Ruto after in 2007 after Baba Prime Minister, after making his party leader at that time.
How did he make Baba Prime Minister? By killing people in a church, burning a church.
You people.
Jakes, if you are going to allow Olo to take us for a ride, we are not cows. That's what I said. He should shut up and wait for everybody to talk.
But he was given a ministry. He was given the minister for Africa. Before then, we used to
Ongezea sauti kidogo. We can't really hear you.
Before then, farmers used to buy fertilizers at around 6,000. But ministry, and for the first time,
Serikali, we can't hear you properly. I don't know if it is just me. Check on your mic, please.
I'm saying, when he was given to the Minister for Agriculture to buy fertilizers at around 6,000. But for CD and farmers bought fertilizer at around 3,000 shillings. He was then transferred mysteriously to Ministry of under unclear circumstances to Ministry of Higher Education, and that is when he actually used a double intake. All of us, for those of us who went to university, especially before we used to wait for a whole year.
Serikal, I don't know what is happening. I don't know if it is network connection. Unafika mahali una break. I cannot even make point of what you're saying.
I don't know why some people have to say they went to the university, surely.
No, it's okay.
My friend, Olo, did you... Olo,
Minister for Education.
No, Olo, have you gone through all the programs in university?
Bernard,
but you
was Ruto Minister for Education?
Mute me.
You don't display it in the show.
Jace, you cannot mute me.
It is not
Jace,
me.
You cannot mute me. You cannot mute me. Wait, no, you cannot mute me.
I have no ability to mute. You can. I wish you knew that.
Then
it is not me. It's not me. Oh my God. Okay. There's something I want to say to you, David Olo, Rupia, Wekesa, Bernard, Ndeto, and Duke. There's a reason why people stream live, and there's a people why people join. When we heckle, when we interrupt, one, it becomes so noisy, and at times we end up making it be bad, especially for those who are hearing. Kwanza kama umevaa earphones ina sounding vibaya. So I know at times we don't agree. That's why we encourage one at a time so that it can be audible, it can be clear. When you don't agree with a person, allow the person to finish, then come in. That way it will be good. It will be a good show. But when you all speak at a time, in the earphones, in a sound vibaya. And I want to be fair to those who are listening in. If you go to YouTube, we have over 80 people live. Facebook, we have over 40 something. So that's over 100 plus people listening to us. So let's be fair. You know, kila mtu anataka kusikia maoni yako, and kuko na watu undecided huku nje, so it is you to make your candidate either apate more following ama lose, even by how you carry out yourself. So I know we love our candidates passionately, but that passion can also have a challenge. So because Barjais and work on his sauti, can we go ahead?
Can I say something?
And Hustler, I just have one request. I hope mmenisikia what I've said. No? Have you heard me? Unmute and answer. Hustler,
Okay,
I'm talking to you. You have heard me.
you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
and then I want to ask you kindly avoid abusing anybody. Although avoid abusing anybody, because this show, everybody akona right, na no one is a cow, and no one is a fool. Kila mtu akona right. So what's up? But go ahead.
Just one request. Can I do a request, please?
Please do. Please
okay, thank you. I'm not abusing anybody. I just want to go straight. Having listened to the earlier communications,
okay,
I think, and especially with the Deto, I think I better go for Asra straight away. I better vote for Asra movement, because there's something that I've noted that when we talk about the ability of a leader, just look at the followers. How does the person educate? How does his or her followers just give views? I think there is something I desire from that. And I think I need to make a decision. I've been hovering around. I
Then
need
I don't
to make
want
a
to be a
decision.
hustler. According to
I want,
how you
please,
are giving your views,
can you see how can you see why I'm calling them cows again? Before I start talking, the cow is back again. No.
Okay, go to your submissions. It's okay. Go to your
I'm going
submissions.
to my submission and saying that I've taken time to listen. I have not made, and I said earlier, I have not made a decision on who to vote for. But I like cutting across views. When Raila was in Mombasa, I told you I'll be there. I went there. When Asura was in Kisumu, I went there. I want to get a view. But now, I think I'm 75% made. I'll make my mind to vote for that person. Why? One, when we talk about corruption, everyone has a dent. But one person who accepts that, yes, I'm being told that I'm corrupt, but I'm able to prove I am not. And that is one, Asla. Reason is, when you talk about all the agencies that are working on corruption, I've not seen one. I think about the Halol and Kimalel. We were told, Hasla, you know where the money went. All the agencies were put in place. The minister in charge of that docket was even taken to jail. None of the agencies, I remember even from this year, he said, we have no evidence of investigating the DP on this matter. And yet, the clarion call of many is Alol Kimalel, which I don't mind. Somebody talked about the capabilities of hustler delivery. I look at them. That somebody said he was a minister of higher education, and somebody cannot tell me that. And that is the particular time he said we cannot be able to give money to the universities without looking at their capacity. And that is when we earned the TVETs coming in. Remember, he's the one who brought the crime of TVETs. I remember that time. When we talk about the issues turning to agriculture, some of these issues that he brought around, today we have killed our backbone of our economy. That is through agriculture. And that is the reason is Rift Valley being an area that we understand in terms of agricultural economic background we expect to get from there. Today, we don't have factories that are delivering our fertilizers. Look at the economy in terms of tea, coffee, and all these other crops. We need to look at it. He brought ideas that were washed away by some other entities because he was becoming popular. He went to their education, something was done. And most of the time, when we are talking about delivery of service, it goes down to the common mwananchi. Are you able to bring an idea of a bottom-up approach? Others don't have any idea. They are just saying this idea is bringing the rich against the poor. Oh, He has brought his idea. I would urge other opponents to come up with an idea. Let's fight on an idea platform, but not saying, oh, this idea is bad, this idea is the other. And that is the time we are going to weigh these people and listen to. Asra has come with this. I've listened to his idea, but none of the others have come up with an idea. Their version is, he is corrupt, he is giving to the churches, he is doing to this. That is not to want for our Kenya. Asra has brought this. I hear there is something about it. I'm thinking about it. Where is the policy? Where is the idea for the others? Number 4, I'm coming to the idea of most of the readers that we have. When we think about trying to empower the common mwananchi, he brought an idea today, as Deto has just stated, that he wants to think about empowering the common mwananchi using government money and not people donating to the common mwananchi. We
And
have the
what,
idea of
what if he
CDF.
doesn't do that? What if he doesn't do that?
Because
those are just
I
promises.
told you.
Even
I
me,
told you.
I can come
Even
and
you
promise
are
you.
promising now.
Give Hustler time.
No,
Give Hustler
one
You
time,
thing
need
is
to
that
give me my time. You love your time.
from
we
the
have
records,
listened to your
And that is why
manifestos.
we
from the
listen to your
records, he
manifesto. Can
cannot
you
be
Just a
allow
moment.
us
trusted.
to
Just a
listen to
moment.
yours?
Just guys. Just a moment.
Where are the
Just a
stadiums
moment.
that he promised?
Hello.
From
My
the records,
friend,
he can't be
hello,
trusted.
you are not.
How
Are
sure are
you
you
the?
that he's going to deliver?
Hello, how many stadiums
Hello.
have you built yourself?
Hasla kidogo tu. Olo, ukiweka hivyo mic ina sound vibaya. Just hold it that way. Don't bring the friction, eh? So
Jack,
tumesikia pande ya Hasla, tumesikia pande ya
Sijamaliza.
checks.
Sijamaliza.
Asla kidogo, checks.
Yes, sir.
It's either you call that law into order, or we quit. We cannot spare our slaves to be insulted by. We need
Who
order.
has insulted you? But can you tell me how I've insulted you?
Sorry.
Ama
It's
nyinyi
okay.
mnalianga tu mmetusiwa na hata mjatusiwa.
No,
Can you
Olo.
tell me how I've
No,
insulted you?
Jakes Olo is behaving. I'm the one who is accusing Olo.
He's asking a question and insult.
Jakes, ni mimi namtukana Olo. Ni mimi namtukana, ni ukweli. And I want to...
Jake's Hustler was about to give a very important point on what Ruto said
sorry,
today.
I was on a call. I didn't hear. Sorry.
But Olo is
two,
very nini.
Hustler kidogo tu.
Yes.
Fanya aje. Let's present ourselves in a way. Kesho ukiangalia hii video utajienjoy vile ulifanya.
Kwanza natuambia tulienda university, lakini you don't see the university.
My friend, whether
hata huyu Ndeto pia anasema
no. Olo, I think you are the cows Junet talk about. That they don't question, they just follow.
Okay. Hustler, try to summarize. We have Duke, we have Simon. They have not said anything.
I was talking about
you, Hustler. I have questioned you.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what is happening. Duke, I don't want to put you on the katikati side and ask you where you stand, but kindly give your submissions on the two parties.
Can I speak, because I want to leave now. Tomorrow I have another engagement. Can I speak? Then I leave.
How many minutes do you wish?
I can even speak for 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds it is. Go ahead.
So what I want to say is this. This Ndeto guy and this Hustler guy, if let's say this was an exam, it was being marked over 10. I want to ask you two guys, if I give you that exam for you to mark yourself,
to carry on with the show, because
how many can you give
imagine
yourself?
the same Olo has not allowed us to speak, and then he is telling us you're carrying the agenda of the country. Allow us to speak.
But you are
if you want to
nothing.
mute, you can leave. Okay, if you are speaking nothing, then you can leave. Just quit and leave us to speak nothing. No, you cannot just.
Guys,
I told you
yourself.
we cannot just be. We cannot.
Now, see these two guys, they introduced themselves as being in the university. Now, is that really what a university material should be doing? Because we people who didn't go to the university are looking after them. Is that what they are displaying? Are they displaying really what they learned from there? No. So what I want to say is that people should really get the question that they are asking the show. so that you don't spoil the show. You see, with your presentation that, and then you don't want to be asked questions like Ndeto is giving us things that Ruto said, yet it is proven that he's a guy who doesn't keep promise. Where are the stadiums? Who is sure that he will bring those things that he's promising? You see, we have so many people who are not informed, and they are the people who vote in bad leaders. That is all I can say. Thank you. Good night. See you another day.
Thank you, Loy. Umekuwa poa. Thank you so much, sir.
I want to address Jakes. Jakes, I think you are partisan.
No.
Jakes, you are partisan. Let me
Honestly,
tell you are turning to be partisan.
I'm not. I wish you knew the kind of challenges I'm having. Bernard can tell you. Bernard si unisaidie kunitetea. Unaliacha tu kwa moto kama Shadrach, Bernard and Abednego.
Jax, allow me to make my submission, then I sleep. I have some engagements tomorrow. Okay. Sorry, I had some challenges with network.
Okay.
But I wish Olo angesikia because I think Mutiambai, when he started this conversation, he was trying to get a platform where we youths can engage and share views and look at how we can build a country. Sometimes I enjoy when I have these guys in because we discuss a lot of things. But when we start having insult ourselves,
Jakes,
I let Ishangwe. So why should we insult ourselves? You see,
Jakes.
Yes,
Jakes.
Hustler. Yes, Hustler.
You know, I felt. I think today is my worst low moment in this show.
And I take all the responsibility.
This is my lowest moment in this show, and I'll tell you.
Oh my! I don't know what's happening.
You see, check, yeah.
One more.
Msikilizaji, nimechoka na kusikiliza. Kwani wakina Holo na wakina Rupia ndio wakina nani? Si mtuambie kama mtaki tuongee, tutoke tuende. What are you trying to show us? Rupia,
hold on.
What is
Please, let's do this. Let's have a conversation that can be enjoyed by the people following. We are not here to prove a point to anybody. We're just here sharing our views on why we support whatever we support. And let's do it without emotions and all this manner of attacking one another. We are not the candidates and we are not selling ourselves to anybody. So please, if it's your turn, just share your points without attacking any other person. And if you have to paint other people in bad light so that you look good, that is a confession that you are not sure of who you are in the first place. So let's have some order and just share things bit by bit. But the information you give, please let it be credible. If you're not sure, begin by saying, I am not sure, so that somebody can correct. Don't give matters as an assured matter when you're not sure about it. So don't give information that will sell this platform as a platform for sharing and confirmed information. If it's not confirmed, say it is not confirmed, but I think so and so was the minister for this at this particular time. Thank you very much. Please, let's calm down and flow. Thank you.
Okay, Bartai, go ahead.
No, Jakes, in the Bernard has spoken. Bernard has spoken.
Go ahead.
Bernard has spoken. Bernard has spoken. But what I believe, Serikali want to speak. Deto spoke. For the first time since I came in this show, you could not.
Okay. Oh my. Serikali, go ahead. I don't know what's happening to Hustler.
You are not sharing the meeting, yeah? Let everybody be given opportunity to share. Hustler seems to be taking the floor by himself and saying whatever he wants anytime he wants. That is out of order, and you should not encourage that. And the other people who are sharing, just go straight to the point and state your mind. Let's avoid propaganda. Tuache uongo. Let's say what is factual and stand by it. Thank you.
Okay, I have sorry, Jakes. Before Barteri.
Just a moment. Someone is
It's a
already on the
rebuttal
floor.
to
No, it's,
Bernard.
wait.
There is no rebuttal.
Someone
I'm
is
not
already
saying
on the floor.
anything about the debate. I'm just talking about the platform. Ndeto, cool it. Let Serekal share his time. You will respond. Simon is also waiting, Bob, and every other person. We
Yes.
are not here to prove a point to anybody. We're just here sharing for the sake of this country and for the future we believe in. So if you believe in your candidate, well, for you. But that does not mean I have to. And all the candidates are offering themselves for the presidency. None of them is president yet. It is Kenyans who will decide who will be the president. So there is nobody who must be president. Thank you.
Serekali, go ahead.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I actually wanted to say what Bernard said, that we need to maintain decorum in this group. Let's be sober in our discussion and in our... I'm here to convince Bernard to vote for us. And I don't convince Bernard by insulting him. I tell him what I believe about the ASLA. Then he'll weigh if he want to vote for him. I've given these guys opportunity to convince me why I should vote for BBI. And nobody has convinced me. To be at Afika and Itusi. These are the guys come here, they lecture. They don't, we are here to convince. Me, I want to convince those guys who don't support ASLA. Let's vote for ASLA because I believe in ASLA, not because we come from the same region. But I've seen what he has done for us. And I believe if we can support him, we can get somewhere. But also, convince me, if you support the other candidate A, tell me that candidate A, I'm a fan ABCD for this country. Then we agree. But it's not to insult one another. And no, it makes this discussion boring. And this is the only discussion we wait for. Wait for this. I've been here for the last 2 hours, 51 minutes. Following, I get in, I get out, I get in, I get out. But with time, it's losing. It's not so interesting because any other time you get insults. Checks and your team with Mutiambai and Clinton. Let's agree. Let's you have a decision.
We will up our game and we will try to rectify.
Jakes and Bernard, I thank you for hosting me. I will never be back in this show again till we meet again, until we stop becoming a cow.
I don't know what is happening.
I am not a cow. Jakes and Bernard, you are totally biased. And then you just put people backstage, you put them off because you are also biased. In fact, wacha nikwambie Bernard, well,
oh, my hands are here. I'm not touching any buttons, so don't blame me. Oh my, Bartai, go ahead.
So, gentlemen, okay. The deep state himself amekitokelezea.
Nimekuja kuambia Asra aende kabisa.
No, Mutiambai, but on a very serious note, we need to up our game. We need this game.
Go ahead, Asra. Sorry, go ahead, Bartai.
Yes, we need. Hata nimekosa kitu nataka kusema. I've been in and out. Okay, so what is there is this, gentlemen. 2022 is around the corner. Let our discussion be based on our manifesto. As the Hustler Nation, I've been talking of bottom up. But you see, Mutiambai disagree with me on bottom up, but he doesn't give me the best solution for it. I've tried to explain my bottom up, not once, not twice, not thrice. But Mutiambai ana kitu ya kuniambia. He'll just want well, I'm not voting for Hustler, but it's not that he fought for my candidate because he will not do bottom up. He will do diagonal kind of economics if they decide to take by diagonal, or he will do the tribal way of economy. Because what we want to change the economy. The problem we have in this country is our economy is bad. What do we do? If you guys believe Asla cannot do it, sawa, don't have a problem. But he has given his, hii kitu kama kukatia deni. Ametukatia tumekubali. Sasa wewe kuja na yako utuambie mimi Sitaki ya bottom up kwa sababu ya bottom up kidogo. Asla alituambia atatujengea stadium hapo Jenga. Asla alituambia atatufanyia hii alifanya. Sasa unaona my candidate mimi alisema atafanya hii na amefanya. So akisema let's do top down kind of economy, he will change. You know, that is the kind of discussion we want. Mimi nikienda, I'll go out of this show knowing that Kenyans don't want Asla because of ABC. But now we don't have. They're not giving us solutions. We're just telling them Asla is corrupt, Asla is corrupt. And I told you, Mtiambai, get for us a show that tutaanza kusema corruption from 1963 to today. Because if you want us to talk about corruption, let's start from day one. When God created this country, let's start corruption from there. Tell me let's get all the facts. You know that so this candidate is corrupt because his grandfather was corrupt, then his father was corrupt, then his great grandfather was corrupt. And we go backward like that. But otherwise, let's bring as to defend our candidate. Let's try to defend and let's disagree on basis of manifesto or on basis of agenda. That is my statement.
Bartai umeongea vizuri. You see, when umeambiwa sema why you support Ruto without mentioning Raila, and then the first sentence unaanza na Raila this, sijui you are cows, sijui nyinyi ni mang'ombe. Bro, the Raila guys nimewasikiza hawakuwa nataja Ruto mahali popote. But this Asra guy thinks that he can force people to think the way he is thinking. At every time nikimpea chance ingie ndani, oh sijui we are jakes, oh sijui. My friend, mimi ndio na control debate. Sijui mnauliza jake nini? Is either you go with the rules ama utoke uende. You can even form your own group tu uchat hapo na utusi anybody mwenye unataka kutusi. Sawa guys, endeleeni.
I think I was the next, isn't it?
Oh, my.
I was next, Deto.
No, I have not spoken actually.
Mutembe unatutukana alafu unafikiri hatuta kujibu. You can care off with your show. Nobody cares. Kwani unafikiri hii ni Kenya gani? Usitudharau hapa.
My hands are here, people. Don't blame me. Okay, so sorry, just one moment, people. Let's get this thing. All of us, I think. Kidogo tu, Wekesa. Tunaweza fanya hii show bila issues, no? We have done it before. This can be different, sio? Sindio? We can do this, We can do this show well, good, in a good way, bila insult and all.
And people who have been here for long, I think you should show maturity. You can't just be like, mtu mekuja leo.
So, kidogo tu. So, Ndeto umeongea, serikali umeongea. Bob, allow me to be neutral in the sense that kuna watu hajasema anything. Bob, go ahead. I don't know if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so before I say the candidate I want to vote for, I prefer I say what I'm looking for. Then you will know my candidate.
Okay.
So the first thing for me I would want is national unity.
Okay.
And we know the problem of national unity started in 1963, not 2021.
Okay.
In 1963, we had two divisions. One was the capitalist and the other one was the socialist. Capitalism is all about making money, the few people making money. Socialism is about sharing the little money in the country with the others. We know what happened in 1963 up to date.
Okay.
Now, how do you achieve national unity? National unity is achieved by sharing the cake. Anybody who opposes this then doesn't understand what's national unity. Now, look at it this way. A person is given an opportunity to employ people. Weigh how many people is this person employing that are from one region? As in, if you look at Kenya, you have somebody who is the head of treasury, the head of, how do you call it? This building at Times Tower, KRA, the head of military, the head of everything that someone is supposed to head comes from one community. That's not national unity. But I would like to tell you that if you go back to 2002,
you will see what happened in 2002 when people came together. The same thing happened in 2013 when Jubilee was formed. Again, very many people came together, and that's how Jubilee won. Now, in 2022, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who the courts are calling Mr. Kenyatta, has realized this, that you need this unity. So he's building on what Jubilee had, the idea of national unity, so that everybody comes to the table. In the event nobody wants to come to the table, we always end up fighting. So for me, I would go with Baba, and this is why. Sometimes we need to be honest with what we want and what we need. I don't know if anybody is on social media, but just go to social media and see. When there's a problem in Kenya, nobody cries to Uhuru Kenyatta. Nobody says, oh, Uhuru Kenyatta tusaidie weni wetu. Nobody says, oh, Ruto tusaidie weni wetu. But everybody will cry to Raila Odinga. So why don't we be honest with what we need? You know, as in, why don't you vote for this person that you always run to when you have a problem? You know, and for me, I would say that if you look again at how Raila operates, look at what is happening in 2022. It's almost the same with what happened in 2002. Again, collecting people together, you know, and as they say, there's a coalition coming. You'll see people from Western Kenya, you'll see people from South Coast, you'll see people from North Kenya. Why? Because you cannot rule a country by yourself. And I don't want to insult anybody, but this is a habit of people of Mount Kenya. The idea that power must lie in Mount Kenya. Are you seeing that? So as much as someone wants to support Raila or Ruto, you also need to ask yourself, Raila has tried so many times to capture power and failed. Why? Because power is sweet. Nobody wants to just give it like that. So you have to negotiate for it. And this negotiation is what actually is called BBI. BBI, I know it's coming at the wrong time, to be honest. People are suffering economically and everything. But if you look at BBI, what BBI is trying to do is trying to expand the space so that we can have different people. Because when you have different people, everybody will, if they're tribal, they will employ their own people. And we will have different tribal people in the organization. Again, someone is talking about bottom-up. Bottom-up is fine, but without legal mechanisms to ascertain, you will not be sure. I can promise you I'll give you bottom up, but if there's no legal method of me giving you this bottom up, I may be lying. I'm not saying bottom up is wrong. Bottom up is actually very good. But if you go to the BBI now, there's a section that tells you central government will make sure money trickles down up to the ward. The ward level is the smallest unit, is the smallest political unit which central government can give money to. Nobody can give you money directly. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to be honest with ourselves. Even if I tell you bottom up, I can't come and give everybody money in their houses. But if there's a law that you can see that, okay, even if he gets it, I will get my share. So it's more about being guaranteed rather than promises. I think we have reached a point where in Kenya, we need to stop and ask ourselves, if you look back, huyu mtu amefanya nini? Let's remove these ideas of corruption, because even myself, I don't like it when I see newspaper corruption, but nobody's in jail. So let's remove that. And we are not sure whether Raila is a thief, Ruto is a thief. Let's remove that. But let's look at history. What has this person done so that we stop being lied to every time with fake promises? Because to be honest, there's a lot of fake promises going around. Thank you.
Okay. So that msieko ni kama mimi ndio nimulikwa na kila mtu, kindly if you can turn on your cameras honestly. Someone is saying muko nyuma ya tent nyote. By the name, can I get the name? Just a minute. Kindly come back to the screen, people. Helen Shella said mko nyuma ya tent hatuwaoni. Wambua Jamex Hefford, whatever that name is, it's a good one, but kusoma nayo. Watu waweke camera on, please. So it's a request from the audience, so that it at least shows kama ni Jakes ako hapa. Aha, I think we have made some good steps. Bob, kumbe unaweza jificha na kajina ka short ndio nsijue ni wewe. Na nilijua tu hakuna mtu anaweza ongea akiwa amerelax hivyo kasi.
Najua nilitaka kusema Bob ndio usijue ni mimi.
Sawa. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us behind the scenes. I can see Paulina Musitsa behind the scenes. Jerry Carlson, thank you. We can see you. Helen Sheila, we can see you. Thank you for being part of us tonight. Thank you, Mr. Douglas Nyamwea, we can see you. Justin Munjao, we can see you. Ogech Douglas, we can see you. Helen Sheila, I've said you. PJ Games, we can see you. Brit Joran Dalseth, we can see you. Thank you for being part of us. Now, so where do we go? We have talked about the candidates without mentioning pros and the cons. We have only said the pros. Okay. I choose to start with, I had started with Baba's side, saying why they would support Baba. I want to change the coin. Ndeto, why wouldn't you vote for Raila? Then I'll come to the other side. Why wouldn't they vote for Ruto? I think that is fair, right? So Ndeto,
wow,
the podium is yours.
Wow. Okay,
Why not
okay.
Baba?
Thank you, Jakes. And for sure, much has been talked about, and it is always good to conduct ourselves, especially when we are airing our views, because very many people are following.
Yeah, that's true.
And the reason why I feel Baba is a good leader. Personally, I do not have any beef with Baba.
Okay.
And I do not have anything bad with Baba, but maybe for some reasons, I feel it may not be the best fit for 2022. One,
but
I've
you see,
been following
2022 Tampea Linibon. The guy is getting old.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons, could be. And let me proceed, Jakes. One could be this reason. I've been following his rallies, political rallies. Like yesterday, they were launching a certain program to do with NHIF. And he was invited by the MP, not even Joho.
Okay.
And if you listen to Baba when he is addressing the public, I've never heard him coming out to tell us what he will do for the people. What Baba will always advocate for is about those people who are stealing for the government. He is even telling us how he is going to avenge to do with these people, bearing in mind that yesterday he said that Bernard, that he will ensure that he will bring these people down. And when you tell a person like that, and we know whom he was telling, I think that's not.
Deto, you seem to have a way of putting things.
No, let me finish. Then you can.
Going to bring to book all the thieves, okay? And you are not a thief.
Okay.
Oh, he has not mentioned anybody's name. Why should you take it?
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish, Bernard. Then you come in. The reason why I say that he was so specific on who he was targeting is because he started with a story. And he could tell us how some people have looted from the government. They are thieves. They are going cheating people how they will revive the economy. And yet they are thieves. So, of course, I know exactly whom he was referring to. And for this case, there is nothing bad as tethering a revenge when it comes to uttering political statements. I think that is the worst thing I've learned with Baba. And the reason why, even another reason, like in 2007, I was following up on the political stuffs. And he used to say that when he get into the realm of power, he will revenge what was done during there is this government of Jomo Kenyatta, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. And one time, They happened to have gone to Kisumu. And I think out of commotions, they threw some rotten eggs to the president. And all of us know what followed. So, and it is in public domain. This guy saying that when he wins, by then, that is in 2007, the first political rally would have stopped in Gatundu. What was he going there to do? Was it to take development or was it to revenge? So I think I am not here like to tell you whether it is revenge or to take political or to take development. So let us have Baba giving us manifestos. Let him stop telling us about thieves. We know there are thieves in Kenya. And for sure, Ruto is not the only person who has mishandled public resources. There are other people. We have even a lot of rats in our systems. Like when you get to maybe the judiciary, you will hear some people, some judges even, maybe some allegations against their integrity. Also, when you get to other institutions, maybe like DCI, or even the one for DCI, you will hear a lot of loopholes. Meaning these guys are also like extending these corruption issues. Look even from the police. So Ruto is not the only person. And I know if you keep on mentioning something everywhere you go, that portrays fear. So Baba has a lot of fear, and we do not need a fearful person when it comes to handling state matters. So let him stop that narrative of mentioning the deputy president and selling that bad kind of a policy that this guy is a thief, We have been told that since 2017. If, for instance, right now they are together with Uhuru, if for sure this guy has mishandled this money, they have the power, they have the machinery to bring him down and even to impeach him if that need be. Because when you are like accused of something, he should step out, and we have not seen this happening. So I think it's a high time for Baba. Like Ruto is telling us the bottom-up approach. Let Baba tell us the top-bottom approach or any other model that they have, so that we compare and see which will bring more good outputs than the other. Maybe by that, I can be convinced, because myself, I'm not here because I have some personal stuffs to do with Raila or that. It's about his policies. That is why I feel I cannot give Baba my vote.
Okay, well said. Allow me to be balanced. Now we have had one side, why not? Now let me, Bob, nikikuweka utachukua hadi kesho. Acha niweke Bernard.
No, I'll just take 30 seconds to actually say something in support of Ndeto.
In support, are you sure?
Yes. Yes. No, let's be honest. Jake, what I want to say,
Jesus.
What Ndeto is saying is true.
Bob, just a moment.
Okay, Simon. 1.5 hours.
Kidogo tu wekesa. That guy Simon, please, ukiingia mute the other side. Inaleta iko mbaya ama nyamumi. Simon, please mute the other side of your end, please, if possible.
Jakes, I want to support what Ndeto is saying. As I've said, I'm not going to vote for Ruto, and I will give reasons for this if needed. But what Ndeto is saying is also something as Kenyans we need to come to realize, that we cannot have the president of the country telling us 2 billion is lost per day. We cannot have newspapers publishing stories of corruption every day, but nobody's charged in jail. Nobody's in jail for this. So this is something that we need to accept, that maybe a corruption is there, yes, but if the government of the day is not ready to arrest people, let's not use it. Let's not even mention it, because it becomes embarrassing.
every time, oh, this guy is thief, this guy is a thief, but nobody is rotting anywhere in prison. So Ndeto is actually saying something that I support Raila, but I agree with what he's saying.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say.
Wekesa, why not Ruto? Why? Wekesa, nimekupea moment.
Having Ruto for future, maybe when he reforms. For now,
When
I'm
you say
asking
reform,
myself.
what do you mean? When you say reform, what do you mean?
And that's what I'm beginning by my submissions. Okay. So what I'm saying, right now, Ruto is the deputy president. We are being told that we cannot do anything about Ruto because they were elected as a pair.
Okay.
So when you talk about whether he needs to be impeached, whether he needs to do what, they tell us these two guys were elected as a pair.
Okay.
But when it comes to delivery, we are blaming Uhuru for the failure of his government. And foolishly, we are accepting that now Ruto is the solution. We are separating the two. We are saying one is the symbol of failure and another one is a symbol of solution. This is just hogwash to us. So, and another thing I'm hearing, people, the narrative that have been developed by our hustler nation is that Ruto is telling us what he will do, but the rest are not telling us. The rest are not telling us they are working. We have just seen what has happened to Kisumu. The people are working because this is not a time for campaign. This guy was elected between 2017 to 2022 to work as a deputy for Uhuru Kenyatta. The guy started campaigning 3 years ago. So we have known his manifesto because he started 3 years ago to campaign. So are we asking ourselves that this guy, if we give him the next 10 years, he will only work for 5 years and the rest he will be doing, maybe he will be planning for retirement because he took, out of the 10 years we gave them, he took only 5 years in government and the rest is planning for the next government. So maybe he will be planning for his retirement home just after 5 years. And that's why we are seeing like this guy is not serious. He is just focused on his own mission. And he is even here today. Today is the when he said that if we never had handshake, perhaps Jubilee would have accomplished the Big Four. Remember the name Tangatanga came from where? Uhuru was saying, can we stop the politicking and work? But the guy, he was not interested in that. He was just busy building his portfolio for 2022. And that's why I see whatever promises he's using, these are baits. These are baits to lure people because all the promises that these guys gave us in 2013, 2017, almost none has been achieved. So we don't need, as voters, we need to censure them. They need to come with a scorecard that I told you I will do this. This is what I've achieved. Can I now ascend to the next level as president? Because as a deputy, I have demonstrated that I can do this. Because everybody else, if we start campaigns now, you see Papa only stepped out one day and everybody is making noise. Supposing Papa stepped out in 2017 and making noise, this country could be ungovernable. So when people keep quiet, don't think that they don't know how to politics. Just as in this studio, there are people who have been making noise and they think us, we cannot make noise. We can, but sometimes we just want to play the rules of the game. So that is it. I think he needs to perform fast. He should not just be politicking around.
Okay.
I go next.
Bardai, go ahead. Why not Raila?
I've said in this forum not once, not twice. Before that, my good friend Angel, welcome. Long time. I've said in this group not once, not twice, that if I was to be a politician, I'll choose 50% from Raila and 50% from Ruto. I don't hate Raila, but there's some 2-3 things I don't like about him. We don't agree in terms of policies. Just some 1, 2 or 3 things. You see, between 2013 and 2017, Raila gave Jubilee government a headache.
Okay.
Because they keep on, Raila used to, wherever there was just even a corruption, just a smell of a corruption case, he'll come out and say, gentlemen, Eurobond, name all those. What happened between this 2017 and 2022? Because he's not talking. And president is selling us 2 billion daily in a poter. Why? We could have handshake, but you could still tell the government, even if we have handshake, I used to, NASA people used to demonstrate daily because of corruption. But KEMSA people up to now have not been arrested. Why?
Okay.
He's an hypocrite.
But he said, sorry, but kuna kitu alisema, I don't know, I'm still waiting. Kuna kitu alisema tungoje uchunguzi. Maybe uchunguzi haijaisha.
Okay, let me finish.
Aha.
Sorry for that. I'm forced to conclude this. Where it's involved, he doesn't talk. When it's not involved, he talk. Number 2, we supported Raila 2007. Because for the first time, Raila gave us a manifesto. But since then, Raila has never given us a manifesto. In terms of these reforms, the constitution and what, we will always support Raila when he talks about this constitution and what. But he has never given us a solid, that if I'll be elected to be president, this is how I'll solve the economic issues. This is how I'll solve. Wherever is in Bodiam, his only work is, NASA huyu, NASA yule. Kitendawili hapa, kitendawili huko. Medali hapa, medali huko. Wape, wakimeza wakitema, shauri yao. You get it? I want to support this man, but ajeni convince maze, nani, at least kuna dem kwa hii group. Tumulize, you know.
Angel is there.
You know, when we were young boys, let's share this experience. You know, when we were young boys, there are those boys who could go and kukalisha dem chini na kumchapia na kumwambia, you know, nitafanya hivi, nitakufanyia, you know, nakupenda, you look beautiful. Alafu kuna huyo jamaa tu atakuja asema, njoo budangu ako na gari, you know, budangu ako na, okay, that was my generation. That is my generation. I'm talking out of my generation. At the end of the dem ataenda na ule jamaa mwenye anaongea anasema, you know, sasa mimi nitakuja niwafanyie this bottom up approach. Wewe mama mboga utakuwa na pesa kila jioni, wewe jamaa boda boda utakuwa na pesa, mtu wa wheelbarrow utakuwa na pesa, you know. Lakini ukiambia mtu, lakini ukikuja tu sema kitandawili teka, utanyolewa bila maji, boss, atunyoi saa hii. Mbele kwa kichwa. Bro, ni kubaya, economy is bad. Ni money in your pocket. You get it?
Okay, unanijengea siku, endelea tu.
No, mi ni jamaa mjengo. Me I work with this one.
You guys.
Kidogo tu Bernard, you're next. You're next. Bernard, you're next. You're next.
We'll break it down for you.
You're next, Bernard.
We don't turn it into comic. This is an
Bernard, you're next. You'll be talking against why not Ruto? Allow Serekal to finish.
Me, I'm Jengo guy. And you know, from Jengo, atunanga tribe. Okay. Rules of Jengo, that there is no any tribe. We get everybody. Kitu imetuleta sisi wote hapo ni hustle. So that I interact with most of these guys from the bottom side of life. Those guys nini, because jioni watachukua omena kwa mama Otieno, watachukua kideri kwa nani, na give Njeri, watachukua Musik from Kibet or nani. What they want money in pocket. Hawataki story. Walishachokeshwa na sijui kuna reforms itakuja, sijui country ibadilishwe, sijui constitution ibadilishwe aje. Wow, they no longer care about this constitution. Wanasema sawa, even if this guy is a thief, provided akiiba itufikie, we don't have a problem. They want money because wamefinywa sana. They want to buy milk at 35 shillings per liter. They want ununue na 60 shillings. They want ununue mboga na 5 bob because economy is bad. So you see, Raila is leader, but let him get a concrete manifesto. I'll not vote for him because he doesn't have a manifesto. Atatufanyia nini? Lakini for purposes we can vote for him. Kama ni kunyolewa bila maji tutanyolewa. Kama ni hadithi njoo tasikia. Kama ni akasa we know we'll get that. Now that is my submission.
Bob. Just like I like what Batai is saying, and Batai, I have shared with you the NASA 2017 manifesto so that we also don't speak what is not true. Before general election, every political party must have manifesto. So we cannot say Kalonzo has never given us a manifesto, etc., etc. That one will be lying to the viewers. But what I agree with you is that Raila and the others have not given a manifesto yet. And we also need to understand it's not yet time for campaign, you know. So before the period of campaign, you cannot force somebody to give you the manifesto. But if you go to 2017, and these are things you can Google, I can send you the link if you want. And one of the manifestos that the other parties have always had is national cohesion. And one of the reasons Raila never even won is the TGRC report. The moment you bring in the TGRC report, people who have stolen land gang up against you and use the population against you. The moment you bring up things like the Mau forest, these are things like nationally, we should all take care of it. But the moment someone brings them, the other communities gang up against you. So I don't agree with you that there is no manifesto. I can send it to you if you want. But the year 2022 general election, the campaign period has not started. This is just something I wanted to clarify, if you don't mind.
Bob, naambia uko na low battery, please charge. Kidogo tu. Mr. Duke, Bernard, kidogo, Duke hajasema kitu.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay.
Bob, you see, even me, I don't have everything that you be saying. But you know, you be stadiums. You get it? Yeah. So at least every Kenya know, as much as Jubilee failed, they gave us Big Four agenda, they gave us stadiums, they gave us. But you see, for this NASA, you talk of the TJRC.
Serikal, sorry, kuna mtu anauliza which stadiums?
The stadiums, the 6 stadiums they say. They have not delivered. We will try them again, but they gave us a manifesto. But you see, nobody manifesto ya NASA. Ilikuwa NASA hawa, NASA wale.
Serikali, hebu nikuulize swali. Where does the constitution require you to use a manifesto? To judge somebody?
When you are implementing your...
Is it a constitutional requirement?
No.
If I have shared my manifesto and you're not interested, would you even know what is in?
No, of course not.
You wouldn't. So you went to NASA rallies and all you wanted to hear was NASA them, catch them. You didn't follow what was going on, and therefore you have come to a conclusion based on nothing, in saying that
kidogo tu, kwani did we replace Olo with comedians?
Bernard, stop being philosophical.
No way.
Because serikali is pointing out a very good point that hata kama Raila ameenda kwa hiyo.
I have not finished saying what I was saying and you're already interjecting.
Because you may be...
Bob has just given a link for the NASA manifesto. How can you say they did not have a manifesto?
Shida sio manifesto hapa.
That you have not read the Bible does not mean the Bible does not exist.
Shida ni entrenching enmity. entrenching enmity is the problem, because when you keep on
Bernard,
Bernard,
build on your eternal hatred which you've been indoctrinated from your region. Okay?
Nyie mnatumia wifi, munipee chance niongee, mi natumia bundles. Ama muniongezee bundles. Sawa.
What you are saying, we have heard it before. And using revenge as an scapegoat against Raila's presidency is nothing new. We are not hearing it.
Why should he keep insulting?
Just a moment, people.
The most revengeful politician we know, you know his name. The most forgiving politician we have in this nation is Raila. He has ate with people that have... In fact, Raila defended Moi after Moi detaining him without trial. What are you talking about?
That is your version. That is your version, Bernard.
Ndeto kidogo wanted to fry Moi.
Bartai serikali.
Who stood on the platform of the parliament floor to defend Moi?
Bernard, you said you wanted to give a question. You are now making submissions.
No, Ndeto is the one intercepting.
I understand.
For nothing.
It's okay.
No, let me tell you why I am interjecting. The reason I am interjecting.
Neto, wait. Allow Angela to speak. Angela, go ahead.
Yes, habari zenu wote?
Salama.
Uko salama?
Go ahead.
Yes. Hebu kwanza nikumbushe topic. Nimekaa hapa nikasahau.
Tumechonga hii topic mara kadhaa, tunaongelelea tulianza na wale wanaoshabikia baba wakatoa sababu zao, tukatoka hapo tukasema wale wanashabikia Ruto wakatoa sababu zao. Sasa ninauliza wale ambao hawashabiki baba watoe sababu zao, wale ambao hawashabiki Ruto watoe sababu zao. But mada kuu ni usemi wa Ruto na wa baba mbona umesisimiwa vyombo vya habari, especially kulingana na mambo ya corruption. So hizo ndio vitu tunaongelelea.
Sawa. I think in Kenya, kisoma history, corruption ilianza kitambo.
Okay.
Hakuna mtu amekuwa kwa serikali mwenye hajawahi kula.
Okay.
So, if I may start by asking a question that, do you think when Baba becomes a president atamaliza corruption? Or do you think when Ruto becomes president of Kenya atamaliza corruption?
Ni swali tujibu ama ni swali tutafakari?
Wacha mimi nijibu.
Munijibu.
Okay, sawa. Acha nipe serikali, acha nipe Duke kwa sababu Duke hajasema hata salamu, acha hata kujibu. Hata hajatusalamia. To be fair. Duke, I know nimekuweka sana but please kuna swali ya Angela ya Angel imeulizwa. Alafu mnaweza jibishana naye kidogo hapo. Go ahead, sir.
We are trying, actually I can tell him we are trying to see, we know nobody can solve it perfectly, but we are trying to compare the two so that we can know who can do better and then we pick him. So also from your side, try to scrutinize that as you make a decision who to vote for.
Okay. On my side, I just see none of them could do better of any, because Baba has been in the government, Ruto has been in the government. I remember 2017 rallies, Baba could tell us about Eurobond money, NYS. Right now, he's only seeing that Ruto is the only person who has stolen money in that government. So, when we just focus our Kizito acha zawana. When we just focus our minds on Ruto and Raila, I don't see if we could be changing this Kenya of ours.
Okay.
Because Ruto has been in the government. Nini amefanya kizuri sana? I expected Ruto ajenge kampuni ya unga Eldoret iajiri vijana. Na sijaona akijenga. I expected baba wakati alikuwa kwa government, wakati alikuwa prime minister, afanye something that yenye inaweza ambia watu, anaweza simama ambia watu, this is my own money from my own pocket. You know, ukinunulia mtoto nguo na pesa yako, unajivunia, unaona huyu mtoto anatembelea pesa yako. Lakini ukipewa tu pesa na fulani na unanunua nguo, hata wewe huwa unafili ya kwamba si wewe umefanya. So, if we just focus our minds kwa baba na Ruto, kila siku ni baba na Ruto, those are matusi ya campaign, tuna understand na tunajua iko, watatusiana. At the end of the day, utapata wanaenda kukula kwa hoteli moja, kwa sahani moja wamechomesha nyama, wanakunywa gilasi moja pombe. Na sasa hiyo wamesimama kwa marali wametusiana. You know, we are the loser. Why can't we just think wisely in this Kenya of ours? And we can change. I know we cannot change Kenya in 1 minute or in 2022 election. It will take us time. But even if it takes us time, let us reason out wisely. Ruto cannot be the best for Kenyans. He cannot make Kenya to be the best. Baba cannot make Kenya to be the best. All these politicians have been in there. When you talk of Musalia Mudavadi has been in government. They had those chances. When you talk about Moses Wetangula, Kalonzo Musyoka, they have been in government. Nini wamefanya? At the end, wameruin economy, imerudi chini. We are the people suffering. They're enjoying eating our taxes. Mishahara zinapandishwa usiku na mchana. Nao sasa wanaanza kurushiana nini? Matusi, waone ni nani ndio sujaa kushinda mwingine. Ambapo hata haiwezi tusaidia. Hakuna kitu tutafaidika pale. At the end of the day, Ruto don't know me. Baba hanijui. Wetangula hanijui. Naona? Sincerely speaking, hata nikimkambeinia huku chini nimtafutie kura na hanijui, what will I be gaining? Instead, ni gas inapandishwa, bundles zinaongezwa, taxes. Mimi tu bado ndo naumia.
Umefanya nikakuhurumia wa. Alafu pole Bernard anakuchekelea na Robert. Sio kucheka, ni kulia inside.
No, actually she's right. I'm laughing because she's saying
Jakes, you are misrepresenting us.
No, yeah. I'm joking. Si unanijua tu bro.
Actually Angela is
Isaac Akiben.
Not in that way please.
Lakini Angela unaongea ukweli.
Go ahead Angela.
Let me answer this Isaac Akiben. Isaac Akiben, Ruto hakunywi pombe, but these politicians, they have a very common place. Choma point, wanapatanianga huko. So don't tell me hakunywi pombe. Hakunywi, yes. Do you live with the Ruto? Unajua hakunywi pombe? Kama anakunywa kwa bedroom yake utajua aje?
Unachoma sasa, but sawa tu.
Haya, mimi naendelea na comments zangu. So, maoni yangu ni as young generation, kwa nini hao politicians washindilie kutupoteza hii muda yote? Now that wameharibu generation yetu kabisa. Like sahi gasi yangu iliisha last week. Aki afadhali nikule tu kwa hoteli 50 bob kuliko kurefill. Ni pesa mingi imepandishwa.
Utawaya mpango hapa nyuma ya tent, but sawa.
Wewe Angel kuja kwa hasla.
You know when you say that ni come kwa hasla, you have to convince me with something strong that makes me kukufuata kwa hasla. Not me kukufuata tu kama kondo zile zinapelekwanga mtoni zinasukumwa tu twende kwa matope papa zinaruka kwa maji chafu That is how our politicians
I wish
are.
you listened how I explained the bottom up approach. Na wewe unaweza saidika sana wewe kwanza.
Wewe Ndeto usinyakue kondoo kwa show. Let's continue. Angela, continue.
You know, Ndeto, when Mutembei started the show, I was the first follower wa Mutembei. So I've been in this show. Sini wale dynasty or what wa hii Mutembei group. So Ndeto, there's nothing you can tell me more good than venye nimekaa kwa hii show hii muda yote. Naona? There is nothing.
I'm just giving you a reason why Hustler Nation is more strong.
Deto, can you keep quiet? Deto, can you keep quiet? And let me explain for you this. You are eating my time for nothing. Deto, let me tell you like that when Corona came in, that some companies closed up down their business. They are completely closed. And that is where some of us lost our jobs. Hatuna kazi, hatuna cha kufanya. And when you look at the government, hakuna kitu inatusaidia. You see? Kama Ruto alikuwa ameona uchumi imedidimia, angetuambia kwamba sasa amefungua kampuni ya kutengeneza mask na employ 200 youths pale wanapack masks za kuuza. We could be happy.
He has been donating. He has been donating to you.
Donating what? We don't want to be donated. Hata mimi sai Angela nikikwambia nisaidie, sitaki unipee pesa ya kununua unga mfuko moja. Nataka unipee something that can sustain me for long. Unaelewa?
Yeah, like boda groups. Look at boda groups. Wana save, alafu wanaongeza kwa their circle. That is a long life. It's sustainable.
Angela,
Wekesa, there's this thing that I don't want to encourage, interrupting and then taking over. That is what is causing issues. So Ndeto, please, you made your submissions. Allow Angela to finish. Angela, finish so that we can have other people coming in, please. Go ahead.
Hata Ndeto unafanya nikuwe confused na points zenye nilikuwa na make. Shindwe.
Bundles.
So, you know, when we just focus our minds on these politicians, Raila leo amesema, Ruto leo amesema. Like mi unaweza imagine nilipita Ruto kwa pale penye nampita tu nikiwa naenda church. Hata siku spend even a single minute kusikiliza vitu zenye anasema. Hanijui na hakuna chenye ananisaidia. Like when unaona Ruto ameenda kanisa fulani, hiyo kanisa kuna mtu wake pale mwenye ako next kwake, ndio mwenye amemconnect pale kuenda pale. You see, when you see Ruto anafund pale mahali juu, kuna mtu pale next mwenye anamjua, anambembeleza, anamwambia kuja twende huko. Mbona haezi tu jitokelezea aseme nataka wale watu wa nini pikipiki wote waandikwe majina and then awafandi kwa hiyo pesa yenye unasema hivyo? Why is it just ni kwa sababu mnajuana? Kama hamjuani, nothing. Naona. So let us come out with a generation that can build a better Kenya for a better living. If mimi naishi haya maisha magumu, then what about my kids? Ni nini wataishi maisha ya aina gani? You see? Sasa hata kuna mtu mwenye ako stranded, haezi peleka mtoto shuleni na ako na mtoto pale kwa nyumba. Anashindwa ni school fees anaanzia wapi, anamalizia wapi? Because of poor leadership, economy imedidimia. Our government inatupeleka tu kwa msitu. There is nothing good it's doing for us. Yes, kuna zile inafanya baadhi, but out of 100%, it's only playing around 10% ndio yenye government inafanya. You see? So let's change up our minds and come up with something that can bring up our generation in a better living. Tunajua ya kwamba hauwezi earn 1 million in a day, but you can just earn a better living when unapata 50, unaweka 20. Unapata 20, unaweka 10. Lakini si ile unakosa completely, hata kukula inakuwa ni shida. You know.
Okay.
Sawa.
Kuna mtu ananitumia
let Angel tell us who she is supporting.
Ndeto, just 1 minute. Kuna mtu ananitumia personal text. I don't know. I don't have Angel's number, but someone is asking, na naona pia kuna mwingine hapa anasema, Angel, are you comfortable sharing your number? People are willing to M-Pesa you.
I think let us just be M-Pesa of bundles, but ikiwa story ingine tena bado na kuanga mchafu kama sewage. Acha niweke pale namba yangu.
Okay.
Okay. So Jakes, let Angela tell us ana support Ruto ama Raila. Amehepa hiyo swali sana.
Sijahepa, Deto, stop forcing me to support Ruto or Raila. I have not yet decided. I have not seen the best whom I can support. Let me tell you, they have not yet convinced me to support them, to vote for them. In fact, I'm just praying to God to kunipa nguvu hiyo siku, kunipa uhai, nitatumanisha kuku ushago. Hiyo siku itakuwa tu nikarangishe kuku kwa nyumba siku ya election na nikule na nishibe na nilale. Because I know even if I fought for Ruto, ni maisha ni yale yale tu, hayatabadilika. Hata nikivotia baba ni yale yale tu. Mimi ule mtu atasimama, any new candidate who has not been in government is the one I'll be giving my vote.
Muhisa
Deto,
Kitui.
kuuliza swali ingine tena.
Are you voting for Muhisa?
Whether it will be Muhisa Kitui, let me now count for you. Jimmy Wanjigi, Muhisa Kitui, so they can have my vote. Ukiona amepata kura moja, just know that is Angela's vote. Okay?
Angela. Na unikumbuke kwa kuku. Uniwekee kuku moja basi.
Angela. But there have been proxies to government. There have been Mukiza Kitui amekuwa serikali. This other guy pia amekuwa proxies wa deep state. Okay. I have Angela, you asked a question about corruption. You know, what I'm very sure is, even if we fought for us, even I know this guy who supports Ruto, like he will not accept. Even if he votes for Ruto, he will not stop corruption. The only way we'll stop corruption in this country is parade 4 or 5 guys when you piga marifasi kwa kichwa. That is the only way. Corruption na kurudi na parliament na kurudi na watu. Sema hao watu watano wamecorrupt. Wameita na KEMSA ama pesa ya shule. In an open. Aweka all media houses.
But I think serikali, I think
Baratai, let me answer you.
Just a moment.
Let me answer you.
Just a moment. Kidogo tu. Mtembe, remove this banner so that I can be able to read the names. I can't see the names. Now who was talking? Mliongea nyinyi wote, no one.
Let me tell Nani something. Yeah, let me tell him something. You know the way he is advocating.
Are you
Who are you telling something? Who are you telling something?
Deto, I was asked a question. Can you keep quiet and answer my question? Please.
Let me first come in to Selkal. Then I will address you, Agel. You know he has brought in a very.
Deto, can you keep quiet, please? I'm the only lady in this room, so give me my time. I talk. Ladies first.
But Angel, I thought umeambia Bartai aongee.
Alikuwa ameniuliza swali. Sasa sinajibu Bartai na Deto amekasana address Bartai na bada ni address. Au sasa na yeye hajaulizwa swali. Wacha nikwambie Bartai, when you say that we shoot these people, that's not the way forward. You see, in Kenya corruption cases, there are more and more and more and more. The only thing we can do when we stop corruption in this country of ours is we change the type of leadership we are having. You see? Tunabadilisha uongozi yenye itakuja kutuambia kama ni sheria itafanya kazi, iwe ni sheria inafanya kazi. But you know when Ruto goes there, atajua fulani yako NYS ni mtu wake, amekula pesa. Do you think atamfunga? When Raila goes there, anajua MP fulani ni mtu wake. alikula pesa ya CDF. Do you think atamfunga? Haezi mfunga na haezi mshoot. And you cannot just come from nowhere ushuti mtu ati juu ni corruption and you don't have evidence. It's also a process. You see, si kitu unaamka tu mara moja na unakata mtu shingo na inaanguka. It needs a process and it needs a leadership of wisdom. Naelewa? Si ile leadership tu ile ya mtu unaamka kwa uzingizi we ni kiongozi. No.
Okay, let me add something. Let me add something now,
Maybe
Angel.
after Ndeto,
You know,
I will also comment kindly.
Okay. So I was also, Nani Angel has brought it very clearly. You know, I sympathize with a person like Miguna, for instance. You know, this guy used to be in NASA, and NASA is now in the government. Yet Miguna is still in Canada. I mean, also there are some impunity there because we expect Baba to have also come along and allowed Miguna to be around. So that shows you can be friends when you are campaigning because these people have a certain interest. When they meet their interest, then if you happen to be inside the vehicle, you will be carried. If out, because Baba can show us an example by bringing Miguna back because he is already in government. Let us have Miguna first. Sio mambo hata ya kuana.
Information is not accurate. Miguna has never been in NASA. 1. 2, NASA has not been in government yet. They were to form government in 2017, but they did not. So I don't know which one you are talking about.
Miguna was a member of ODM. And
excuse me, I thought we were talking about corruption. Angela asked a question about corruption. How did Miguna come in?
Miguna is coming in because the way Baltai has brought it, that let us see those corrupt people put into public space, then we call all media and we shoot them to death, cold blood. Then I'm also sympathizing with Miguna because look what happened to Miguna. You know, Baba was the president of the people and he deserved even treason because he was against some international laws. In fact, were it not for sympathy from Uhuru, Baba could be nowhere. And he could be nothing in terms of political. But if they bring Miguna back, then we can understand that these people clearly they are considering. So that's why I've brought in the issue of Miguna.
Bernard, allow me to respond to Ndeto. Ndeto, kindly, maybe what I would also tell you is that according to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there's only one president, and this president is called the President of the Republic of Kenya. Even you yourself today, if you swear in yourself and you call yourself the President of the people, trust me, there is no argument for that. So the issue of treason, really, there's no law in this. It's just something politicians use to make fun of it. That's why there's a president for LSK. You can be a president for, a president of Lake Victoria. The only problem in the law is when you call yourself the President of the Republic of Kenya. But this is not what we are talking about. Angela, maybe to try and answer your question, so we leave these sideshows. As you've said, you have not decided and you're still thinking about it. But in terms of corruption, I myself personally am really disturbed about corruption. And in my opinion, I would actually ask you to just look back in history. Don't listen to people promising you things. Go back to history. And there's a very nice Twitter page. It's called Kenya History on Twitter. They post historical information. You will see one person, Raila Amolo Odinga, whether you like him or not, he has been talking about corruption. But every time he talks, it is turned against him. And then he becomes the old man who is always complaining. Are you seeing that? So it's not like there's nobody really fighting corruption, but there seems to be one person, whether you like him or not, just understand that there's someone throughout history, we have relied on him to keep telling us who is corrupt. And every time he does it, he's branded a name, and it reaches a point where he himself, even myself, I would say, okay, let me shut up for a minute so that these people can see with their own eyes, And the moment he keeps quiet, People are now saying, oh, you know, blah, 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 he's eating it, he's doing this. With corruption cases, it's really hard to know who has stolen what and who has not stolen what. But I would tell you, if you go back in history, you will see for yourself who has been fighting corruption. In fact, according to some people, corruption cannot stop someone from developing. You see, so it's not like people have opinions about corruption. If it's corruption you want, just go back to history, look back. Who has been fighting corruption and what political slander? Because people use the media to insult others. I say today, Bernard is corrupt. Bernard goes and marshals people from his community, and they call Bob Nimjinga, Bob Nimwendazimu, you know. And then people take this Matusi, and we forget that Bernard is corrupt. Then I do it again, and I do it again. The more I continue making noise, people now see me as stupid. Okay? So it's not like Raila or someone else has not fought corruption. We are trying. And when I say we, myself personally, I don't like people and they're corrupt. But again, imagine we are Kenyans and someone is here telling you, if Nani is corrupt, so is Nani is corrupt. You know, as in, what is our standard? And this is where I would agree with Angela. If your standard is corruption, tell us that, okay, for me, I don't mind if Bernard is corrupt, I'll vote for him. But we cannot be saying things like this on the internet, you know. It's embarrassing for people who are watching. What is your standard as a citizen? Do you want a corrupt person? If your answer is yes, well, that's you. But we cannot hide under Bernard is corrupt, so Nani can also be corrupt. I think this is a very bad mentality. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, well said. Allow me to bring two people who have not said a single word. Gachukia, are you there?
Just a minute.
Kidogo tu baadaye. Kuna watu hawajasema hata salamu. Go ahead, Gachukia. Have you been following the debate? Salama sana, Mr. Gachukia.
Nimemfuata sana na pia ni mgeni kwa mara ya kwanza nimepatikana kwa hii screen.
Oh, okay.
Nashukuru kupata hiyo nafasi. I'm very much humbled. Let me say just a few.
Okay.
And I want to mention just 3 things. One is, to me, there is one person I know it is very difficult to be the President of the Republic of Kenya. Na ni mmoja tu anajiita Hustler Nation. Ni ngumu sana Hustler Nation kuwa president wa nchi ya Kenya. Because there is one thing that Hustler Nation is doing, because ameona youth wameanza kufikiria and the Kenyan have started reasoning out, na anataka kupitia njia ya sympathy vote. Sympathy vote is where anataka kuleta terminology ati ni yeye anapigwa, ni yeye anaonewa na kila mtu kwa serikali. If you are mentioned in a corruption or in any other affair, there is only one way of getting out of it. Ni kwenda kwa koti na kudhibitisha. Lakini this analogy of coming to the Wajiko and showing Wajiko how good are you by giving us wheelbarrows, I think this is the field of looking for sympathy vote. But I can mention one thing. Ruto was in Ministry of Agriculture, and I want one person to convince me what Ruto did when he was a Minister of Agriculture. And due to that, he is thinking he would do better akikuwa president. Kenya hakufanya akuwa Minister of Agriculture, anafikiria atafanya in agriculture kuwa president. Ruto was in the field of education. Alifanya nini kwa field of education chenye atunaona atafanya akuwa president?
Okay.
There is another thing
Ruto, I can answer you if we're given an opportunity.
Ndeto, please.
I'm highlighting.
Allow him to go.
I'm highlighting your answer.
Okay.
I remember very well Ruto said kwa mdomo wake ati kama serikali haitajenga stadiums, and you know them, yeye aulizwe. So sitauliza serikali yote, nitauliza Ruto. Sababu yeye alisema na mdomo wake yeye aulizwe kama serikali haitajenga. Okay, I'm here by saying that if there is a person we have to question much, it is Ruto. Ruto's affair and Ruto's comments toward the government inaleta picha ya kiongozi ambao hatuwezi amwamini. When you are in the side of a government, Ruto is there crapping that the government have performed. But akienda kwa field ingine, Ruto is there criticizing the government, the same government yenye yako. I came to sasa hiyo itajibiwa na watu wenye support Raila, Ruto. I come to Raila some point nakuwa na percentage ya kumsupport. Because Raila when it comes to the field of corruption, tumeona Raila akisimama kidete kupigana na corruption. Hiyo labda mtu wa fitina. I'm not a supporter of Raila neither Ruto, but ukweli usemwe ili tujenge Kenya ambayo inasonga. Raila amejaribu kupigana na corruption. Second, Raila tumemwona kama mtu wa amani. Raila amefanya vibaya na Moi akamsamehe na wakafanya kazi pamoja. In 2002, Raila said Kibaki tosha. In 2007, the Mount Kenya region wakambetray Raila according to the agreement that Kibaki 5, Raila 5. Raila hapo akarudi akafanya kazi na Kibaki. Tumemwona Raila tena anafanya kazi na Uhuru. So Raila his focus kuona Kenya iko na amani na Kenya inasonga. What is this Ruto has personal with Raila, that Raila after kukuja kwa government, Ruto alichange kabisa. Na kaona ni kama sumu imekuja kwa government. Ni nini hii personal anakuanga nayo kwa Raila? Otherwise, if this story haiwezi change, now we can do away with Raila, we can do away with Ruto and get a neutral person. But since hao wawili ndio tu tunaweza sema the potential wako na potential kuwa president, who is the best? I think that is the question tunafaa kujiuliza, si kujivutia pale tunaona makosa tunasema hapa kuna makosa. Pale tunaona kuna bidii tunasema huyu alifanya bidii. And I think that's the way we can make a good Kenya. About Miguna, I can say that nimesikia mtu amesema Miguna. Raila si yeye president wa Kenya. Na Raila si alifukuza Miguna Kenya. Hapo hata kama mimi si supporter wa Raila, hapo naweza sema. Lakini if unasema kuhusu Raila kumleta Miguna back, Raila hana uwezo. Sababu si alimfukuza. So wenye walimfukuza wanaweza mleta, wakiona hawana haja na yeye, hizo wanaweza endelea kumzuia, but wacha kuwekelea mtu kitu si yake ili uone reasons za kumpunish. Let us be genuine, let's make a good nation. And actually I'm very much happy with that the debate nimeisikiza kutoka mwanzo mpaka hapo, and I think we are moving in the right direction. Asanteni sana.
Gashukia, okay. Let me answer a question.
Deto, I'm sure you have written. I can see Bob writing. I can see some people are writing. Allow us
1 minute, so please. 1 minute, please, before I forget.
You know.
I can easily forget. Jake.
Kindly write, because I'm also writing. Then we give other people.
No. Because Deto, if we go that way, now tutakapa over 2 hours without saying anything. Mulumbu, how are you, sir? Have you been with us? You have listened to the show. Tell us for all we have said.
Thank you so much, guys. I've been listening to you guys, and today to have a very wonderful show. To me, I thank the lady that's there. Her reason is very wonderful, and also I thank Mr. Gachukia or Gachagua. That's the man who is reasoning like a really.
It is Gachukia.
Gachukia, a man who is reasoning like a really Kenyan who understands what's the politics in Kenya. Remember, before I said, before you start talking about politics, go back to the history and read about the history of Kenya, the politics. Read history of Raila, come read history of Ruto, read history of Davadi and Kalonzo. And then you come to know, when you're debating, you debate when you know what you're talking about. But don't just fail in your regional cocoon tribalism. You come, because the problem we have in Kenya is one thing. Most of us, we grew through corruption. Most of you were born in corruption. Some of you are taken to school in corruption. Some of you walibiwa marks ya shule kabla Matiang'i hajakuja akaziba media kuiba nini. So mkiongea, you're just talking about through the ile corruption mmekuwa ndani yake. You don't look forward. How can we change? And you know, you have to look at yourself too. How you can change the country. I have been there. I had how Kuku and Ananyona were they put it, they put task on the government was there of Moi. Now what they went through. Remember, Shikuku used to say the truth, and alikuwa naitwa a watchdog of parliament. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anasema corruption zote zinafanyika. Moi hangekubali yeye amshinde kwa kura. Always alikuwa anamwibia. So tukiangalia between Ruto and Raila, Ruto nikiangalia throughout alikuwa amekuwa na scandal. Ndio hiyo Mungu alimjalia akaingia kwa government. Hako na Uhuru. Instead of helping Uhuru, ile roho mchafu ameiweka pale ya scandal mpaka leo. Hawezi patia hata Uhuru mkubwa wake kufanya kazi. Sasa somebody like you who cannot respect his boss. Akiwa rais wa Kenya, nyinyi ndugu yangu mtachinjwa kama kuku. What he says will be the final. Because he's a ruthless man. Somebody lazima uwe nyenyekea. Angalia dunia mzima. When you are vice president, you have to nyenyekea under your president. Do his jobs. Ukimaliza, then you will come, akimaliza term yake, wanakuachia sasa na kusaidia after you have helped him. But where is he? Why is he not talking about corruption? Tell me, why is not Ruto talking about corruption? Why? Kwa nini? Yeye ndiye vice president. Kwa nini boss wake akiongea na yeye anamrudia? Why? And that's the leader of Australia telling me that you're going to be the leader of the country. Really, guys? Are you really normal? Unajua Orenga alisema hiyo government unafikia ni mzuri itakunyoa kuliko vile nilinyoa mimi. Na hivyo ndio itakuja wanyoa. So in short, kitu ningeweza kusema kwa Raila, you guys, hata mjidanganye, hata I really support Gachukia. Hata mjidanganye. Angalia sasa kuna devolution ilikuja juu ya nani? Hiyo naulizanga swali. Ruto atakwambia Raila hajapeanangi pesa, Ruto akienda anapeana. Raila amepeana pesa, naingia kila county, kila mlango wa county ya Kenya. How do you want Raila kupatia pesa? That man was not there. There was no governors. There was no MCA. Pesa inakuja inafika kwa counties, governors wanakula, MCA mkuu. You don't see that. You are talking to Raila. Katiba hii kupatikana ni sababu ya Raila. Hamuoni? You people are totally blind because you are in tribal cocoon. You are born there and you stick there. Thank you to Kajukia. You are seeing what's going ahead. I wish ungekuwa ungesimama bwana bakupigie kura president wa Kenya because you see ahead. Some of you there wanapiga tu siasa, they are clotting their bread. Look at this forum is for worldwide. Hapa tuko dunia mzima. Unakuja hapa unaanza kupinga vitu isiana maana, unapingana na mtu anaongea, you don't let him talk, akupatie time, wewe pia ongee, mnapingana na we look like who are not educated. And I hope you guys over there, most of you are educated. So nikiongea kwa Raila, I don't know what kind of mwanasiasa mnaangalia is the best in the country kama Raila. Huyu. Na hata kama ni wewe, kuna jamaa sema hapo vizuri sana. Hata kama ni wewe, kila siku anasema kitu inaibiwa, wanafunika. Inaibiwa, wanafika mwenye ameiba tena kisha anapewa kazi. Inafika time anasema hapana. To me to do this, let me keep quiet. Wajinkanyage. Wanasema nguruwe hujikaranga na mafuta yake. Si mmechagua, wache wakarange. Sasa kuna COVID. Ruto ni vice president. Kwa nini hakuorganize pesa yote agawie watu, wamefanya lockdown. Hiyo pesa ipelekwa kwa M-Pesa wa kila mtu Kenya, ili wamama wenye walikuwa wanakula 1 meal a day wapate kitu kuwasaidia. Anaenda kwa kanisa akidonate kwa watu wachache, then you people follow like blind. I'm sorry, because in Kenya we are too poor, that's why you do that. But it's not helping. So guys, mimi kitu ningesema, mimi as a Kenyan, as what I've seen, there's no a bright Kenyan person like Raila. Hakuna hata mlie machozi ya chini ya simba, kwa sababu he has been trying to win, wanaiba kura zake. Kama alikuwa na Kibaki for only 5 years, na Kenya ili change. What of akipewa only 5 years yeye peke yake? Hata Magufuli pengine hamtaamini. Ya Magufuli itakuwa nyuma. Because he knows what the country is. He knows if he was outside, amefanya nini development ikaingia, pesa zikaingia mashinani, Turkana, everywhere, every corner, even in Nyanza, everywhere. What of akiwa president? Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Ndeto, come in then.
No, let me go first.
Okay, thank you. Let us follow the moderator. So, Uyo Kachukia asked a question that when Ruto was in the Minister of Education, what he did that we can still remember today. Remember this guy, he noted that by then, ukiangalia kama kitambo, only a B student used to be recognized kuingia university. Then the remaining, wenye wanaaguka wote, they could go nowhere. But he introduced the issue of TVET, technical and vocational training, hands-on skills. And for sure, that thing was supported in Kibaki's government. And until today, we have seen those people with maybe C, even D+, from D- to C. You can join to TVET, and they are even funded by the government through HELP. So these hundreds of young people, they could have just gone nowhere. But because Ruto started this agenda, it is the reason even today, where he goes, he keeps opening those technical trainings and such. And he is like lessening the burden on poverty. Because remember, young people are the ones who are used in criminalities or in other things like goons. But when we keep them busy somewhere, we are stabilizing even the peace of our nation. So don't say that Ruto did not do anything. If you have not done your research, I think you can get to books. Also to Mulumbu, he has mentioned that the money that Ruto has been giving to young people during the time of COVID, ati kwa nini sijui hakupelekea wale akina mama boga wote awapee hiyo pesa. We have heard of state men being wakiwa na allegations, walitumia hata hii pesa yenye inakopwa na yenye inapeanwa na donations through KEMSA. Nani hakusikia ni akina nani walitajwa hapo? Then this guy is getting something out of his pocket. I feel I better go with Ruto because he is giving the little he has than kupora hii yenye hata tunakopa kwa IMF na wapi ate na tunasikia ate kwa sababu mtu ni yako na cheo fulani hawezi guzwa, na mwenye anaguzwa anasema sijui alipewa ate kandarasi na Somalis who do not even sign documents. So let us also evade from cheating to people that this guy is doing nothing. Thank you, Jakes.
Bartai.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to answer this. Can you remove that thing? Mutiamba, I saw your comments.
Who do you want? Alito Gichukia and Mulumbu. Who do you want to address?
Chukia.
Okay. Kachukia.
Say that Ruto was Minister of Agriculture.
Sauti yako iko chini, jaribu kuongezea.
When Ruto was Minister for Agriculture, all farmers all over Kenya used to purchase fertilizers at around 6,000. It was reduced to 3,000. When Ruto went to Ministry of Higher Education,
Bartai, just a
And
moment.
Angel, allow him to go ahead, kindly, please.
Ruto introduced double. It was a crisis, but it solved all those problems in universities. When Ruto came in 2013 to 2017, you can easily see his track record. Let's talk of rollout in terms of national connectivity. Let's talk about road network. Let's talk about TVETs. He tried. He actually tried to make a change. The whole first Farm Jubilee scorecard, we can easily say Ruto contributed 50%. If they scored 96%, then Ruto brought in 14%. Now, let's compare. Somebody talked of stadiums. Stadium is just one thing. President himself say is unveiled the Big Four agenda, and Ruto was not part of it. How far is the Big Four agenda?
Angel, do you care to answer?
Can I answer Bartai about the Big Four agenda?
Kidogo tu allow Angel to come first, alafu wewe. Angel.
Sorry,
I want to answer this, Bartai. I want to tell you that you have said that when Ruto was in agriculture, the fertilizer dropped to 3,000. Why should you drop the fertilizer at 3,000 shillings? Then the farmers harvested the maize and there was no market. In fact, I have a brother who took his 200 bags of maize into a cereal board. Up to date, hajawahi lipwa.
Which year?
Instead of buying maize from farmers in Kenya, mahindi zilikuwa zinanunuliwa Uganda. Is that leadership we want in Kenya?
Which year was that? I'm talking of 2008 Ruto. I remember farmers used to sell.
I'm talking of 2013. Bartai Sarkar. Hiyo wakati sikuwa nimekuja Nairobi, nilikuwa nyumbani. I'm also a farmer. Mahindi ilikuwa inauzwa 2 kg, it was only 40 shillings 2 kg. 90 bag kg, it was 1600. Which money cannot buy anything. Utauza bagi ngapi ndo ulime 10 acres? How many bags could you sell to pay school fees for a kid? Tulinyanyazwa hadi wa leo.
I'm not talking of 2013, I'm talking of 2002.
When did Ruto came in government?
Ongezea sauti kidogo.
I'm talking of Ruto when Ruto was Minister for Agriculture. That is the question.
Yes, that time wakati wa cereal boards wa NCB ilikuwa ni pale amekuwa Minister for Agriculture. I'm telling you what happened. Na cereal board Kitale ililipa watu hadi wa leo. Wale wakulima bado wanadai pesa. It's more than 15 years now.
Angel, go back to the records and see what...
I think if he could have been the deputy president, he has the right chance to pay those farmers. Was aseme nilikosa munisame, but now nafanya follow up, pesa zenu sifanye nini? Zilipwe.
Okay.
Bartai, kwani umegive up?
I'm on that background. Bartai, I'm from Kitale. Remember that?
And I'm from Wasinkishu. Remember also that?
Yes. I'm from Kitale.
And I found the...
And I'm from the peoples who harvest maize and they have no price to sell.
And also I harvest maize.
Yeah. So let's just talk the reality. Tusidanganye watu kwa platform. Let's not mwaga watu vumbi kwa macho. Tuone kuna mahali kulikuwa kuzuri. Let's talk the truth and get the way forward. You know, when we say the truth, we are getting the way forward. Lakini tukifunikana vumbi, we are not doing anything. We are just still there.
Politics aside, go and check 2008. Price ya mahindi ilikuwa pesa ngapi kwa gunia moja? Ukuje kuambia. We can bet on that. Go and check into.
So can I now answer?
Are you through? Are you through? I don't know.
Bartai, let me answer you this. What have make sai mahindi kupanda price? It's because sai mahindi inashikwa na hawa wadudu. So kuna wakulima hawavuni mahindi kwa wingi. Believe me not. Hiyo ndo imefanya mahindi Kenya ipande. But that time nakumbuka mahindi zilikuwa zinatolewa Uganda, zinaletwa Kenya na cereal board imejaa mahindi. Hakuna mkulima alilipwa hadi wa leo. Wacha tusidanganye watu. Aya, continue.
Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about. So since this guy was talking about Ruto. Why is this man now bad between 2017 and 2022? And yet in 2013 to 2017, when you were supporting president, everybody, including that man, supported him. And by the way, somebody saying Ruto disrespect president. Ruto said the work of a deputy president, he does what president assigns him. And in the second term, president says he's not assigning Ruto any responsibility. He assigned Matiang'i all Ruto's responsibility. So what does Ruto say? You only do what he has been told to do. And when you don't have anything to do, you do what you like most. Assisting the hustlers. You go do a donation, you go get some. Let me explain this thing of bottom up approach in my own understanding. What Ruto does is this, and this is I talk from those guys who have interacted. If Ruto goes today and contributes for a circle, for a border circle, this is how border circles guys work. They form a circle, then they get money, then they launch themselves. Then, because these guys who do border, they also have some business. You get the border guy, the guy is driving border, but the wife is Mama Boba. Or because the hustlers, or the guy drives, lakini mama akona kibanda, or mama akona kaduka kidogo. So what they do, and this is actually, which is borrowing up from the table banking that are in that region, especially if you go to North Rift region. You will get this table banking, and this is actually how some of us has gotten. That is where some of us even got school fees. We call school fees. We learn through these table bankings because they give this money to women, then women repay. It is the same thing. Give the border guys loan, empower them, then give them the money. They go do their things. They take money back to the circle. Ruto is not giving these guys the money that go and drink alcohol. He's empowering them. He's giving them the money. They get the money, loan to themselves. At the end of the day, take money back. If you empower the guys with this machine, ya kuosha magari, what happens? You save somebody. I'm very sure if you give a youth in Nairobi, hiyo nini ya gari, ya kuosha gari, change maisha yake. So what we need, we don't want, let's try and look at this. Kitu Ruto anajaribu kufanya, anaona nini anaweza fanya yenye inaweza change maisha. I'm very sure if ukienda kwa huyo mama wa kibanda, for some of us eating kibanda, if ukienda kwa huyo mama wa kibanda, umpelekee even a single bundle of unga and even 10 gorogoros of marago, umechange maisha yake. That is what we want to do. We don't donate them, but we want to empower them. We
okay.
Them.
Sawa Bartai, your point is home. It's okay Bartai, we have heard you. Bob, go ahead.
So thank you very much. Bartai, I'm sharing with you the link for the Government of Kenya Delivery GOK for Big 4 agenda. Maybe you could read about it so that when you comment again, you also say things from a factual point of view. Big 4 agenda is an aspiration. Big 4 agenda is not kupasua mayai 1 minute imepasuka. Big 4 agenda is a long-term plan similar to what Kibaki said about Vision 2030. So the idea that someone wants to come here and tell you that Big 4 agenda stopped because there was a handshake, or Big 4 agenda stopped in 2017, to be honest, this is misleading, because then you would mean that the government has stopped working. You see, but I also want you to understand that people are politicians. If you want to listen to a politician as an individual who is mature enough, sometimes also do research. Has the Big Four agenda stopped? President Uhuru Kenyatta is now, I think, abroad looking for money to come and finish a roads going, I don't know, to the Mau, something like this. This is part of Big Four agenda. If you're in town, you see people building roads and doing this. This is Big Four agenda. So when you say it has stopped, it is questionable. What I know about the Big Four agenda is that Big Four agenda needed a lot of money. And that's why I've sent you the link. Kindly look at it. Big Four agenda needs heavy investment because you cannot have affordable housing using government money. A government that has no money, it needs loans. So what happened with the Big Four agenda, if you read the link I've sent you, they want to bring in investors into the country. And the first thing investors usually say is this: look, I want to come here and pour 50 billion into your economy. If you go to Tanzania, and I hope someone can find this link on social media, Dangote, the guy from West Africa, when Suluhu was sworn in, that guy went to Tanzania, not South Africa, went to Tanzania and promised Suluhu that I am going to bring investors here. You see, why? Because political situations in the country are not allowing investors to come, Bartai. Big Four agenda needs money. So how do you bring investors? You quell political tension. How do you quell political tension? Already Jubilee was a national party. Jubilee had power, but there was another character who was making noise in the streets. This is the person you invite in and you talk and find out, okay, how can we be quiet so that investors can come to Kenya? You hear people like Angela crying, they need help. There's nothing happening in this country. How will something happen? Our government has no money. We need investors to come in. So when we are talking about politics, let's try to be genuine so that we also don't just seem like we're just saying things to please one side and the other side. Big Four agenda is ongoing. And in fact, the thing is, by the time Uhuru is leaving, his legacy will be tabled. He will tell you, I've built this, I've given electricity to these places. And you can also see, Ruto, when he's going somewhere, he will tell you, tumefanya hii, tumefanya hii. But when he goes another place, he'll tell you, hii serikali ni mbaya. You know, because even him himself, he knows something is happening, but it's very little. Why is it little? Serikali ina pesa, it has loans instead of money to invest. But investors cannot come to Kenya if we are still fighting over, national cake, like children at a birthday party. That is why I would agree with anybody who doesn't have a side yet. Kindly look at what is happening in the country. What is happening in the country is this. We had national unity through Jubilee, but ODM and other people were outside making noise. But the president has managed to call everybody together because it is through this national unity that we'll have peace for investors to come in. And again, if you don't have a side to pick, look at what is happening. In 2002, people came together. We grew for 5 years. In 2013, Jubilee came together. Of course, Raila was left out, but the larger Jubilee, when it was together, there was some sense of development in 2013. So what are we waiting for in 2022? We are waiting for another grand coalition because we have to share power. We cannot have an individual wanting power for themselves. And this is what Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Raila and others, I think they're doing. That is why you'll see when they go to the coast, they go to Northeastern, we're trying to bring people together so that at least we stop talking. And even Ruto is talking about consensus. You see, and I like what Mulumbo said, and I hope I'm not taking too much time. Uhuru Kenyatta is the president of Kenya. William Samoei Ruto is the deputy president. If the president has an agenda to unite the country, how do you then, as the deputy, go away and then you say you have an agenda to unite the country? So who is uniting this country? You see, so this is the question, again, people need to ask themselves. Is Uhuru Kenyatta the one uniting the country as a president of the country? Or Ruto under Uhuru Kenyatta also wants to unite the country? And then again, you will see by yourself who is really uniting the country and who is just by himself. When others meet to talk about unity, he's fighting them, he's calling them tribal. We are tribal, we come from different tribes, but we are here together discussing. This is not tribalism. So you will realize someone wants other people to meet because they want the whole thing to themselves. And this is where the problem comes in, Bartai. We cannot have a Kenya where the whole cake is eaten by one person. This is something that I will continue saying. I hope I haven't taken too much time.
It's okay. Duke, Bartai kidogo tu. Kidogo tu. Duke hajasema kitu na alitoka kabla. Duke,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yes. Let me start by saying first, I want to focus on the state of Kenya we are in right now. First of all, Kenya's economy is a very bad. It is at a very bad state. millions are unable to make ends meet. That's why we are able to see a lot of kidnappings, killings, and crime has increased, as we are aware from the media. And that's because the president has failed to address pertinent issues, pertinent economic issues, and has failed also to handle the pandemic so that Kenya can return to its normalcy. For instance, those in the alcohol industry, they are unable even to pay their rent. Having said that, I expect those who are purporting to contest for presidency come 2022 to highlight or give fair manifesto on how are they going to deal with the state of Kenya. Are they going to solve that? And it's very discouraging when I see an individual trying to talk about the offering in a church. That makes him to be so petty. So I'm actually too scared, too discouraged about that. Having said that, for me, as a person, since I started voting, I've actually voted for no another person but Raila Odinga. But Raila Odinga himself made me to turn against him because I, as a person, I invested a lot of emotion and a lot of effort. We were having I was actually having some ideologies. We were fighting for specific change. We wanted reforms, electoral justice. So when one day I saw Raila handshaking with the person who we were fighting without any promise of the issues which we were fighting to be solved, I actually turned against him. So that made him, I feel that Raila is very selfish because if we are able to fight for specific ideas and you as a person, you side with that person who was like trying to suppress us without consultation and consensus, with even not assume I'm somebody small. For instance, those key principles within the NASA coalition were not even consulted. So actually, that's one of the reasons why I felt that not vote for Raila. Having said that, the handshake, it was good. After sometimes I felt that if that's the way we go, I can support it because it was trying to bring Kenya together. But to some extent, I felt that it's not genuine because it is like trying to bring some people together, but at the same time trying to exclude others. For instance, those who watched the happening at the Bomas of Kenya, there was specific groups who were given a pass to enter into that podium, and they were like trying to prevent all to like not to give others a chance to address their issues. I feel that that's not the way we go to unite Kenya. So the handshake is good, but I don't want anybody to be excluded. That even Ruto himself, first of all, there is nobody who's perfect in Kenya. All of us have mistakes, and there is no politician who can say, I'm very clean, I've never taken a bribe. No, but what I want is that we have to be genuine, and all of us must be included. So that's what I can say.
Okay, Ben, then Bernard after Ben. Ben, kidogo tu Bartai. Nachagua wenye bado hawajasema anything. Ben, are you there? Ben?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, go ahead.
Mine is I'm concurring with Dave because when you look at some of us here, we are staying like we are not in this country, but in real sense, we know what the situation of this country. So the problem where it begins is from the first leaders which we had. So we need to change, but to get that change, we need first to look for these upcoming leaders who can help us. Because if we start saying like Raila did this, Ruto did this, there's no way we are going to be. So the best way, we need to look for leaders who can lead us in the right direction, not like saying because this person is corrupt. What have you done is you yourself to eliminate that corruption? Because let me check, like one of you guys have been caught by an askari, yani umeshikwa tu na askari traffic, kitu ya kwanza unakumkanga nini? Acha ni mbribe. Will you have solved the corruption part? So what you need, start from yourself first, then to go to those leaders. Because if we show them this is how we are supposed to do it, we are going to do it in the right way. Is it okay? And on the other issue I've heard about when DP was the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Education, at least we saw how he worked in those ministries. And like in agriculture, he subsidized the fertilizer. When you go to the agriculture, not to the education, how many universities were being closed? Simply because they were not clear, like they didn't have the right documents.
Okay.
So we need to look for somebody records before we come and say this person can do this and this. Yeah. On about Baba, that I can say, actually he's trying to fight corruption, but he hides behind it. Because if
Why
we
do you
come
say
to this,
that?
let's come to on the issue of Handshake. What was the purpose of Handshake? The Handshake, it was to show us like we are okay, but you're not okay. It was ilikuwa like kufunika kitu, kwa sababu ukiangalia since the Handshake kumekuwa na a lot of corruption in between, and that was to say that we iba, mi niibe upande hii, hakuna mtu atatupigia kelele since sisi wote tuko hapo ndani. So tusiseme ati Handshake ilikuwa kubring at something, ilikuwa ya kujifichia ndani. Ile inasemekana amejivalia ngozi ya kondoo, kumbe ndani mbwa mwitu. Bernard, acha kushake kichwa because that is the facts zenye zinaonekana.
Ben, mbona pia umejificha nyuma ya tent?
Aya, wacha basi si ati nimejificha nyuma ya tent. Sawa. So my point ni ile, we need to look for a way yenye sisi wenyewe kwanza to bring hao watu, kwa sababu je, tukijificha nyuma ya kitu hata make kati kwe ukweli.
Okay.
Bernard, I don't know if you can believe in me that the Handshake, it was about hiding. You don't believe. It's okay, but you'll come and conquer with me one day. Utakuja tu useme tu enyewe Ben, there's a day ulisema ABCD, na hiyo utashindwa au from me, because I don't side with any part. Like today I was at Umoja, then when DP was addressing the people, ukiangalia vita yenye wako naye ni between yeye na Baba. I don't know where they went wrong, but hiyo inakuanga ya hapa hivi juu, because ukienda kuangalia those people meet, So hiyo tu ni it's a PR, they are trying to do it for me. Yeah.
Then naweza kuambia kwenye hiyo chuki ilitoka ya baba na Ruto. Yeah, the genesis was, ukiremember during 2007 hao watu walikuwa wameungana kugawana serikali. And baba was to be the president, alafu Musalia akue, alafu Musalia na Kalonzo akue I think vice president, then Musalia akue the prime minister, then akina Ruto, Ruto was to be the prime minister, then also the other guys were to be now Beto. There were also two guys who were let me finish
Kidogo, just to prevent issues, but after what you have said, how would he have become prime minister yet we don't have such in this constitution and in the previous constitution? How was he to be prime minister?
You know, that was after mugawano wa serikali.
When these guys were campaigning in 2010.
Bartai, let me first answer Jakes. Let me first answer Jakes. In fact, what happened after that, because that agreement was never materialized or saw the light of the day, Mureno hata alikuja hapa. Then there were guys wenye walisaidia identify.
Kidogo,
yes, the Hague. Huyo jamaa wa Hague alipokuja alisaidiwa kuidentify those key guys who took part in those riots and such. And one of the guy alikuwa
unani confuse. 2007 is when Ruto was with Baba, right?
Yes.
Then we had not fought. Kidogo tu Bartai. Then we had not fought, right?
Yes.
Then we had no Nusumkate government, right?
Yes.
But you are saying before the Nusumkate government, Ruto was to be a prime minister. That's what you want to bring home.
Ruto was to be he was to be a serial, not a prime minister, but a serial, a premier. There was a premier position that was created by ODM.
Just relax, okay?
Let me
bring you up. Relax, we educate you.
The ODM campaign for 2007 was on the premise of enacting the new constitution.
Yes, you see,
the constitution was to make provision for those premier seats.
Good. Okay.
That is the premise. It was not a guesswork. It was because the referendum that failed in 2005. Okay. So it was that Kibaki was anti-change, was anti-new constitution. So when they come in, they will enact a new constitution, and within 100 days, they will have shared the seats. Yeah.
Wow, I'm happy that you have you have educated. Okay, you have.
That is the correct position. Very correct.
Yes.
So what
let me take over.
Wrong. Whatever
exactly.
You're saying
and I apologize, but the point remains that Ruto was to be a big man in that government within the 100 days.
Okay.
So what happened after what happened in 2007? We all know. Ruto was there for Baba, and Uhuru was there for the other side. And we know after Moreno investigated, the two guys were picked. We never saw any effort put to Raila. At that time, that is when there is a position that Ruto had in ODM, and that is when it vanished. And let me tell you, that's where this hatred you see to date. Kwa sababu nimesikia Ruto mara mingi akisema si ile kiti alipata sijui ya prime minister, si mnajua ni nini ilikuwa, ni mimi nilikuwa nikuwe hapo. I've heard Ruto lamenting that in some public addresses. So I think that's where the genesis of what we see today came in.
Not really, because after that they went
into government. Can I be allowed to talk?
Just one moment. Let me correct this and then you come in. they went into government, and this guy was given even a position. So if he had a problem, I think angetoka mapema. Issue yake ilianza ile time yeye na Ongeri walisukumwa because of the maize scandal. If you that is the history. If you go back to history, that is when they walisukumwa, and then yeye pamoja na other ministers eventually waka quit, including Gilu, and then eventually walipotoka wote wakaanza kuunda chama cha UDM. Walipounda chama cha UDM, kukakuwa na another defection ambayo ili happen ya kina Adan Duale. So by the time walikuwa na defect wakaunda kitu inaitwa URP. That is the genesis, and that by the time hiyo ilikuwa ina happen, tulikuwa tunakaribia 2012 kwa sababu scandals zake zilikuwa zinamfuata like that. That is the genesis. So during the elections, I don't think so. In fact, in any case, Alim defend. We can trace him hata kwa videos akitetea baba na akitetea the votes. The other thing that we can also trace, you remember that kwa negotiations hata during barrel ya Nyaga alisema that walifukuzwa yeye na Balala kwa sababu walikuwa hawataki kusettle haraka. So other people were brought on board. That's what happened. So Ruto yeye mwenyewe ndio alirudi akajitoa ODM akajipeleka UDM back then. That is
Lakini let me ask you something, Jakes.
So kidogo tu Bartai also has more information before you ask me.
Yani kumbe history ya 10 years bana inaweza wapotelea mandazi hivyo. Okay. You are right. What happened there in 2007 in 2005 Raila alitoka government during ile chungwa na ndisi. Yes, and that is the birth of ODM. Baadaye ikakuja ikakuwa ODM Kenya. Kalonzo akaenda na certificate ya ODM Kenya. Raila akabaki na ODM. That is why Ruto akisema I'm ODM than more of you is a founder member of ODM.
That's
then tukaenda 2007. Tukienda 2007, these guys were like, since what they were fighting for in 2005, wakatu promise wakiwa Pentagon that wakipata serikali they'll do it within 100 days. They were to change the constitution. Raila was to be president, Madivedi deputy president, then the other members of the Pentagon led by Nyaga and Balala and Ruto atakuwa prime minister. Then they were to create some positions there. Zikakuwa chenye ilikuwa 207. Then we came to 208, tukaenda negotiation. Mali mistrust ya Ruto na Raila ilianzia. As Ruto fell, alileta a lot of votes to Raila more than Madivedi. So yeye alikuwa na feel he was supposed to be given to be deputy president, to be vice president. Even if when that thing was being named, he was supposed to be given to be deputy prime minister. Madivedi akapewa. Hapo ndio Ruto maneno yake na Raila ikaenda kombo kidogo. He was given minister for agriculture. Then kidogo kukatokea scandal ya mahindi. And Raila was supposed to defend Ruto because alikuwa wake. He suspended him. What iced the cake now is the more forest affection. That one now killed the relationship between the two. Because by Ruto felt like Raila was supposed to defend Rift Valley because hapo ndio walimpea kura more than any other person. So urafiki ikapotea kati ya Raila na nini. Hapo ndio urafiki ya Raila na Ruto ikaishia. By the time he was being suspended and moving out of ODM, the trust ilikuwa imeisha. Then for those who have worked close to Ruto, they say Ruto akikuchukia ni one way. There is no reverse gear. So venye walichukiana na baba ikaisha hivyo. So that is something, it's a small history. Si naona nani ndeto hapa anakaa kuchanganyikiwa ni kitu.
Okay, kuna mahali Baltai umenini kidogo.
Alafu kidogo tu ndeto, kuna wakati pia motion ya kuimpeach Ruto ililetwa against him and he won actually with 126 members but Baba still pushed for him to kind of go out and all. So beef ilipoanza hapo mpaka wa leo haijawahi fanya nini, haijawai cool. That basically is what transpired.
Okay, alafu also before the elections 2013, ukikumbuka Ruto hawakuwa pamoja na Uhuru, but walikuja kushikanishwa na hii mambo ya Hague, na hapo ndipo tulitegemea labda baba anaweza pia tetea mtu kama Ruto, which never happened. Na baba alikuwa ana push wacha hawa watu wawili waende Hague ili ajue opportunity. Let me finish,
that is
Bernard.
not correct. As much as I don't support Baba, that's not correct.
Let me finish. Let me finish, then you criticize.
It's not criticizing.
Hapo ndipo akina Uhuru.
The correct possession, Ndeto, kidogo tu Bernard. If you listen to the presidential debate, it's still online. Actually, the only place that Baba failed and Kibaki, according to what really transpired, they never defended them. So Madhakaru alisema alipoenda parliament anticipate ODM watakuwa backed to support her motion to have a local trial, but yeah, so government na ODM, they didn't show, or rather hawakuonyesha vigor ya kusupport, but Baba baadaye alikuja akasema he advocated for local tribunal, or rather local trial, but most of the MPs ndo wakaamua, including Ruto himself, akasema vague without take. I cannot remember the slogan, but ilikuwa ni hivyo.
Don't be vague. Let's go to the Hague.
Don't be vague.
Go
to Hague.
That is what they said.
But you see now Ndeto has twisted history to make it look otherwise.
Yeah.
In fact,
but you see, you remember when Musalia was made a candidate.
Hold on.
You remember when Musalia was made a candidate by the two, and the two were against Raila. So as far as you are also,
I think Ndeto, we are in 2007. You are in 2013.
That year 2017, 2013 is different at 2007.
Yeah, I'm also showing how that.
2013
I'm also showing how that thing extended.
You will have a very difficult time trying to change history.
In 20.
As much as I support your candidate Ndeto, but unajaribu to change facts. What happened in 2013? The system, if you may call it, wanted a Mudavadi presidency, and the Uhuru and Ruto walikuwa bado tu na kale kauoga, do we go for it, do we don't, and in fact they began what we call prayer rallies across the nation, saying they want peace, they want, and all. So when they were praying, one time Kibaki aliwajoin, I think they went to Meru. That time, if unaonanga ile clip inaenda on social media ya Kibaki akita Ruto, that time they iliwapea psych, and then they also won some by-elections. Because of that by-elections and all, wakapata sasa ka momentum kakufanya kakuunda government. And you remember correctly, kuna wakati Uhuru alikuwa ameambia Musalia anaweza go forward, lakini akarudi akaambia huku nyuma ya tent, akaambia sisi we can only support you. And then the following morning, what did he say? Sijui ni sheitani mgani alinishika, Madimoni. That's how Ndavadi got the name Madimoni, if you remember. That is the correct history.
A lot of KKK. They used to be
kulikuwa na G7. G7 ilikuwa na kina Eugene Wamalwa. So that was then. So usichanganye hizo, ukizichanganya utapotea.
Okay, it was G7, then it narrows down to KKK, because I remember Kalonzo was in.
Yeah, Kalonzo was there before aende kwa baba. He was part of it.
What happened with Kalonzo?
That's a story for another day. I think there are mambo ya watermelon zilianza.
Okay. So
I didn't want to participate, but I didn't feel it wise to allow that to go like that. Bernard, make a
submission. Very good, at least, so that people be honest. Let's not just change history that we promote someone. I think it's a bit misleading.
Okay. There is also this other thing. We were told by Sakaja the other time. Who watched Sakaja on Churchill show? Is actually the person who made Eugene Wamalwa not to be the deputy president by changing the formula of why they needed. Okay, I think Eugene Wamalwa was to be to deputize Uhuru Kenyatta. Then in Naivasha, when they calculate the Western voting bloc against Rift Valley, they realized they need Rift Valley, and that is why actually our DP came in. There was some mathematics.
But I want you also to remember there was this Mtainguni is the one who made Ruto to be what he is. In fact, there's a clip he did and said Ruto is the matchmaker, the kingmaker, and he's the man to follow. So after that clip, that's when Ruto's card nata kafuato sana na media. So after that, that's when Ruto really came to the, what do you call it? To the limelight. Yeah, so unaweza enda uone let's talk ya Jeff Koinange with Ruto. Unaweza enda uone, what do you call it? I'm forgetting this show. But ziko kwa YouTube. So hiyo history haijajificha, iko kwa YouTube.
Let's make my submission, gentlemen. I was to answer Bob aliniuliza maswali mawili matatu hapa. You see, Bob, everybody needs we need unity in this country.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about affects us, even some of us who are in private sector. When you talk of political, we need political tranquility so that the country prosper. It's true. If you look at investment in private sector towards the beginning of 2017 up to the end of 2018, it was not good. I'll be lying if I'll tell you private sector anything. It was so bad. The situation was so bad. It was even worse than the COVID-19 now, because no investor is willing to give 50 billion to a country that you are not sure. You will invest your money. How do you invest your money when guys are in street rioting, resist? They might say your product, resist your product next week, and you have invested 50 billion. Even if I'm the one that not siwezi kukubali. But you know, what we don't support in this handshake is the politics of betrayal and deceit inside it. Because if I was the president of the Republic of Kenya and I actually want the best for my country, who are the warring parties? It was Raila Odinga and Ruto. And since I can access both of them, president could have mediated these guys, and we could have actually get the best unity in this country. Because if I'm the one who need peace, and let me use both of you, Bob and Duke, you are the warring parties. How do I do? You are my friend. Both of you are my friends. I'll call both of you for a cup of tea. Tell you, gentlemen, why don't we work together to better this country? The situation will have been better than how it is now. But I call Duke and leave Bob. How will Bob react? It will be the other way around. Bob will start fighting both of us because he'll feel like we are ganging up against him.
But are you also twisting history?
Your analogy is not adding up.
Maybe you finish and then I respond. Yeah.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let him finish and then we respond.
Let me finish. Allow me to finish. So if I was the president, I would have united all these guys, starting with deputy president plus the Raila plus the Kalonzo Musyoka plus all those other NASA principles. Because
Bartai, just a moment, Bartai, do you remember when we went immediately after handshake? We went for prayers, And when we went for prayers, we saw them shaking, all of them. Now we had a set of handshake. We had Uhuru greeting Kalonzo and Kalonzo greeting. We had a different form of hand. It's like in one way or another, Uhuru was inviting Ruto. Not that I'm supporting anyone, but I'm just saying, I think kuna mtu tu alikataa tu kujoin handshake. As much as Uhuru tried, I think maybe given by the previous history of kuchezo venye unasema, so as much as a little kusalamiana na kasalamiana, if you go to the YouTube you'll find that I think it was like a conference. So what really transpired after, I think Ruto harbors some pain. That one needs to be resolved. Baba maybe also harbors some things against. So these people, how wawili, sisi tumezoongea, lakini how wawili kuna kitu wanakuwa wamejifichiana, because as much as Uhuru will try and whoever else will try, there is something they have never solved. Between the two of them, there is something they have never solved. And I think that's something that maybe the public has never found out.
Maybe if I could come in, and I see Bernard also want to say something. So Bernard, I don't know, maybe I say first or that. Yeah. So one thing I know about William Ruto is that after 2007, when he was with ODM and everything, and then in 2013, this is also a moment where Ruto, in a way, betrayed the people who were supporting him in ODM. But this is history. Nobody is interested in it.
Yeah,
Barta is talking about handshake. Let me tell you the truth. If anybody knows the politics of betrayal in Kenya, is the Oginga Odinga family. These people have been betrayed twice. The father was betrayed in 1964, 65, 67, 68. Raila was betrayed in 2013 because it was in 2007, it was Kibaki Tosha, and then the next time it was supposed to be Raila Tosha. That never happened. So the fact that also Ruto is fighting over Ruto Tosha is just some insecurity. But let me tell you about the handshake. What Jake is saying, there was a handshake again in church where everybody was invited. But now, how do you go forward with a group of people who would go out and tell people BBI means Beba Baba Ikulu? BBI means Beba. You know, they have submitted names of people to be in the task force secretly. This one we didn't know. I myself, I didn't know that Ruto had submitted names to be a part of the task force until the president came out and said, mnaenda huko nje mnaongea, yet pia nyinyi mmepeana majina hapa. So the BBI itself was a project of the whole government. It was like a Jubilee idea before even we talk about Raila. The only problem is, in my opinion, and I think also this is what Jake is trying to say, once you have Raila is somebody who has community mobilization. If you want a future with Raila, you must be ready to be under him. And I think this is something Ruto has not accepted. Are you seeing that? So that you see people like Kalonzo, they will shout, they will cry, but they know the moment you're in a competition with Raila, you have to agree that you'll be under him. And in my opinion, I think Ruto saw this handshake and he realized that if he is in a team with Raila, then it means it's 2027, not 2022. So that's why he bolted out. But I think he also needs to be honest. In a country like Kenya, where we have a sitting president, a president that has called for national unity, who should people listen to? The president or the deputy? And you can see everybody is supporting the handshake except Ruto and his people. And of course, God, because apparently he has God in numbers. So you will see, as we go forward, you will realize that there are actually two factions here, not Raila and Ruto. It's actually the whole team that Uhuru Kenyatta built since 2018 handshake, and Ruto, who has refused to join it. Because let's be honest, you cannot form another national unity when your boss is already forming another national unity. So who is forming the national unity? You or your boss? This is a decision Ruto has to make.
I did not finish my submission before. You interjected before I finished my submission. Nobody knows what was discussed in this handshake, and nobody has actually come out and tell us what was discussed in this handshake. Because you see,
that's not true. I think that's not true. The president has severally talked about what they discussed, so we can't say nobody has told us.
This is politics. You know, politics. Politics.
So do we listen to you and your speculations, or do we listen to the president? You know, this is not the question we need to ask ourselves.
Favors you guys, so listen to.
Do we listen to you or we listen to because the president has come on national TV and told people we did discuss 2022, we discussed about XYZ. The president has come and told you it is during this handshake that I've developed XYZ. But now you want us to listen to you telling us secrets that nobody knows where you got them from.
But Bob, Bob, just kidogo tu serikali. But Bob, if 2022 really wasn't a factor, even before BBI has really finally sailed home, why are there now talks of Jubilee ODM merger? Why do you think? Because those are the things, as much as you know, the Nila Rasamanga, the details at times is in the devil. So we have not really gotten the entire deed. No one was in that office apart from these two guys. Nobody else was there. So whatever version we hear, we cannot fully agree or disagree because siri ni ya watu wawili, watatu maybe
Yeah, but Jake,
so what do you make? What do you make?
Now
Just
watu wawili
tell me.
wamekuambia Kenya
My
walisema.
question is to you, Bob. What do you think? What do you think happens when now there's cries for a merger, cries for a unity? You know, what comes to many people's mind is like, this was the trick all along. Change the constitution, merge the teams, and then eventually make planning a candidate.
Yeah, let Bernard say something.
Please, we people, there is a narrative you're trying to push, which has no roots.
No, I've asked a question. It's not even a narrative. I've asked you a question.
Roger, it's not just you alone. Ruto was not prepared for the handshake. Ruto was prepared for the government like 2013 to 2017, where the two communities rule, the rest get ruled. Whatever means to subdue the rest had to be deployed so that things continue just like they continued in 2013 to 2017. So when the handshake came in, Ruto was not ready for another person to share into that government arrangement. And that is why he defiantly walked out of the handshake. Not that he wasn't aware, not that the president did not invite him. He did not support the idea. And because if he supported, it will mess his campaign for 2022 because Raila factor will overshadow him in his presentation. And so we are dealing with somebody here who wants to make it by all means. And Deto talked about Ruto having the characteristic of patience, tolerance, and all that. That only exists into Ndeto's description and perception of who Ruto is. But from his performance from 2017 to date, he's not patient at all. He can't wait for 2022 to arrive. He can't wait for Jubilee to wind up. He has another party already. He can't wait for anything. He's already throwing up the roadmap for 2022 government, even before the parliament is dissolved. That's not patience. That is something else. Now, for the record, the DP has displayed himself as a person who either gets his way or the highway. And that has been his politics all along. Even when he was in ODM, Serekali here gave us very good analysis. The reason he fell out with the Raila is because he wanted Raila to betray Mudavadi by making him deputy prime minister, even when they had not campaigned. He was not a vice, he was not a running mate in 2007. So after the Nusumkate government, he wanted Raila to forfeit Mudavadi and then make him deputy prime minister. And that is where the problem arose. Then these other things, Mau and all that was all as a result of I didn't get what I wanted. You denied me what I wanted. You denied me what you promised me. Now, in the government and in national matters, we must negotiate. It's give and take. You fight and run to fight another day. You cannot get everything every moment. We need to appreciate the fact that when we have the whole buffalo, then everybody will eat to their full. But now when we have a half, we should accept to eat a half because we will kill another buffalo next time. But if you insist you want to have your whole leg alone, even when we have been sharing, now we are sharing a half of the buffalo, there is something.
Use domestic animals. Bernard, use domestic animals, not wild animals.
Please. I did not say you're a buffalo. I never said anything. Let's just flow, please.
Yeah, Bernard, KWS may come for you.
No, nobody is coming for me. I'm safe. Now, next, what I am saying is the question we've been answering is why should I vote against Ruto?
You know,
And my 3 reasons. You
Bernard,
will respond to me. You will respond to me. Don't worry. My
you are
3 reasons. Number 1 is selfish. Okay, it's either his way or no other way, and that is why he betrays his boss. He goes against his boss by all means just to prove a point. You don't do that in the modern world, not in the historical world. You behave yourself. You don't remove your clothes too
Should humble
early.
himself.
You humble yourself under the mighty hand of God, then God will lift you. You don't lift yourself and ask God to hold you. No, you humble yourself first. I will get into preaching. Forget that. Now, next is one of the reasons why I will
He is
not
domestically
vote for DP as president of Kenya, because until now, he has no roadmap on how to deal with the corruption monster in this country. And if there is any problem in this country, it's called corruption. That's number 1. Before tribalism, before anything else, is corruption. And now the DP is on record. He doesn't know what to do about corruption, and he doesn't see corruption as a problem. Now, the worst of all problems is not seeing a problem as a problem. Now, as long as the DP doesn't see corruption as a problem, he's the worst person to be put in that office, because corruption is what is sucking everything out of this country. So if he doesn't show us the roadmap on how he's going to deal with corruption and his commitment and a track record on how he has stood against corruption, which as at now, to the best of my knowledge, he doesn't have one, is the defender of the corrupt. If somebody gets arrested for any questioning, they say it's for political reasons, and he takes the platform to defend it as the number 1 person. You can't do that when you are seeking the highest office. It only sells you out that you are looking for that office so that you can what? Shield all these people. And look at the people that he's dancing around, that are dancing around him. They have all this man of this case and this case and this case. And when they arrive at his doorstep, he sees no problem with them. He just sees them, they are targeted because they are with him. Now, that is a flag that we must attend to when we are deciding who ascends into the White House or whatever, State House come 2022. Now, number 3 reason why I will not vote for the DP is 1, he's not accountable. He's not answerable to anybody. Nobody can call him back. When worse comes to worse, a great leader needs somebody who can shout and he stops. To the best of my analysis, the DP listens to himself, he advises himself, he does what he has decided to do. Not even Rachel can call him back. For Baba, we know, even if Baba refuses to listen to us, we can run to Aida, and Aida can call Baba, and Baba will listen. He's accountable. Their elders, when they call Baba to order, he listens. Now, with that, we can trust him. But this man who leaves the house and goes, and nobody can call him back, is too dangerous to be entrusted with power. And so, as we battle between who becomes president 2022, we have a great soul searching to do with this critical time in this great nation. With their
Lakini Bernard, hapo kwa Rachel Ruto, I disagree with you, Bernard, because I've seen Rachel Ruto presenting her husband in very many forums. So kusema ati akitoka hata bibi yake hawezi muentrust.
You do not understand my point. My point is,
I understood.
When worse comes to worse, somebody is called back. Called back means like 2007. You have won election, the election has been stolen, and there is already a sworn-in president. He has already taken half the cabinet. Can we forfeit this thing and fight 2022? Okay? Olentimama is around there. This other Gumo and the rest of the elders are there speaking in the ears of Baba and Baba listens, he say, okay, let's forget this, let's fight another day. If somebody let go, then even when
Just a moment, Bernard, just a moment.
We are in the show.
Mtembe, put the logo below. Mtembe, remove the banner below.
Okay.
Angel, kindly mute.
Okay. So when I say somebody being called back means you have been released, yes, go and get this seat, go and win this seat. If something goes wrong, can you be told now, let's forget this and fight another day? He has not demonstrated that for once. He always gets.
But he has been saying.
Hold on. That makes him dangerous to be entrusted with the power for this country until he shows the maturity of not only getting his way. In life, we not always get what we want. We must come to a place whereby we choose between what we want and what we are supposed to cause to happen. Especially.
But Bernard, you have just given an example of 2007, and this guy was betrayed, and he accepted. So what is making you to think? What is making you to think that he cannot forfeit and even recall?
By who? Get your history of facts properly. Let me just finish my presentation, then we dive into the historical facts later. Ruto was not betrayed by anybody. The election went the way they went. We got half the buffalo, and half the buffalo required that we
use domestic animals.
One of it was that now that there is no, the president has become the prime minister, then the hierarchy has to go. You go and become the most powerful minister for agriculture. Let Mudavadi, having been my deputy in the run-up to the election, be deputy prime minister. You can't be fighting and say you brought 70,000 votes and this man brought 30. It was not a matter of votes. It was a matter of hierarchy. Even Mudavadi came second in Kasarani during the nomination. That is why. So if Mudavadi beat you in Kasarani and you brought many votes, does that now overturn the result in Kasarani? There was no betrayal. It was somebody trying to push what he wants, and if he doesn't get it, he destabilizes you. In fact, the navigation in the Grand Coalition was problematic because the manipulative perspective of the DP wing of ODM. The same thing.
But the point I'm insisting, Bernard, the point I'm insisting is on.
We will walk out of ODM, then the numbers will reduce, and you will cease to be prime minister.
The point I'm insisting is on acceptance of results. Acceptance of result is what I'm insisting. Because
which results
like you have given an example. You have given an example and you have said, if today you have said is either Uhuru, is either Ruto, get it or get through highway. So there is no option. That means if maybe he is defeated and maybe he senses there is something like something that did not go well somewhere, he will not accept and he might bring back battle. So that way, don't lower his trust. Don't lower his trust such.
It comes a time, Saitotis comes hand here. It comes a time when the interest of the nation weighs more than individual interest. 2007, it was the interest of the nation. 2017, it was the interest of the nation. And that
very
is
beautiful submissions, Bernard.
Looking for.
Bernard, kidogo tu. Allow me to have Brother Benson. Amenyamaza, ametulia nyume attend. Brother Benson, how are you?
I'm good.
Kidogo tu. Tunaenda saizi tu. We are almost going because tuko kazi mchana. Benson, vipi jamaa?
Niko salama. I do not have anything to contribute. Actually, we were the first people who really contributed in the first segment. So let me just give people time to do their part as I listen. As I listen to Neto being educated about history.
So, Jake, can I say something?
Okay.
finish my
This one is directed to Ndeto, but I want to say it through. There's someone commenting called Jerry Carlson, and this is something I would like to talk to Ndeto and the likes. I know before the UDA released their papers and everything for us to read, I was one of the people who used to confuse the idea of the wheelbarrow. So I used to think Ruto means he's going to give people wheelbarrows. But now I know it's a symbol just the way ODM is chungwa. However, Ndeto and the others kindly also remember this, because Ndeto has talked about something about what if he wins, what if he loses. Once you see people like Njeri using words like elite, using the words like dynasty, using these words, they don't mean that Ruto is the one saying them. Ruto is not, and I don't support Ruto, but I know him is not thinking this way. But what I can tell you is this. Let me paint for you a picture. We are in 2022. Ruto has lost. This is an example. I don't know if he will win. Ruto has lost. His supporters might think that he has been rigged out. So what is the first thing people usually do in such a moment? There's a lot of euphoria. And I'm telling you the truth. Let us stop talking about elites, because at that point in 2022, if Raila could take people to the streets, what we also assume would be that people then would just go, if you have a car, you're a dynasty. If you have a nice house, you're an elite. You know, there will be a lot of euphoria during election times. So kindly, let us not talk about class. Let's remove the idea of, oh, the elite are fighting who, the elite are fighting who. The truth of the matter is this. Politics is about power, and power as we speak today has been resting in Mount Kenya. This is something we need to agree. And it is time for Mount Kenya to negotiate with other people so that they can get that power too. Are you seeing this? So it's not like, oh, there's an elite class fighting, there's a dynasty, there's what? Power is in Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya in full is actually called Mount Kenyatta, you know. So the only other thing I also wanted to add about Ruto, I don't support Ruto, but I don't want to go into this. But one thing I know about Ruto is very hardworking. This is true. Ruto is if he's determined to get something, he will get it. And that's what we saw with 2007. But how he's doing it is where the problem lies. And this is something that all of us need to appreciate. How he's doing it is where the problem lies. If you want power, there are ways of getting it. But the way he's doing it is where even the president himself said, tafadhali pitia mlango wa mbele, not mlango wa nyuma. You know, and this is something that people need to appreciate, because I'm seeing many people here that all they have is, oh, Raila this, as someone is saying, an old guy, blah, blah, blah. Insults and insult won't solve anything. You can insult Raila, I can insult Ruto. This doesn't help anybody. In fact, even if Ruto wins, I will also be buying unga at the same price you will be buying it. So let's not insult people.
Kunywa
Let's
maji.
not insult people.
Kunywa tu maji. Naambia ukunywe tu maji upoe. Okay, I want us to take this home. But I want us to take this home in just a few minutes. I want to ask two questions. Number one, I'll start with kidogo tu, ni swali tu.
Elite and dynasty mean the same thing. Whoever is teaching this character language should help her.
Let's not achana na kwa comments tusiwashambulie. Nini, I'm asking, we saw Raila with Matiang'i this week. We also saw a photo. I don't know what is happening, but I would wish to know. We also saw Atwoli with Mtembei Twai in nini? Okay. So we also saw Atwoli with Aisha Jumwa and Faisal. So tuanze na nani sasa? Tuanze na serikali. Serikali seems to have some. What are you making? What are you seeing? Baba Matiang'i, Atwoli with Aisha Jumwa. What's happening?
Leave alone Atwoli and not. I wanted to tell Bob something. Bob, you said you like the way Ruto works, but
Bob, nani, Baltar, karibia sauti ya nini, whatever you are holding, we can't hear you properly.
I'm saying, Bob says he likes the way Ruto works, but it energy Ruto has, but he doesn't like the way Ruto works. You know, Bob, power is given out. Power is taken, it's not given out. And that is something that nobody wants to admit.
Excuse me, I didn't get what you said. Power is what?
Power is taken, it's not given.
Power is given. If you take it, it's revolution, but it's fine. Continue.
So the problem is many guys thought Ruto will wait. You don't have to wait in Kenya. If you wait, you'll never get. For those guys who wait, Moi was the only person who waited for the person and he was given. But in Kenya, you don't wait for it. Okay, this is my own assumption, and you can criticize, but this is how I understand. Handshake was these guys when they were having this handshake, it was not all about. It was not all about. I don't believe it's all about unity. But these guys wanted to physically disable this guy. They wanted to fix him in a corner. But the problem is Ruto is a vice politician. You cannot fix him in the corner. You fix him in this corner, he'll come out of. He'll go out through the window. You try to fix him here, he'll go out through the window. So what we need to agree with this Ruto is that he's a private politician. We tried to fix him with lifestyle audit. What happened? Bob, what happened with your lifestyle audit?
But you see, Bartai, your question is very rhetorical. I don't want to interrupt you. Just continue.
Let me finish, then you answer me.
Yeah,
You try to fix him in lifestyle audit, he jump out of it. You set this trap for him, he go through it. You set the BBI, the court rejects it. You say you are doing referendum before you want to change the constitution so that it does not. The kind of God that this guy prays is a very super God because he keeps on jumping. You said this for him, he moves. So what I want to understand, like, what are you doing? Because this BBI is dying, are you shifting action?
Kidogo to Bartai, can I make this joke? So you should advise Bernard a Google Mungu wa Ruto so that we can share that linkage to Baba Basi.
I give it to you people. Yeah, the kind of tutorship you're going with this Uda thing is top class. I give it to you.
What Serekali has done, he has just made God to be a UDA person.
Yeah, they have God and numbers, so the rest of us, we just have the devil. So
Can I say something?
Kidogo to Angela, I'm coming to you.
But
Bartai has not finished. Have you? There's something you were saying.
Yeah, he hasn't finished. I was just making jokes. Go ahead, Bartai.
I've not finished. You know what Ruto is meaning, guys, when they say you want the assimilation, and I've said let me give my own point of understanding.
Okay.
You realize that the guys at the bottom, those of us at the bottom, those of us at Mjengo, we don't have a tribe. We don't have a tribe. You will meet kama ni Fegi ni Otieno, lakini watafuta wote hao. And that is what Ruto is saying. He's saying, let all Africans come together. It doesn't mean that let's fight the elite. That is why I don't support those elite and dynasties and what. He's saying, those of us who we don't have anything, those of us we don't have anything, let's come together and unite. Ruto has been in this politics for a little bit now. He knows that if you unite Kingpin, and that is what Bobby supports. This communion Kingpin, tribal Kingpin. If I have this from Tamba, plus this from Kikuyu, plus this from Nyanza, and this from Western, and be the president. But that is the theory we want to change. We want to say either you are a Luo or you are a Kalenjin or what. The fact remains that you don't have anything. Let's unite and make a government that we can all accountable of it, that will bring resources that will give us resources, that will make life from bottom to up. We want to empower this guy. Akuwe Mjaluo, akuwe nani. But you know the problem with you guys, you want us to unite this Kingpin. Whom do we have in Rift Valley? We have Gideon. Gideon will bring us 20,000 votes. So we have in Mount Kenya, we have Muturi. Will give us. Those are nonsense. Let's have all Kenyans. Let's have a vote. He's trying to say for this and trust this guy.
Is it all Kenyans or the Mama Mboga wheelbarrow people only? Because these top people are told to be forgotten. The middle class and the top class are not Kenyans.
No, we are saying this time, the politics of this time now, we are not, normally we do it from top. So inakuanga tu ukishika Ruto from Rift Valley na watu wake watatu ama wanne wenye wanamzunguka, you have all the Rift Valley. You get it? Ukishika Raila na Orengo na watu wake wenye wanazunguka wa Kiingereza mingi, you are done with Rift. You are done with nothing. This time round, we want to say that Mama Mboga who sells, Mama wa samaki who sells samaki at Kendude also must have a say. You get it? That is what we mean by having attention. It means we want to start from bottom because for very many years, hakuna mtu.
So kama bottom hakuna kitu, tunaenda kuchukua nini huko?
But wait, Bernard, remember the Nakuru MP. Okay,
kidogo tu Bartai. I want to bring someone new again tusikie maoni mapya. Angela ni aje?
Poa, how are you guys doing?
Nimeona nisipokutetea hawa wanaume watakuvamia hadi asubuhi.
I know. You need to defend this sister.
Ni aje umetutupa na wewe?
Si kwa ubaya, nimekuwa busy kidogo, but today I was able to find some time to listen to you guys. And so far so good, although I would like to give special kudos to Mulumbu, Rashukia, Bernard, Bob na Angel. Kwa sababu they are supporting the person who I'm supporting in terms of these elections.
Kuna pia brother Benson lakini hajaamua yake tu, tutamconvince tu ajoin.
Actually hata Angel alisema she doesn't really know who she's choosing, but she'll decide when the time comes. Actually for her, I think she even said that she's looking for a new candidate, someone other than the same old
Okay.
Haya sasa, nimesikia maneno leo paka I'm burning to speak. I've heard a lot of stuff and I'm kind of I mean, we need to take Kenya as something that we treasure, as a precious jewel. Kenya, just something. Kenya is our motherland, the place where we were born, the place where our children and grandchildren are going to grow up. And then I hear people wanaongea tu hivyo hohehahe ati I mean, oh my God, like it's so irritating when I hear people talking about corruption like it's nothing, like ati nani aibi, who hasn't stolen, ati now that kind of attitude is really, really disheartening. Unajua? Alafu nasikia mtu anasema ati someone has Ruto is able to epuka. They try to get him this way, he epukas. They try to get him this way, he epukas. What are we talking about? Are we talking about ugali in a kitchen? Are we talking about a household? Even a household, people treasure it a little bit more than we treasure our country, based on the conversation that has been going on today and even other times. Let us treasure our country. Let's not take corruption like it's nothing, like it has no effect. The reason why we are where we are and why we are here talking, having time to make this talk about politics 24/7, is because we have not, like, things are thick. Things are thick, and we had better start taking our country seriously. We had better start taking these things of corruption and the types of leaders that we are choosing for our country. We need to start taking it very seriously, because if we do not, Kenya is going to be in the dogs. Kenya is going to go down, and when it goes down, we are all going down with it. No one is going to be spared. Our children are not going to be spared. Our grandchildren are not going to be spared. We need to to treasure our country. And if we treasure our country, we will choose leaders. Whether everyone else is supporting them or not, we will choose people of character. There are people of character in that country. Do you want to say everybody is corrupt? Every single Kenyan is corrupt. Our systems are corrupt.
The politicians are corrupt. They cause us to be divided so that we can't come together and get rid of each and every one of them. So it's time we start treasuring our country. We take it as the precious jewel it is, and look at not only our present situation right now, but even the future of this country. I remember when Kibaki became president, it was such a wonderful time because we saw the light. We saw a light at the end of the tunnel. We saw, and in the time that Kibaki was president, we saw changes. We saw people in matatus fighting so that a police officer is not given hongo. We had ministers, what are they called, CSs or whatever, who are men of character and who are creating changes that are for the better of the country. And we saw a lot of development. Even Mama Mbogas were doing well. Boda Boda guys were doing well. I don't know whether that time Boda Boda had really become that common, but all the same, people were doing well. You know, that time I was out of the country, but I would call home and everyone was doing well. People were happy. And we saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Come 2013, 2007, Raila and Kibaki tried to continue, you know, but now the disunity started causing a little, the light started dimming a little bit. But now we are in total darkness with Uhuru. I like Uhuru, but let's tuongee tu ukweli, and maybe even the environment, COVID. There are so many, and a deputy who doesn't even respect him. So there are so many things that have come in, and probably that's the reason why now we are in total darkness. But all the same, we should not continue with leaders who we know are taking us nowhere. People who are so blind, who have such blind ambition that they have there's nothing good they wish for the country. All their friends, they are corrupt. If you're found in corruption, there's one person we know everybody runs to, and he supports them. They're not even hiding. They're not even hiding anymore what they want and what they are after. You guys, we need to wake up, man. We need to wake up. Otherwise, we are going to be in the dogs. And once we're in the dogs, there's nothing we can do. We need to choose leaders who are men of character. It doesn't matter that all of them are thieves or whatever, but we need to look for that one who is a man of character, who we can entrust with the future of our children and our grandchildren. We need to take this thing seriously. Ruto is on record talking about the reason why he even wants this presidency is because of the bitterness and hatred that he has for Kikuyus. He's on record. You go to YouTube and you'll hear it.
Usidanganya hapo,
He's
Angela.
on record. I can
Don't
play that.
don't be so academic. Don't be so academic. Come kwa crowd.
Deto, I can play that thing right now and you guys will hear it. He's on record. And you all can go to Fifth Estate and you will see where he spoke, and he said that the reason why he wants presidency is because of the hatred that Kalenjins have for Kikuyus, and that the reason why he wants this thing ni ili he gets into presidency so that he can now deal with that issue. I don't know whether it's the land issue. I don't know what issue he was talking about. Even the people of Fifth Estate were what he was talking about. But his
that
agenda
was beyond 2013. That was beyond 2013.
It does not matter. His agenda is not good for the Kikuyus. Let's start there. His agenda is not good for the country. He has his own agenda.
I already know your side. So I cannot allow you to keep deconstructing and using so much academic abstract and research. Come to the ground. Come to the ground. Come to the ground where people are.
He's on record.
Come to the ground where people are sleeping hungry.
You're not gonna shut me up. I love Kenya.
Every day I deal with people from informal settlement, people who do not have food.
I love Kenya. And
people who do not have water.
I care about the kind of leaders we want to select or we want to choose, or who give us goosebumps every time we hear his voice, and that Bwana Asifiwe rhetoric. And we know that this man does not even believe in God, because if he did, he would do better. He would stop stealing. and then giving back the money to the church. That's an insult to the church. That's an insult to the people of Kenya. We need to get real. We need to love our country. We need to love our country. We need to love our country.
Hey. Na mimi ndo mko mnasema nikunywe maji.
Huyu wacha alambe ice. Angela,
Jakes, should I? Jakes.
Hey, Angela umekuja.
Jakes, a minute, please.
Hey, Jakes, undressing.
This is where I like when.
But I think if you give data, we'll just go back and forth. We will never finish what we wanted to say.
I know the reason you are saying that, Bob. I know the reason you are saying that.
Deto, trust me. As in, I think it's fine. As in, just let it also pass. As in,
let me point out something small. 1 minute, please. I think it is Bernard who said, when we are sharing every information, let us have reliable sources and let that information be validated. For instance, like myself.
Deto, I had it from the
Okay, I've not called your name. I've not called your name, please, Angela. So give me my airtime. So what I'm saying, every day, I deal with the people from informal settlements, that is slums and rural settlements. And let me tell you, if a mama comes in the office or find you along the road and tells you I do not have unga, my kids wamelala siku tatu jaa, hautaanza kuwaambia sijui kuna BBI yenye inawatetea. You either get back to your pocket na unawapea maybe what they need. For example, Ruto has been going to churches, like juzi alikuwa huko Ukambani na akapeana pesa ya kuchimba maji. Those people are desperately maybe looking for water. Then this guy comes with a solution na akawaambia chimbeni maji. Hiyo maji itasaidia very many community members. That is what Kenyans want. Kitu yenye inakuja direct. Lakini si mambo ya kutuambia.
No,
let me finish, Bob.
That is as old as KANU. The politics of handouts.
Yeah. How many boreholes will you have? And first of all, what is this person's salary and how much is he giving out? You know, you be genuine, Deto. This person earns less than $1 million. This is a state officer. We know how much
the point I'm trying to drive home.
Businesses, but he can't get 100 million weekly. Deto, come on.
Bob, my point is
about the 100 million weekly.
My point is, Bernard,
understand that for there to be proper development, everything must be done according to government policy. Kupeana pesa nje ya government system, nje ya other programs, what happens is, even if I get $100 million right now, the government of Kenya will not allow me to inject it in the economy right away. That's why central bank
Bernard,
how much money gets into the circulation. So
Bernard,
if
you are a
we have a
Bernard,
way
you are a pastor, Bernard. Bernard, you are a pastor.
Exactly.
And let me give an example. You have a church, and the role that the government take towards serving the community is the same role that the church is doing towards serving the same community and also non-governmental organization. They are focusing on one objective. So if the church injects a project, maybe like to empower the community, and in one way or the other, it solves a certain problem.
Deto, 1 minute. I'm trying to find what Angela has said so that I can play it. Angela, tell me, is it in the fifth estate or is it a clip on its own?
Yes, it's fifth estate.
Or do this, share the link. Share the link up kwa private. We will make it come to the people.
Okay.
That will be easy so that we can vindicate in one way or another. Go ahead, Ndeto.
Okay, so the point I was trying to drive home is, let us not fight maybe characters, kwa sababu maybe you know that this person, you are just against, you fight everything that this person is trying to bring on light. For instance, nimewaambia kama sahi kuna shida sana ya juu ya COVID-19, na kama kuna kitu watu wanahitaji ni hiyo usaidizi ya dharura. Mama hata kuja hapa akwambie nahitaji unga, umwambie sijui nitalipia mtoto wako CBA ama ngojea BBI ipite.
Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo ulio nayo.
Mimi nimefika hapa kwa sababu mama Ngirishi ameita kina mama na vikundi ya kina mama.
Yeah, that's the video I was talking about.
But I didn't hear him saying
hata mimi sijasikia.
Play it from the beginning. You didn't play it properly. Whoever played it, play it from the beginning.
Okay.
Don't you also share the link in the private? Then we can also watch it at our own times, maybe.
Yeah. Just the link. Send the link.
Yeah. Mimi nauliza nyinyi. Kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali
that was very positive.
But I think that's very positive.
Yes.
Sure?
So
I think that's open to a lot of interpretation.
Sure.
That is very positive.
This is right.
So Angela, that's why I'm telling you to
participate. It is open to a lot of interpretation. That's a threat. That's a threat.
Yeah, that's a threat.
That's a threat.
The government.
When Ndeto, if I tell you I have a problem with you, but first let me get power, what do I want to do with this power? If I have a problem,
the government is to neutralize. It is a factor of bringing people together. That's what Ruto means.
That's what I'm saying. It's open to a lot of interpretation.
When were you here?
You're blind. You have a problem with being brainwashed. You have a problem where Ndeto. If that is how you translate that, I have a problem. If I come here and I say I have a problem with Luos, but sometimes you have to pretend so that you get power, so that you can deal with those problems that you have. How? I mean, what do I mean by that? I mean that I love.
Do you want, Angela?
Maybe,
do you want to tell us that after Ruto wins, they will join with Raila to go against Kikuyu? Is that what you are insinuating?
No, I was just giving an example. I was just giving Luo as an example. I wasn't saying I don't like Luos. I like all tribes. Me, I'm non-tribal.
Just a moment. Go ahead.
But this guy just said, hakuna mtu yuko na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi. Who are sisi?
The other thing, there's just like you have requested the previous part before that part. This is what I think he begins by saying, if kuna watu wanasema wako na shida na Wakikuyu, hakuna wako na shida kutuliko sisi, meaning the Kalenjins, or rather whatever he was representing. Number two, this is what he's also saying, that kuna wakati inafika unaweka hizo tofauti za kijamii kando, alafu unatafuta uongozi. That I've just
kwanza.
Sawa, unatafuta uongozi kwanza.
Yes. That's why kwanza. Why kwanza? So that you deal with them.
Yes. Kando. You go ahead.
Yes, he's saying sometimes it's good you first of all enter into the government first. But he's not saying that I enter into the government first and I revenge. Maybe want to enter into government and then solve the issue. So why are you trying to say that he's trying to say
whatever he's talking about
Anongelea,
he's talking of
Duke.
Anongelea
Duke. Duke, thank you so much.
Jake,
Asante sana, Duke.
Can I say something?
Benson, go ahead, Benson.
All of you. You know, sometimes, sometimes maybe when I listen to my brothers and sisters, I fail to understand where we are headed and we are not reaching a solution. And, nothing will always set us free as being truthful. That speech,
amen,
it will be interpreted in different ways. One, if I'm not kind of like resonating with the deputy president, I will interpret it in different way. And if I'm interpreting it in a different way, that one will be a threat, because which means the way it might means somebody might understand it and say, Jake, I have a problem with you. But like sometimes the problem I have with you, let me put it aside first. Let me seek power. After getting that power, then I will revisit the problem. So which means I might solve the problem through power. And this one means he might solve it positively or negatively. So within him, he knows how he's going to solve that problem. That's how it is.
And that's why we are saying it's open to interpretation. We're not saying it's bad or good. It's open to interpretation. Yeah,
But
that's what I was saying.
You hear how Angela said, the problem I think we are having is Angela said that he said he will deal with the Kikuyus once he's into power. But when you listen to the message,
that was my
really
interpretation. Thank you.
Yeah.
My interpretation.
The other interpretation that can come in, because
is also valid.
Is also valid. So by the end of the day, it is him to verify what did he mean. It is him
that's
to
why
verify.
We have agreed, Jake, so that we also don't waste too much time. All of us agree that it's open to interpretation, just like that. Yeah,
exactly.
And
so,
you asked something about Aisha Juma.
Bob,
I don't know who is.
Bob, let me conclude because I'm the one who introduced that topic.
Yeah.
Jakes, let me conclude because I'm the one who introduced that topic.
Okay.
When somebody says something, there are many ways to look at it. You can look at history and the history that person has with the people he's talking about or the person he's talking about. And you can look at
will
the
you
current.
Also allow me to ask you a question?
Excuse me. And you can also look at the. Excuse me.
Will you also allow me to ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Just finish. I'm saying after you're through.
Okay.
Will you allow me to ask a question?
Okay, sawa, no problem.
Go ahead.
So you can look at the history and you can look at the current situation. Based on the history that Ruto has with Kikuyus, everybody knows there is no need of trying to hide or pretend or, what he said, that statement.
Don't assume we know, just tell us, I'm a Kikuyu.
That statement is true to the history that he has with the people of Central and of the Kikuyus of the Rift Valley, especially with what happened in 2007. So let's not try to, you can support someone, Deto and Jakes, you can support someone. No one will tell you who to support or whatever. No one will tell you. You can support someone, but let's start with truth. Once we start with truth, you can support even your own. You can support a thief, you can support a murderer, you can support whoever you want. But let's start from a place of truth where we say, David, and this is an example, David of the Bible was a man after God's own heart. But he was also, and God knew that he was also a murderer. And what else did David do? He was a murderer and what? There was something else that
he did a lot. He took someone's wife. He did a lot. He did a lot.
Yes.
In short, what you're meaning, God does not look at our weaknesses.
Exactly. He overlooks those things. So even you guys have a right to support this man, but when a threat has been made against people, you say, yeah, that is a threat, but me, I will still continue supporting him because of reason 1, 2, 3.
Now, my question is this to you.
Let's not lie to each other.
My question is this to you. That is a statement that has two interpretations, right? You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Now, what interpretation would you give to a question like this? a candidate who says it is 42 against 1.
A candidate who says it is 42 against 1. That's someone who wants to cause disunity.
Okay. I
Yes.
end my
And it doesn't
submissions
matter.
there.
It doesn't matter whether it's someone I'm supporting or not, but that is a person who wants
Okay.
to cause disunity.
Okay.
Let's not lie
Thank
to
you.
ourselves. Let's say that
I leave
think
my
Angela,
argument
you've
there.
passed your test. Jake was testing you.
Let me ask another question. Let me ask
She has
another
failed
question,
my
Angela.
test. She has failed my test.
She has passed. Because your
Angela,
question,
She has
42
said.
against 1 is tribalism. I wouldn't support it. Even Raila said it, and that's what she has said. So she has passed. I know you are testing her.
Yeah. So if if we want to call whatever stone a stone, hakuna hata ile serious kama hiyo ya kusema it is 2 against 1.
So now you want to categorize them in terms of one is stronger than the other one?
By the end of the day, no, my point is, by the end of the day, if our dates and our submissions will be to cast someone's dark side, there are so many things that can be brought from the archives.
Yes,
right?
and that's the level of honesty you want.
That's why I'm saying it is always good at times before you present, and that's what was the challenge in BBI. You think you have a good case, wait until the other side gives its submission. Me, when I listened to day 1, day 2, I said BBI is going through. When I listened to day 3, day 4, I was not really sure. So at the moment, I'm not really sure.
No, BBI is coming back in August.
As I said,
okay. Before we get to BBI, before
BBI is coming back in August. And if I take you back to what you're talking about, Aisha Jumwa, this is the bigger picture that I was trying to tell you guys. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, under his own wisdom with Cambridge Analytica and the other guys who have been helping him, have realized that the only way Kenya can go forward is if the people who sponsor people to shout in the streets come together. Some are calling it elitism or dynasty, but the truth in Kenya is that people go to the streets by being paid by someone. So if you don't want people to go to the streets, call these people who pay people and ask them, what do you want, so that we don't have people going to the streets? And I'm telling you the truth. As we wait for the BBI, there is a big coalition going to be launched soon, because this is some private information. But the truth is this: Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is forming a big coalition so that Kenya can be put in the hands of a group of people, not one community, not one person. Kenya as a nation, we deserve, everybody in Kenya deserves something. You understand what I'm saying, Jake? We don't want this idea where, I don't like talking like this because I know some people are here and I have friends who are Kikuyus. But the truth is, all state parastatals, you read the name and it betrays everything. Are you seeing that? We need a situation where Matiang'i from Kisii can also bring someone in, someone from the coast, so that
you're doing well. You're doing well, but you're still also contradicting yourself. So
how?
Why does he not start now? Because I think a good leader leads by example.
No.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. If he is genuine, I think he can allow us to have a different leader of majority from a different tribe. He can allow the speaker to come from a different tribe. He can allow the leader of Majeshi atoke from a different tribe. I think the Chief Justice kama anaweza tamani atoke a different tribe, that can also be sweet. He can allow...
No,
wait,
Jake,
okay.
Jake's my
I wanted to continue, but now I'm back to Vamio. So I think, no, wait, Bena, let me finish.
When
let
a
me
red
finish.
flag
I
is
was patient. Allow me to finish. The other thing,
this has become your
the 35, Bernard, allow me. I didn't heckle you. Allow me to finish.
Hold on.
The 35%, this was the best time. This was the best way to lead by a leader.
Something wrong.
This was the best time to give 35%. The 15% was an issue. Actually, we ended up, I'll not stop because I allowed you, now you're not allowing me. I'll say
Jakes,
the
we
president
understand.
has not led by example.
Let him finish.
The president has. If you allow me to finish, I'll give you time. But if you don't, I'll continue.
You are the one chairing in the first place. So how are you chairing this meeting?
I'm finishing. I'm giving my submissions. So listen.
No, it's not like that.
For 6 hours, I have listened to all of you.
You're sure?
Yes.
You claiming to
I'm 100% sure.
A case that is
I have YouTube to back me up. So let me say what I was saying. So the president, this was the high time to shine, you know. This was the high time to lead by example. The reason I'm taking this cue is because Bob says that the president is bringing a team. You know, I think we love people who can show this is what I've been doing, you know. You told us that he will showcase his performance and all he has done for the country. That is good. But leadership-wise, just like I normally say, David in the Bible, just like Angela was saying, David cannot give me marital advice because he failed in marriage. So in terms of leadership, I don't think our president is the very best examples. We can cite, let me finish, Bob. Okay. We can cite over 1 million court cases he has refused to obey. We can cite issues he has failed to deliver upon. The other thing about him, if he's so much into BBI, he would have been in the forefront advocating one. We don't need BBI to have a youth commission. That could have come like yesterday. We don't need BBI for tax holidays to come. It would have come as kama jana, unajua. We don't need BBI for 35% to come, because by the end of the day, if E15 inatusumbua, if 35% amekataa kutupea. So by the end of the day, it is a president who has failed, but is raising the bar for the next president. This is a president which is good. It is not good. It is being selfish. It is being self-centered, because he knows the challenges we are facing as a country. He knows the debt he has left this nation. So you cannot put a pedestal on someone's head. Hata kabla hajaingia. Some of these things, we needed to have tested the second president under this constitution. He's the only one who has served this constitution for 10 years. We needed to have gotten another president to either say these are the loopholes. It is only, we can only cite the problems because of him, what he has told us. We can also cite the challenges of this constitution because of what he has failed to do. It is he who has failed to appoint the IEBC. We are in court fighting over quorum, yet it is he who was supposed to elect the quorum.
That's illegal.
It is he who failed to follow the due process of the law. He who refused to appoint the 41 judges. Now we have so many court cases pending. The fault lies with him. The buck stops with him. He says that 2 billion lost every day. It is he who causes all such, because if he was truly a good leader, he would have told us, this is what is happening, this is what I'm doing, but so and so is failing me. He's not telling us who is stealing 2 billion. He's not telling us where this 2 billion is going. He's just giving us hypotheses. He's just telling us people are stealing. Who are the thieves? That he is reached with Interpol. He has many people who can advise him. He can direct the DCI to jail these people. So by the end of the day, you cannot talk of a leader who has failed to term corruption and tell us.
My
friend, hey, come on,
Jake Kunyomaji.
Jake.
After all that list, you still voted
I can go on if you want.
Bernard. Yes. But what I like about Jake is you've put it squarely on Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But you see
the president. He's the president.
You will see some people blaming Raila for all these mistakes. You know,
it is almost absurd that we blame someone who was an assistant. Why can't we blame the head? If Raila says that we overspent on SGR, let's go to the person who signed, whose signature was appended on that memo, on that tender. That signature was not for Ruto. That signature was not for a cabinet secretary. That signature was from the head of state. That is going home. That is the man who has been messing up. We cannot be here criticizing the deputy, calling him all the names, but there's a person hiding behind the curtains, now playing to be a saint, now playing to be the God, now playing to be the savior, bringing everybody on board. If he was so good, why did he recant on what he said? He should have not destroyed the previous bridges. He should have made more new bridges and connect us together. you cannot kill, you cannot destroy your home and build your neighbor's home, and then you say you're a developer. You maintain your home and you still help your neighbor. He's helping the neighbors, forgetting his children. People who fought for him tooth and nail to be president. Now they are the people who are being termed corrupt. Now they are the people being
who
termed
wanted to eat alone, and now the food has been made available to everybody, and you must be comfortable with every Kenyan also eating. We cannot leave it for you to eat alone.
Funny, me, I'm muted.
Jake,
Hello, Jake.
Now that is
Jake.
me. Angela, go ahead.
Jake.
Okay, Jake.
Let me go. Angela, I want to go ahead. Okay.
Okay, Jake. First of all, Pole. I know I've brought
good.
some bad news. Some bad news to you today, but
the
all
problem
will be
is,
well, my brother.
I think I will listen to some funny things. I had to maybe pour out.
All is well. All is well. All is well. All is well. Now, that being said, we cannot. Let's not focus so much on what Uhuru has not done, because Uhuru is living presidency in the next 1 year. There's nothing much that
a spade, eh?
Yeah. But there's not much that he can do in that 1 year. Although we also know the disadvantages that he had, which included an insubordinate deputy. That was one of the biggest.
He had the tyranny of numbers. He had the leeway of making him be impeached. So that's not even an excuse to start with.
No, that's a lot of political risk.
He was able. He had the numbers. He was able to gather over 235 members to pass BBI. So in any case, if he wanted to panel beat the parliamentary guys, he would have done so. So this guy, by the end of the day, he has tried, but honestly, from where I sit, he has issues that if all of us are genuine, we cannot praise him as single.
But Jake, before even Angela says anything, remember in 2013, I'm going to say we, the ODM, told you people, don't vote for these characters.
You cannot blame a voter. You can never blame a voter. It is your right to vote. It is your right to vote. It is constituted that you, as a voter, should vote. You, as a voter, has a right to choose your candidate. So if you get the wrong candidate, it is not your fault. The fault is the candidate who refuses to abide to what he chose to say.
Why are you running away from the consequence of your voting? We respect you as a voter. We acknowledge you as a voter. Your voting produced what we have. Enjoy it. If you are not
enjoying what you're also telling you again is Ruto is
don't run away from the game.
No, you guys are done enough against Jake now.
No, we are actually surprised because I've never seen him this way. So
you see, Bob yesterday told me that at times I play cool. By the end of the day,
by the way, sometimes you
play a new money. Tuna blame too much. That's how these two came as a duel. These two came as a duel. when we have issues, all these scandals, they happened under his watch. He has all the intelligence. He has all the muscle that he needs to act. We don't need the press. We don't need the media to prosecute their case. We need him to do the right thing. We have an independent institution. We have people with, how is it that they still, he even asked the other day, what do you want me to do? He brings himself as a helpless president. Yes, he brings himself as that. He asked us, what do you want me to do? So, and then you're here blaming the deputy simply because
No, actually we are saying all of them wanaenda nyumbani Jake, wote wawili. Not just
Actually, hata hiyo kujitoa kwa Ngori, that is a character issue with the deputy president.
Both of them.
Kujitoa kwa Ngori, because if you're in a team, you stay in the team until the very end. You don't come out of the team pretending that you're not part of the team so that you can look good. That is a character flaw.
Showing us how good
that is a character flaw.
That's a character of someone.
Let me say
Unaenda
something,
unashake
please.
hand na referee ati ndio players wafukuzwe kwa uwanja, saying
Look
that
at
you see
Nyangweso.
hawa wachezaji wanafunga pande yao badala wafunge the side of the opponent. But by
Jake,
the end
we are
of the day,
finishing the
you
journey
don't shake
together.
hands with the referee.
We are finishing the journey together.
Jake, if
let me say something.
ukiendelea hivyo next, I mean in 2022, bahati mbaya, if DP enters, bahati
moderator
mbaya, you'll be like this the next year. The way you're behaving right now is the same thing you'll be doing. Na utanikumbuka.
My problem is this. Is trying to pick a side. You know, a coin is not complete without the three sides: the edges, the tail, and the head. But we are here always either focusing on the head or the tails.
Or Raila. Don't forget
Or
Raila.
Raila.
People blame Raila.
So honestly, what kind of a nation do we have? Honestly,
That's what I'm saying. You, Jake.
Let's give Raila a chance.
Ruto should go home. 2022. Ruto as a pair.
If you give me an opportunity to deconstruct him, my friend will not even love him. Let's go to Senator Atuya.
No, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. It's been years. I have not been seeing you.
Oh, it's like
we have done it. All right. I was just watching from YouTube before I saw Angela speaking. I don't know if this is the Kawaida Angela or is this the new one. I really was.
Jake
The other one is Angel. This one is Angela.
Oh, I was right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So I was. I want to ask Angela one thing. Concerning the video that you were actually referring to, when was the video taken? I think that video, Ruto was speaking, I think, before 2013 or before even 2012. Why was Mutai Nguni?
Let me answer you, Atuya.
Let me finish. I prefer going systematic, and then you'll come in when time comes. When Mutai Nguni was parading the tyranny of numbers back in 2013, why was he not bringing up the video so that he can tell the Kikuyus that the deputy that we want to elect might be coming after us after some years to come? Why does it become vital now to use the video when and the video you are interpreting in your very crude and very uncouth way to say that Ruto was inciting people against the Kikuyus? It was very, very undemocratic and very unpatriotic of someone like you to come on such a platform to parade such a video and say that Ruto is against Kikuyus. I think you need to apologize before so many of us who are watching. I was working. I had to stop and come and talk to you over here. You cannot. I want to tell you the Angelas and the rest of you who are here. You cannot tell us that Ruto was he is now against the Kikuyus 10 years after using him, and he was very useful before. He was very useful when you wanted to use him for 10 years. That is a narrative, a narrative that cannot hold water. When you bring such videos, you should have told us when was it taken, why was it not being used before 2012, or why was it not used during 2017? You cannot use it to your own advantage, to disadvantage Ruto that he said he was fighting against Kikuyus. And you cannot use one part of the statement that wacha ni if kuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu. Why? I can't even tell even if you went to a literature class. That was so unfair.
Was already sorted.
There was something else somebody was saying that BBI, I don't know. BBI is just a coalition forming platform. There's nothing BBI is coming to bring to Kenyans. So there's nothing good. There's nothing good that BBI is bringing on the table. If you still believe that BBI will solve the country's issues, that is a long lost story that will never happen. I can see Samuel Michira. That is a name from my home. I know he's an ODM guy, a sympathizer who wants me to speak ill about William Ruto. But I'm here to speak facts, and we cannot let people like Angela speak nonsense on a public platform like this. You have to apologize.
Atuya, I am not going to apologize. because what I am speaking is the truth. What came out of Ruto's mouth was from the heart. It doesn't matter whether it was in 2001, 2013, yesterday, the day before yesterday, last year, it does not matter. When he said it, it came from his heart. And those are feelings that you cannot remove at the overnight, or that whatever came out of his heart is so deep. Kwa hivyo hiyo agenda alikuwa nayo in 2001 or 1999 or whenever, I don't even care whether it was in 1974. Those are things that are in his heart, and I don't think his agenda has changed because him and Uhuru ran in 2013 and they were voted in. Those feelings are feelings. Those are feelings that are going to haunt us as Kenyans and as voters for the rest of our lives, because that is something that came from the heart. He meant it. I don't think it. I don't think it has been changed because now he's DP and Kikuyu support or whatever. I don't care anyway. When he said it, he meant it, and it still applies. It does not matter when it was.
Let me ask you a question.
And I am not going to apologize.
No. Let me ask you.
You should not. You should not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Angela. Usitishwe na mtu
It is your view. It is your view.
That video is there, has been doing rounds. Si ati ni sahi tunaitumia. We have been playing it. Kama yangu niliposti over 3 years ago. So atuwe uwezi kuja hapa kuambia watu ati wa apologize. Who are you? Wewe ni DP. Upuzi bwana.
The person who made the statement should be the one to recant it or come and break it down for us.
Link.
I mean, does it matter when it was said? Does it matter when it was said?
The question is,
people, when people hear
Angela, the problem I think I have with that,
the truth hurts. The truth
it's
hurts.
okay.
And your commander,
it's the same truth I'm asking you.
And that's the reason why Atuya came from work. I don't know, maybe when he was running to come and join the video so that he can give his point. The truth hurts. Atuya, I know the truth hurts, but the truth must be spoken.
It's okay. There's a time you say two wrongs don't make a right? And you said you cannot support someone who says 41 against 1 is not okay. Just like what you're saying about Ruto. So by the end of the day, some of these things ni vitu zimekuwa. So it is us to now make a decision. What do we want? Who do we want? Who do you want to choose? If it is Baba, fine, you have your reasons. If it is Ruto, fine, you have your reasons. Because by the end of the day, if we bring the dark days, there are many, it's not one, there are days we do even not want to relive. So basically, hakuna mtu akona a clean pair of hands. Let's not lie to ourselves. Hakuna mtu akona clean garments. We can look for these nasty things from the archives. But the issue is, what is the truth? Who do we want? And why do we want? Let's not just dwell on what someone did 2013, 2014, because by the end of the day, if tutashinda hapa, archives ni mingi. There's a lot I can bring about Raila. There's a lot someone can bring against Ndavadi. There's a lot someone can bring against Kalonzo. So by the end of the day, let's just be sober. We are the voters. We are the voters by the end of the day. We are the voters. We are not the politicians. We are the voters. You are Bernard as a voter. So you as a voter, you should stick to what matters to you.
Hold on, Kwanza. Having archives is okay. Having record on other people is okay, but that does not mean that what was done is right when it is wrong. That Raila did something, it doesn't mean you are now authorized to do it because Raila did it.
Thank you. Well said. Well said. So don't preach on one side.
Did something, it does not mean it's now the standard for every other political party to do it.
That's the correct. That is the correct version. It is the correct. You know the problem. The problem you're forgetting, it was just the wrong side of Ruto, the things, the nasty part. So when we bring the other side, you are now becoming philosophical, almost becoming.
We already said this thing is open to interpretation. Why are we still there?
Period. A wrong is a wrong.
James, we need to talk about the future.
Let's have Evo. Let's have Evo coming. Evo, go ahead.
I've been watching in the background for the last 6 hours.
Hey.
And anyway, sorry. Hello, guys.
Hi.
The problem is, there's a lot of people who have contributed different stuff and everything. And I think one of the points is, I think we have had a few people who were so emotional today because it's either Ruto is this or that, or Raila. I don't understand how it's such a shame and so sad that in Kenyan politics we're fighting over ni watu and not policies. Now, every time nimekuja kwa show kwa panel hapa, I keep telling people that we need to realize that we do not need to vote individuals. Tunataka to vote policies ambao watu wanaleta. Unfortunately, Kenya, I'm a Kenyan. I grew up, I was born in Nairobi and I grew up in Kenya until my late teens when I left. As I always say, I left Kenya 18 years ago. But all it takes is you live in Kenya, unatoka nje, then you see the reality, because we don't need to vote on the basis of individuals, but rather the policies ambao wanaweka in place. Where I am here, I don't vote because of individuals. So and so amesema hivi na hivi. I vote on the policies. What are they putting in place that to better everybody's, livelihood? Unfortunately, what we have in Kenya is people, and so like for example, Senator Tuya ametolewa na Mtembee, which I kind of think everybody is entitled to their own opinion. I know ilikuwa kwa attack kwa Angela nini, but there's no need to sort of take him off the panel. You still need to leave him there, because that is his own opinion. Na Angela amekuja hapo hivyo. At the end of the day, this panel, we are here to teach Kenya, to educate, we air our views, not educating anybody, but airing our views. Because,
I wasn't even offended, by the way. Atuya hata venye amenitukana, I just say, well done, Atuya. I am not offended. However, I will not apologize because the truth hurts.
Yeah, sorry. And then kutukanana doesn't help anything, because at the end of the day, just peana opinion yako and then let somebody else come in and give their own opinion. Different ideas brought together in a peana different, that's how people grow mentally and socially and everything. So what I wanted to say this evening is everything else has been alright, but it's just some people are so emotional. Uweze kuja kwa panel alafu unaanza kusema mambo yako ati Ruto will be the president until 2040 regardless of this and that. Those are petty politics. We don't need to be in those kind of, because that is where we are trying. Mutembei TV imeanzishwa because we are trying to run away from those things. Unaona, idea ya kuwa mimi na Raila baba akisema ndio, that's it, there's nothing else. I mean, even if you listen to that, it just doesn't make any sense. People should be, as an individual, you're educated, umesoma na nini, fikiria and then make up your own decisions as a grown man or woman or lady. Unaona, let us not rely on baba amesema, amesoma katiba, regardless of what comes out. That's it sticks. Remember, these guys bana wamekuwa kwa power for centuries. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but tumepewa akili as human beings for a reason. You need to think with akili yako and you reason with it. And if you can't, na unaacha mtu mwingine akufikirie, then there's a problem somewhere. Unaona, unfortunately, people need to be able to think na akili zao peke yao. Anyway, hizo ndo point zangu nilikuwa nazo for now. Nitaendelea ku listen to the panel. Thank you so much kunipatia opportunity.
Okay, Brother Benson, you had something to say?
Mimi it was so hot. Mimi pale nilikuwa nataka tu correct ni kwamba ulisema kwamba David failed in his marriage. He did not. To me, from my own understanding, I don't think he failed.
So according to you, going to the room, seeing a woman naked, and then killing the husband, that is a marital advice you can give someone.
You know, when you want, don't just take it from there. There's a way that thing where it started and where it went. If you are kind of into the Bible, there's a teaching you can get from there, because
don't take your wife's someone else's wife. Don't convert someone else's wife. It is in the laws of God.
And remember, it's the same person.
Usitamani mke wa jirani.
Just listen. At the end of it all, he asked for forgiveness genuinely. It was very genuine. That's where the prayer for forgiveness. Do not take away your spirit away from me.
Yeah, it is Psalms 51. I know that.
So,
but also the child died, Benson.
The child was born. In fact, he fasted, and when the child died, this is what he said. He says, "This child cannot come to me, but it is only me who can go to him." So this is what I want to take you home. I said he was punished because Mungu si wa kipendeleo, and it is in the rules of God. And I think number 7, don't convert your someone's wife if it is not the last one.
And he apologized for that. And he asked forgiveness for all the things. Sindio?
So who is prepare marriage advice? That's my point.
No,
you can't convince me.
Wait, Jake. Yeah. So did he apologize? Did he apologize? Bernard, go on.
Not everything that's written in the Bible is meant for us to emulate, but the scripture says it's meant for our examples. Example can be the right example or the wrong example, but all of them drive a lesson. And this outstanding lesson that we drive from David's experience with Bathsheba is that it was the time for kings to go for war, but David stayed home. Yeah, so being in the wrong place at the wrong time will land you into wrong issues.
It will make you do some things that can destroy your family, especially your marriage. So it is also a lesson, is it not? So wait, you know, you didn't understand what I meant. There are other good people in the Bible that can teach us on marriage. Paul, as much as he didn't marry, he has good lessons. Joseph, as he had lessons. There are lessons in the Bible. As you have said, there are things you can pick. There are things you're not supposed to pick. Now, this, according to me, what he did, as per me, is not something I would encourage in my marriage. So it's not something I can say he can train me to do it in my marriage.
That's not a failure.
And also, if we compare David with Hustler, you see, even after doing all those things, even after, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Can I finish? Can I finish? Then you criticize. The reason why I'm saying, the reason I am giving.
What is the context? I'm not getting it. Can we move forward?
Is for this context. Let me finish on my context, Bernard. The reason I'm saying that is, I know you know it will hit you. It will hit you. Unajua, hii story ya thief.
God is God a member of Huda now?
No.
Is God now limited to Huda party? Every other party doesn't have access to this God.
Bernard, let's hear him out.
Let's know what is going to happen.
Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Maybe he wasn't going to compare Ruto with God, or to say that Ruto is God. Maybe he wanted to say something else.
We are overstretching the scripture.
It's okay. I want us to finish the show because emotions zimekuwa mingi mpaka hisi nimemaliza.
Jax, mbona unataka kumaliza show?
Me, I'm curious to hear where Ndeto was going with that story.
Let me finish.
Is it okay? Is it wait?
Should I finish?
Just one
Should
moment.
I finish, please?
Kidogo tu. I'll give you. Can I allow Bernard to moderate and kindly allow me to cool off and maybe leave?
Si hata mimi ni moderate, nimekuwa member hapa for miezi kadhaa.
Sawa Evo. So what you do, give everyone equal opportunity and don't be biased,
I will not.
Anyway, finally, let me end it like this. Thank you everyone who has joined us from the chats. PJ Games, thank you. Njeri, you have always been here. We thank you so much for being part of us. Justin Mwambi, thank you so much. Njeri, I've seen you. Kelvin, Asante sana. Samuel Michira, thank you so much. Haron, you have been here. We thank you. And many people are commenting. Now, those who are following, at the moment, kuna watu wamekataa kulala. We have a whole 42 and another 15 in Facebook. So all of you streaming in live, thank you so much for being part of us. You are the guys that we always try to talk to. The things we say here are just to help one another. Nothing personal. It's not meant to create any bad blood. Hata tukiargue, Bob is my good friend. Same to Bernard. Kwanza what na chat hapa nyuma ya tent. Ndeto is my good friend. Angela, what na joke. So it has nothing personal. So don't take it in a different way. Thank you so much. Ever take over.
Thank you, Jex. Asante sana. Right, me ntenda the way it is, I can watch it on the screen. So Bernard, take answer, alafu tuendelee hivyo to Bob, Angela, Duke na hivyo.
No, it was Ndeto wanted to finish his analogy of David and the hustler. Angela was keen to follow it. Let him take it.
Okay, Ndeto take over.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ivo, and also Bernard. The reason I was trying to compare David with Hustler is because if you look the way David, from the beginning, from a herds boy, from that humble background, he rises and God comes to use him. Even when he becomes a big man, God is still using him in the government of Israel. And he makes mistakes, like the one we have highlighted, murdering people, innocent people, things to do with adultery, such things. But God never hesitated to use him because he sought for forgiveness. Also, this bravado about Ruto being a thief, a corrupt person, we have seen him seeking for forgiveness in churches. So we don't know if the same analogy that happened to David, maybe it could be the same thing that will happen to the hustler. And I believe that will happen. So Angela, I think you have now had the analogy behind why I was touching about DP and King David.
Okay. Angela, have you got any response to that?
Okay. The analogy is, the analogy is good, but I really don't agree with it. You know, there are some things that there's a way you can tell if somebody is repentant. There's the difference between King David and Saul was because both of them said they were sorry for what they did. But David meant it. King Saul did not. And despite of David being a murderer and an adulterer, God forgave him and said, "This is a man after my own heart." Saul ended up losing his kingship and even his life because of what he did. Yet the sin that Saul committed was less than what David did. So, Deto, it's a good analogy, and you tried to convince us. But personally, having discernment and even seeing the way Ruto, just the way he carries himself, even when he's trying to look like he's genuine, the smile never reaches his eyes. Like, anybody with discernment can tell this guy is not genuine. So the analogy is good analogy, wrong person.
Let me ask you a question, Angela, please. Who determines that a person has sought the right forgiveness? Do we have
God.
that ability? Do we have that ability as human beings? And that's why we are even told by the book, by the word of God, we should not judge anyone because we do not have that power. So when you start discerning or judging, then I think we are going wrong because we don't know what Ruto tells God. The same way we don't know what Angela tells God. So I mean, let us remain cool and let God work on his ways.
But are you asking a question or giving a statement?
It was a question with some also solutions that I know from the word of God.
Okay, thank you. Angela, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, and you're right. I really don't know what is in Ruto's heart. But sometimes even if someone changes their ways, you can tell in terms of this person who is repentant. Is he still stealing and giving to church? Does he respect church? Does he respect the people of God? A person who brings stolen money to church, in my view, is not repentant. However, I do agree that I don't know what is in his heart. Only God knows what is in his heart.
Angela, let me ask you a final question. We know Ruto is a businessman and he owns a lot of business and investments. He is an investor, in short, in this country, of which his businesses are yielding him a lot of money every day. So when you say that the money he is giving to churches is from corruption, and yet we have not seen these government organs taking some even urgent steps to even detain him or take him to the courts, then I think we could be wrong. So, I mean, let us evade from this thing of someone is a criminal, someone is a thief, and he is not tested to be found guilty.
Okay, Deto, you said that he's a businessman. Would you please tell us the businesses that he does?
Like, I live somewhere like in, around the town, and he has rental houses. So, and I believe from those rental houses, he gets a lot of money. Also, we know of his hotel, which is also bringing a lot of money. Also, we know of Inerodoret. We know of his farm, which he has a lot of chicken. And this chicken, he can collect a lot of money from eggs and also meat he sells. So, and he is also getting something from his job as salary. So let us not also like politicize someone until we diminish his chances.
Right. Hang on. Just to add up on that. Sorry, guys, to interrupt, but we know he's a businessman because on top of everything about Ndeto amesema, we also know that he's got an insurance, or he's associated with some sort of insurance companies. So we know he's a millionaire because he has money. He makes money through businesses. But what we are hearing from people is everybody criticizing Ruto or anybody else that he is corrupt and he's a thief and all this. But if anything has not been proven in the court of law that he has stolen money or anything like that, you cannot accuse somebody just for the sake of, accusing him that he has stolen money. You have to have substantial, solid evidence to back up your statement that he is actually a thief. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, this is the situation where we're facing, and we, as young adults in Kenya, we're trying to get away from that and give people fact. Remember, this is a great opportunity to have a platform like this, and be seen on the platform, talking about anything, or some of our leaders in Kenya and the least you can do is to actually say things that are not factual. We need to be sure of what we're talking about and be able to back them up. So if you're not actually sure what you're saying, please, you should at least, the minimum, you need to refrain from it and have facts. Thank you.
May I say something in response to Deto's Hustler David and the analogy in terms of we should not judge as much as the Bible says judge not, it also says we should judge, especially among Christians, that we shouldn't take our matters before unbelievers' courts, but we should judge among ourselves if we have wise people. So there's something we call fruit of repentance. When somebody repents, there is what follows after that proves that his repentance was genuine or not. There is we shall know them by their fruits. So if your character remains the same after the prayers and after the being laying on hands and all that, you remain with the normal way of your operations, then it's either you did not repent or you just did the prayers for the show. And to look at the DP's behavior, especially in the church, I wouldn't judge him on the issue of repenting or not, or even bringing stolen money, because we have no proof whether he stole the money or not. But my main concern is trying to buy the church from doing what they are supposed to do. The church is the soul of the society, especially when it comes to right standing. When they are blinded from, or their voice is stolen from speaking out on what is right and what is wrong, what happens is that the whole society goes wrong, because the salt that is supposed to preserve the society gets stolen away. So the dishing around of money has brought about a caliber of ministers of God who are no longer, cannot say anything anymore because they have eaten something from the king. One of the senior preachers in Nairobi was invited to State House to pray, and during Kibaki's time, and he reached and said, I'm very busy. You invited me here to pray, let me pray. And the president offered him a meal. He said, let us eat first before you pray. He said, no, I cannot eat. And he said, why? And the man of God said, it's not possible for me to eat with the king and fail to partake in the sins of the king. So this buying of the church to your side through offers is a huge problem. If not now, eventually. So not that the DP is a bad person and all that, but trying to turn the things around using gifts. Even Bible says a gift can turn around the heart of a man. If you are turning the church the other way, to look the other side through your gifts, then that is wrong. Thank you.
Okay, next person is I can't see who's there's comments on the side. Oh, I'm sorry, Duke. Duke. No.
First of
Duke,
all,
yeah.
yes, I want to start by saying that we are all humans. Those most of you have quoted the Bible today, but Jesus, who was the Son of God, one day he was emotional. He went into the temple and found some traders there, and he killed them. So what I'm trying to say that humans can be compromised, and emotions may make humans to make mistakes. Therefore, what I can say is that we cannot expect individuals to be good. We cannot depend on goodwill for the government to function properly. We should have consequences. For instance, even me, I can be tempted to take money. If maybe I'm in a company and I can take 100 million and go and have good drive, without consequences, I'm for sure I can take that. So it's only a system with consequences, strict consequences, which can prevent individuals from committing crimes. For instance, the most brutal individuals are the Wasungus. They are very brutal, right from colonization. If you talk, those who read history, if you talk about King Rehoboth II in Congo, when they were correcting rapper, individuals used to be cut their hands if they did not meet the demands of rapper, which they were to correct. Therefore, all human beings are bad. But it's because in those Western countries, they have come up with strict rules, a strict system which punishes offenses fairly. Therefore, in Kenya, what we are going to solve corruption is not as dreaming of somebody new or somebody good who will do that by goodwill, by him deciding as a person to do the right thing, but is us having strong institutions with strict consequences which punishes every person. By having that, that's how we can solve corruption cases, and that's how corruption can stop. For instance, I watched one interview when Kidero was asked the question of solving the corruption which was there in the city council. You know, Nairobi, we were having the Nairobi City Council before we have the county government. He said, you find that, you know, some thieves steal legally. You can never trace all the money which has been looted in Kenya. For instance, you can find that there are individuals take money, or there is a piece of land which belongs to the Nairobi County Council, and then an individual takes it, and then the receipts are faked, that that person has paid the city council and that man has been used to correct Rita in Nairobi. So all those documents are real. Therefore, it's very difficult for us to go back to history and track and correct or retain or take back all that has been rooted. So we have to start a new beginning. We have to. That's why when Nelson Mandela was released from prison, he said we have to start from here moving forward. Because if you start tracing the history, it's like you are trying to fuel conflict. Because you can like imprison every person, and we will not be able to move forward. Therefore, I'm still very convinced that the solution we will have is to solve the institutions. We should have institutions with power. Therefore, for instance, if you take any president from Africa, for example, assume President Kenyatta goes and becomes the president of the United States, there is some things he cannot do. Why? It's because he knows there are consequences. Therefore, it's only if we have strict consequences that can prevent individuals. Also, in Kenya, that change must come from the top. Me as a person, I cannot go and arrest Ruto. I have no power. I do not have instrument of power. Even if you are saying he's a thief, what can I do? The first one who should be able to do that's the president. If you are the president, you know the constitution is very clear. Kenyan laws and rules are very clear. If you know a person is corrupt, he can be prosecuted. The reason why individuals cannot be prosecuted is because if Ruto is a thief, yes, he has maybe stolen 1 billion, but he knows who also stole 5 billion. So nobody has clean hands to prosecute. That's why even that woman, the Bible was told, if you have not ever be the first one to stone that person. So that's what we are trying to say. So according to me, how we can change Kenya is first of all, we have like a stop. And from there, we say moving forward, let nobody embezzle funds. That's how we can. But trying to go to historical reins is very difficult to even solve the corrupt cases. I rest my case there.
Thank you, Duke. Can we have Kevin Ruto?
Okay, thank you. I'm very happy today because you guys are apart from talking of politics, you can refer some things in Bible, you know. So I think from that I get to understand that most of you guys knows the ethics about the Bible. But I wonder sometimes somebody can just utter some words and say that somebody so and so is a thief, but he cannot, you know, he cannot substantiate, he cannot give any, you know, substantive reason, you know, as to why he's saying such a statement. So, for instance, somebody like Deputy President has been in government for like since 1992. This is almost 20 years. You cannot tell me that person is still broke. If he is very sharp, he knows how to invest. So I know when it comes to judgment, most of we Kenyans, we know how to judge people, you know. We don't want to appreciate something. So, I mean, unless the court decided that the deputy president is a thief, that is where we can now say that we can now rule that this guy has been stealing. Again, you know the hatred in Jubilee, the president, about this guy. He has all the state machineries. If this guy was corrupt, you cannot tell me that the president cannot deal with this man. That was the first thing he was supposed to do before even doing all this. So I can roll that out and say that saying that this guy is stealing from the government, I cannot believe that until I see the real thing. Second thing is about the question of the day. Is about the argument with these two guys within the you know, this politics. And I mean, you're fighting with the words, you're fighting with the ideas. So sometimes, in some cases, it's not our right. I mean, it's not our part to know what is their personal issues. We need to take what belongs to us as citizens and what are these guys planning to do for individuals, and leave alone their fight. You know, I cannot join somebody fighting with another person. I mean, that is not about me. The good thing is like we just sit down, listen to what DP is talking about, listen to what Raila is planning to offer to Kenyans. Then as a good and very, very good, honest citizen, at the end of the day, you will know who you're voting in and who not to vote to. I know my name is Kevin Ruto, but most of the people will think that maybe I'm lying. I'm not related with Ruto, yeah, in either way, you know. So I'm talking as a neutral person, and but I like both of the ideas. We still have a long way to go. 2022 is far. We don't know what is going to happen. So I need like everyone to buy these ideas and to get to know and to understand. Let us not fight a different battle that doesn't belong to us as citizens. Let us only focus on what we need. And that is all that I have for today. Thank you. Unless somebody has a question for me.
Yes, Kevin, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Your last statement was, let's focus on what we need. What is it particularly that we need to focus on what we need? Do you happen to know? Because you've been speaking in favor of Ruto.
Okay. That is where you are. Yeah. You know, we have a lot of things that we need right now. First of all, we need a leader who will cut across all the tribes. You know, I mean, we've been in politics in Kenya where somebody will team up with somebody from another region. The other day when Raila and Uhuru had that good friendship, bromance, you know, people started complaining that there is a lot of things that are being done in Kisumu. So when are we going to get a leader who will speak in Kisumu the same language, speak the same language in Mombasa, speak in Eldoret, speak in Nakuru, speak in Nairobi? That is what, when we decided to choose a person that has ideas, not because he belongs to Kalenjin community, not he belongs to Lowland. That is where we will get to choose. So again, things like a BBI, we don't need that, because if you read BBI from page 1 to the last page, there is nowhere written that will deny Raila to go to court if he will be defeated. There is nowhere written that Raila will not go to court. The same thing will happen. It doesn't solve anything about election. So the good thing is, like, everybody needs to have a spirit of sportsmanship. Always accept the defeat. I know Raila's mind is like Donald Trump's mind. There is only, if you read Donald Trump books, there is no failing. He considers everything like as a success. So that is what I think I've answered your question. And a lot of things that we still need. I know everyone knows what he needs. That is all. Anyone with a question?
Thank you, Kevin Ruto. Our next guy will be Senator Tuya, and then we'll go to Ndeto, and then Angela. So, Senator, are you there?
Yes, I'm around.
Okay. Your contribution, please.
It's funny that we have Kenyan gods. Angela and Bernard are actually the Kenyan version of God. They can actually tell who has been forgiven by the virtue of looking at you, because if I can look at you, I can say that you have not been forgiven by God.
I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God.
Oh, all right. That's another topic. So I've seen that we have Kenyan gods who can actually discern that Ruto has not been forgiven.
Yeah.
So they have the right to tell us Kenyans that candidate A, candidate B.
Wangugu, hi. How are you?
Okay, they have the right to tell us that.
Yeah.
They have the right to tell us that candidate A or candidate B is not forgiven by God, so we should keep off. So I think that is what is called hypocrisy in terms of those people who don't want us to believe they are so religious. You cannot be selective when it comes to religion to say that you have the ability to tell who is more forgiven or not. So such kind of a narrative, I will not tolerate it. I'm not a pastor, but that is not the kind of language that we should be hearing from people who believe in God. Number two, I don't want to believe in this political narrative. Let me finish. I don't want to buy into this political narrative that was created after the handshake that William Ruto is corrupt. It has even become a topic that now we are here discussing that William Ruto is corrupt. You cannot tell me to buy such a narrative that William Ruto is the only corrupt person in Kenya when we have COVID billionaires. You cannot tell me that we buy into such ideas when we had we have an unresolved issues with the molasses plant in Kisumu. You cannot tell me William Ruto is corrupt when you've never resolved the issue about pesa kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. We cannot resolve the question. You cannot tell me to talk about William Ruto being corrupt when we had some big names being mentioned in the gold scandal. So if we are speaking about corruption in this country, let us not personalize it to one candidate, because we have people in here who believe or want to derive a narrative that William Ruto is the only corrupt leader in this country. We have people who walk around with questionable characters, people who are said to be drug dealers in this country. We have people who have been sanitizing governors who are corrupt in this country. and we have you just enter his office and the next day you have no case in court, or you have no case in the Senate, and then we are here and we hear only demonizing that William Ruto is corrupt. Now, we should not give that a chance. Let's talk about corruption in this country as a whole, not candidate A or B is corrupt. And to the gods of this country, I know you cannot tell us who has been forgiven, who has not been forgiven. We have the ability. We can choose who we want, and we're gonna choose leaders not based on the religion. If he has not been forgiven by the Christians, he might have been forgiven by Muslims or unbelievers, or by Africans. So to the Kenyan gods, I don't buy into your narrative that you have the ability to discern who is corrupt. And let's talk about Kenyan corruption, and let's not personalize corruption because some people in this house want us to attack someone else. That is all I can say.
Thank you, Senator Chia. And sorry, just before you carry on, Bernard, wait. Like I said before, I obviously took over this. I said, unless we have substantial evidence that we can prove in a court of law that somebody is a thief or he stole certain properties and all this and that, let us not be the kind of guys that we're implicating things and saying he's a thief, pointing fingers, but we don't know the truth. And if you're asked to go and defend yourself in the court of law and prove that the guy stole anything, you can't. At the end of the day, he's never been found guilty of anything, or he's not served life in prison for having anything stolen any stuff. Let us be, you're always innocent until found guilty. At the moment, he's innocent. But why do we go against one person? Just sometimes when you're doing well, kuna what we call wenye wivu, watu ambao wakuonei raha. So at the end of the day, we don't know. Maybe watu ambao wanasema Ruto is a thief wanaona Ruto wivu. My second point again, I know panel imeleta iko na different people hapa hivi, and some are religious and some are not. Like myself, I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in God and all that stuff. So at the end of the day, I respect. I normally don't come across as war this and that. But kuna watu wanaleta feelings zao, wanasema let's pick a godly person and somebody who respect God and who does it. But at the end of the day, it has nothing to do. We are using, if God exists, we're using God's name in a really, really bad way. And at the end of the day, we are all grown ups. People should know what's wrong and right. Kama unaiba, and you're stealing. Let's be honest. Panel yote hii nzima, anybody, there's no one who is innocent who will never involve themselves in a corrupt way. Kama umepeana kitu kidogo in one way or another, you are corrupt. I can testify that I remember, I think my first main thing about naweza remember I involved myself na kukuwa corrupt was getting my national ID. It wasn't easy. It took 2 years. Nearly apply, and I got it after 2 years. And that 2 years, because I live from the coast, unaweza kuelewa from the Swahili that I speak. I traveled to Nairobi, and I had to pay my way around to actually know where my ID was after 2 years. And tulienda mpaka headquarters, whoever the guy who was running the highest ranking guy ambaye ana issue IDs, ambaye akiangalia kwa computer nakwambia ID yako is in this spot. So I was there in that office, na tulikuwa tumesimamishwa na GSU before we went in the office. So I can say, was that the right thing? To me, that was the right thing, because I needed my ID to be able to get my passport to be able to leave Kenya. And sahii nikiangalia a few years down the line, was that the right thing? Probably I might say it's not, but at the end of the day, sometimes Kenya, that's just the way things work. Ukitaka kufanya the right thing as an individual, you're a drop in the ocean of everybody else ambao wanafanya things that are not correct. Unaona? So and we're trying to get there, but it will take time. So thank you. And can we have Tuenandeto and then after that to Wangungu?
I was to respond to Atuya.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Bernard, go ahead.
Atuya, Senator, we never said that we have the eyes to tell who has been forgiven, who has not been forgiven. And the forgiveness is not necessary until somebody is guilty of something. So if you have not committed anything, you don't need forgiveness. Forgiveness is for those who have admitted for having committed something. So if the person you are drumming up support for has not committed anything, then he doesn't need that forgiveness. My statement was clear that the Bible teaches something called the fruit of repentance. So if somebody has committed something, then he goes for repentance. There is the fruit of repentance, whereby after you ask for forgiveness, you adopt a new life that proves that your forgiveness has given you a new turn in life. You can't continue the same way it used to be. That's just as the Bible teaching, not as Bernard's decision or discernment of who is right and who is wrong. Secondly, about the DP's scandals and other things, as much as he's being accused, there are some things that he's been found guilty of. Muteshi's land, which he returned and paid 5 million. That was something that went through the court, and the court decided, and he paid for it. So it's not everything that is being just thrown on the person. And then the other thing is not that he's the only one that is corrupt, or we don't even say he's corrupt. The issue is the standard is not that if somebody is corrupt, let everybody be corrupt. That doesn't justify anything. We need to appreciate the fact that if you are being accused for corruption, you can go and clear your name. He has never gone to clear his name, even when he was challenged by the former vice president to go to the DCI and clear his name. He kept off that. Why? He always turns it into a political agenda, a political target. And that is what implicates him. So it's not something that we hate him or no. He's a national leader, yes, he's the DP, yes, but let us support him, those who believe in him. Those of us who have question marks on his genuineness and his commitment to this country, we have a right to, because we can tell who is who, where, based on what his performance. He's been in the limelight of governance from 1992. We can trace his track record. What did he stand for? What has he fought for? What has he delivered? Compared to other candidates, can he be trusted with the future of this country? Then we make up our decision. That doesn't make your decision wrong or mine right. It simply means I'm judging him based on this. You judge him based on what he has told you. Then at the end of the day, let the best man win. Thank you.
Here, I have nothing to add.
Can
Bernard,
I have a small
good job.
rejoinder on that?
Yes, go
Who was
ahead.
I'm not speaking of the issue that now because one person is corrupt and the other one should also be corrupt. My issue was we must deal with corruption entirely. Let's not personalize corruption on this show to be a one-man corrupt agenda. Let's talk about the gold scandal that Matiang'i, Raila, and others were mentioned. Let's talk about the pesa kwa wazee and kazi kwa vijana scandal, which was under the Prime Minister's office. Let's talk about the maize scandal that it was rumored to be in between Ruto and Raila Odinga as the Prime Minister. When it was said they were importing maize from Ethiopia, I don't know. Let's speak about the characters that are surrounding Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, the COVID billionaires, the drug barons in this country. Let's not say that character A is corrupt. Now let's speak about that. Let's speak in sincerity and let's speak in totality about corruption. Number three, there is somebody who said that Ruto is taking money. I remember it was Angela. He's taking money, corrupt money into churches. Who told you it's corrupt money? Now, we have other leaders. If indeed he is taking corruption money into churches, we have other leaders. We have other good leaders like Raila Odinga, let me say. Where does he take his good money to? Bars, kwa waganga, where does he take his money? So you are not God to judge Ruto's generosity to churches. And remember this, there is nowhere in the government policies that we have money to develop churches. Churches are developed by the Christians in it. And one William Samoei Ruto, the fifth president of this country, he is a Christian. So if he decides to build churches, it is under his own willingness. It is not a government's agenda to build churches. And if somebody is a mganga, he cannot go to build a church. He will go and build some mganga shrine somewhere else.
Atuia, you speak well, but you seem to be having a beef with somebody I don't understand. All the same, we are not against the DP building churches. The only problem I will have is building churches for political reasons or buying the
that is his own. No, nobody else has been. Nobody. Bernard today.
Problem because the church ceases to be church, it becomes an instrument for political score, and that interferes with the purpose of the existence of the church in the society. That is where
that is an opinion. That is an opinion you hold.
It's a reality.
No, I'm also a Christian. And I believe. If a politician comes to my place and builds a church, that is not evil. He has the means. The Bible says God blesses the hand that gives.
I'm saying if you want to build the church, do it. Everybody's free to do it. You can support the orphans. You can take care of the widows. That is called alms in the Bible. And the left hand do not know what the right hand is doing. It's not supposed to be for the public show, and it's not supposed to be for political reasons. It should be just for community development. If that's what you're doing,
do you have the ability? Do you have the ability?
Buying the support of the church, then that
let me ask you a question.
Based on the scripture.
Let me ask a question so that we can give time to the others. Do you have the ability to tell that Ruto is building churches for the political reasons? Are you God? Are you Jesus?
God, and
nobody knows. Nobody knows
himself.
The heart of
he said it in Matungu. Okay, he said it in Matungu that you people, when you want to build church, you come to me. I come to fundraise. But when it comes
to he feels it is right. No.
It's so that he can get the votes in exchange.
No, that is your own reasoning. No, that is your reasoning.
No, it's not my reasoning. It's what he stated.
That is your thinking. That is your thinking.
It's not my thing. You want to get
no. You can't buy that idea.
Okay. Senator and Bernard, that's it. Can we have what's his name?
I'd like to say something because I've just been told I'm a god or something. Can I say something?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Atuya, I don't know why you're getting so emotional, but I understand. You know, sometimes when you people tell you the truth, it hurts. So I totally understand where you're coming from. I would believe you're honest when you say that you want us to talk about corruption. If you mention, as you're mentioning everyone else, all the other corruption scandals in Kenya, you have failed to mention Kimwarer. You have failed to mention the arms deal in the DP's office. You have failed to mention Langata primary land. You have not mentioned any corruption scandal that Ruto has been mentioned or has been accused of. So when you talk about, let's talk honestly about corruption, I don't believe you want to talk honestly about corruption because you should mention all the scandals. That's number one. Number two, just like Bernard said, I did not I am not a God and I am not here to judge anybody. However, if you come before us and you tell us you want to run for president, then we have to judge you. And what are we judging you on? The things that we have had, the things that we have seen, the things that you have said. So you cannot come here and tell us, let's talk about corruption of Akina Matiang'i, Akina I don't know who, and they are not running for president. Only one person has declared that they are running for president in 2022, for the presidency of Kenya in 2022, and that is Ruto. And the reason why we're talking about his corruption and what we have had and what he has said with his own mouth is because he's the one who has declared that he's running for presidency. Nobody else has declared. So when you come here and tell us we are judging and we are doing this, that, and the other, before I give you my vote, my brother, I will have to judge you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Angela.
Okay, question.
Can we?
I have a question to Angela.
Who's that? Is that Senator?
That's Kevin.
Okay, yeah, go
I
ahead.
have a question to Angela. So does it mean that Angela have already surrendered everything that belongs to the citizen? Like you will be stealing so long as you are not you make sure that you are not planning to run for any powerful any top seats. That is the ground he's talking from. He's saying leave alone Matiang'i and whatever. They are not vying for presidential and whatever. So are we going to keep quiet and leave all this money to go to their pockets? That is my question.
We will not, Kevin, but what we will do, we will be honest. Even when our candidate, the person who we love so much and we want to be president, we need to be honest. We need to have an honest discussion. That is the only way we are going to change Kenya. We cannot come here and start talking about people who are not running. And maybe they are corrupt. I don't know. I will judge them when they come and tell me I am running for presidency and I want your vote. Then as a voter, I have every right to speak about the things I have had, the things that you have said, the things that you are doing. And as Christians, there's one gift that God has given us. He has given us a spirit of discernment. If you ask for it, he will give it to you. And if you have the spirit of discernment, your child will stand in front of you and tell you something and you will know they're lying to you. That's not because you're God. It's because you have the Holy Spirit living in you. That is the reason why your child will come in front of you and tell you something and you will know they're lying. You will know there's something they're hiding. You will know they're not genuine. That does not make you a God. But God has given us that spirit within us called the spirit of discernment if you ask for it, so that you can be able to judge these things. There's nobody who is perfect, and we have not said anybody is perfect. But if you stand up and say, I want you to give me your vote, you had better be ready to be judged. And if you have a scandal behind you, we're going to talk about it. We're not going to hide it under the rug. That is the problem that plagues Kenya, is because we want to hide things under the rug. It doesn't matter whether I, Angela, is corrupt or not. It does not matter because I'm not running for presidency. However, my corruption is a problem to Kenya and to everybody. However, I have not stood before you and told you I'm running for presidency. The reason why we are judging Ruto is because he has declared. In fact, he's the only one so far that I have heard. Raila has not even declared clearly whether he's running or not. Ruto has declared. He declared in 2017. He has not even done anything in the DP's office because he has been busy tangaing all over the place since 2017, declaring that he's running. The reason why we are judging him is because he declared, and because he has not been doing anything since he became, they got their second term. He's just been randa-randaing, lying to us the way he's going to do something. If he has not done something since 2017, what makes us think that he's going to do anything in 2022? Guys, don't be lied to. Wake up.
Angela.
Thank you,
Angela, I have a question to Angela.
I think these questions of things are not misplaced.
So emotional about this. I want to ask her. The other day when DP was doing good, these people say that the president is outshining the deputy president is outshining the president. Let me tell you one thing. I mean, you don't personalize your hatred to somebody publicly. just hide your hatred. Don't speak it in just hide it somewhere under the table. Don't shout right here. And I want to ask Angela to show us where she seems to have a mini courts that understand where the corruption cases are being done in her way.
Let me add something to that.
Kevin, let me say something. Okay, the point that Angela is bringing forward is actually fair, because she's saying the whole idea why she's talking about Ruto is and sort of you went off the whole idea of what the main agenda is. We're talking about Ruto here, but obviously you brought in other people. That are we gonna neglect the rest of the guys, the corruption that they've done? But the main thing is those guys are not important, because Ruto wants to be a leader of Kenya, and so we need to make sure that the person we want to elect, that you're going to go on the voting day to vote for, is clean. And so you need to find out, you do your little what we call the so-called homework. Unaona? So Angela anakwambia Ruto amejitokezea anataka kukuwa president. So what she's doing as a citizen of Kenya, anafanya her homework. Is this the right guy that I need to vote for? Sasa wewe kenye ulifanya Kevin, it's not a wrong thing, but wewe umeenda ukaleta watu wengine ambao they're not going to be on the ballot for presidency. They're not fighting for the presidency. Unaona? But it's the point yako is invalid. It's just it's correct, but it's not relevant at this moment ambao kenye tunaongea. Unaona? If you understand what I'm saying.
Was not Kevin.
Say that again.
I was the one who brought the other guys into this conversation. It was not Kevin. So I think Angela was addressing my point.
Yeah, it was that way I was addressing.
Yes, but at the end of the day,
can I have a reply to that?
Who's that?
Permission given?
Ni nani huyo?
Take down the
Atuya.
Okay, Atuya, you got a minute or 30 seconds or to a minute, please, and then we go ahead to the next person.
I want to tell Angela. I think I think she might be new in politics, and that's why she might be arguing in the way she is. I cannot expect someone like Bernard to argue that way, because I think he's a seasoned politician. When you say that Ruto is the only person running for presidency in this country, you don't need someone to stand on a podium and to say that next year I'll be running for presidency, unless you are a political toddler to that extent. And I want to remind Angela, we have Musalia Mudavadi, he has declared. We have Kalonzo Musyoka, he has declared. We have Matiang'i, he was installed in my background, Kisii, and he was told to go for presidency. And he has told us in our native language that if that chance comes, let's wait for next year. I shall do that. We have Mukisa Kitui, he has declared. So I think you have your information backdated. You need to refresh your political knowledge a little bit. The other issue, you were asking me why I brought, why I spoke about some selective corruption cases and left others out. I will answer you to this. The reason why I brought other issues was we need to speak about the others. Why was I to add more irrelevant information or cases about Ruto and you are leaving others out? And I will ask you another question. You're speaking about Kimwarer. I will ask you, I will let you speak, and I will want you to tell us, have you ever heard William Ruto's name being mentioned in Kimwarer? Go listen to the tapes from the DPP. He said Ruto has nothing to do with that. There's another scandal you were speaking about, the arms deal in the DP's office. The DP's office is a big office. We have a DP's office that has employed so many guys. It is not Ruto who had those guys in that office. Why? What if I said they were stage managed? Those people were brought in by those people who are opposed to Ruto, so that they can paint the picture. They can paint Ruto wrongly. Who in this world can do an arms deal with the Minister of Sports and do it in the office of the Deputy President? Arms dealers in this world are people who know how to deal with the government directly. Now, you believe in gimmicks in the media, you come and parade them here. it's so unfortunate. That's what I can say for now. And again, Angela spoke about the spirit of discernment. I really want to congratulate her because God has given her the spirit to discern that Ruto has not been forgiven, but he has not given her the spirit to discern that other leaders are also corrupt, despite not them not being in the presidential race. You cannot use your discernment selectively. If it is God given, then it will be there for all to see. You cannot select that Ruto is this way and that. No.
Okay, thank you, Atuya. Angela, you have a response?
All I have to say is that Ruto has declared his presidency, and that's why we are judging him based on what has been said, what he has said, and what and his reputation. Atuya is trying to convince us here that the corruption scandals that Ruto has been mentioned, that there is an explanation for it. My brother Atuya, there is no explanation. This man is standing for presidency, and we know the corruption deals he's been in. So it's like I keep on telling you guys, it's good for us, even personally, each person, to personally accept the truth so that we can move on from there. If we are in denial, if we are supporting someone who we know for real is like this or like that, only your conscience is going to deal with you. Me, I cannot even help you from there here on out. But the only reason why I'm judging Ruto is because he has declared. He's been campaigning since 2017. Maybe that's the reason why we haven't had anybody else, because of how loud he has been. To tell you the truth, you're right. I have not had anyone else who has declared. Why? Because Ruto is the only one in the limelight. He's not even going to allow anybody else to be seen. So
you even campaigning for him, please. Wait. And
probably I am even campaigning for him because of talking about him all the time also. So we have a problem in our hands, and we need to deal with it on everybody on a personal level, and even as Kenyans as a whole. Because if we continue this way, we are going to get in a lot of trouble, and we won't know how to get ourselves out of it.
Okay, Angela, before you go, there is a question. How was Ruto involved in the dam scandal?
Based on what I heard from him, he's actually even the one who said it. He even knew how much had gotten lost. That it was not 22 billion, that it was 7 billion. So if you're not involved in a scandal, how would you know how much money has gotten lost?
Okay. Thank you. I think Atuya, we rest that case there. Duke.
Let me add something.
Yes,
let me add something.
Yeah.
To Angela. I think that what Angela has produced.
Sorry, Ndeto ngoja kwanza. I was speaking to Duke.
But I was next. I was the next person basing on Evo. Yes. So may I carry on?
Okay, hurry up. You have 1 minute. We have.
If it is Deton, it is hurrying up.
The curtains down.
Okay. So let me start by saying that the issue of dams.
Because you are making this show to look black all the way.
Okay, it is because we have already switched off our lights in our rooms. So that could be one of the reasons.
To close. Sawa.
Okay. So let me start by saying that by then, when these dams had maybe the issue of corruption about this Ero and Kimwaral dam, when it happened, remember by then Ruto was still in the government, and he was like the supervisor. He had that role as the deputy president to follow up on various projects of the government. Then he could update maybe the president what is happening. So there is a possibility that he must have known something is not going on well, because he was liaising also with the treasury. So for that, Dani Angela, that has said that 7 billion could be the reason why you think Ruto is corrupt, know that he was direct person to supervise those projects. Let me get to my other points. I think it is not good to apply double standard when it comes to perceiving various issues. Because like today, I'm happy we have all converged to one agreement, that to a consensus that only God has that power to discern. And I think if someone is not taken through the trial or prosecution process and you are found guilty, let us evade from such narratives, because we have seen like some public officers, like Governor of Nairobi, Governor of Kiambu, Governor of Wajir, and even Governor of Kirinyaga. They have been taken through the process of the court out of the suspicion that they mishandled public funds. And some of them came out without guilt. Others were found guilty. So why then it has not happened to maybe the deputy president? I think those are fundamental issues we should be asking ourselves in. Another point is, I think as young Kenyans, we have a common denominator, which is every person here who has a family. Every day we are talking about a bread. Every day we are talking about unga. Every day we are talking about sugar. Look at the previous budget. Those are the things that their costs were added. So if you check also on the majority of us basing on a report of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics 2019 shows that 42% of Kenyans live below $1. And also 59% of all of us are dependent, meaning there are those old people who are living with the working class. Also, there are other young people who have not yet been employed and they are still living with their parents. So this raises the burden of maybe every person who is earning. And if you track down, out of this pandemic, a lot of businesses have been closed down. A lot of private businesses, especially schools. You have seen how private schools have been, what have been done to the private schools. There were very many teachers employed there. Right now, the government has monopolized education. Every child should be taken to public schools. I think the owners of those institutions, the owners of those businesses, they had some employees who cannot be employed directly by the TSC. Where are these people getting? And yet every day we are told that there is no money, we need to raise tax, we need to do this. So I think it's a high time we realize that even when you hear Ndeto talking about Ruto, when you hear Bernard talking about Raila, after all, let us check, let us have our scorecard. What is this that all of us are suffering from? If it is the common things, then let us find the right solution.
Mr. Bernard, can we also talk? You give Ndeto, I've been listening from the beginning of this show. It's only Ndeto talk and it's lying. He don't talk facts. Can I ask him one question?
If you are a
Just a
Sonko,
question.
Kizito, if you are a Sonko, maybe Kizito do not lack a bread every morning. Kizito do not lack milk. Kizito do not lack unga.
Ndeto. So you said only God can discern. That means as people, we don't have ability to discern. All right. And then you're telling us that somebody has to go through the court process for us to know whether they are guilty or not. Then you're telling us we should assess the kind of life we are living. Are we able to buy bread? Are we able to buy milk? And then
You are criticizing me na sijamalizia Bernard. Let me finish then.
I'm not criticizing. I want to ask you a question. When we judge between these two people, okay, are we not discerning? Does that make us God?
No, after all, in the voting, in the ballot paper, there will be various candidates, and you have to choose one whom you feel maybe will carry on with the life you feel you want. Because through their manifestos, we shall get to learn what are my interests, who has my interests. If it is Raila, then go for him, and that is not discernment. It's out of interest.
What is that? If it's not discernment, what would that be?
Interest. That is following interest. Your interest, not even judging.
Now summarize. We hear from Kizito, please. We are calling it a day. We are past time.
So that is not discernment. That is what we are calling like choosing. Because even I know the Uhuru government, the Jubilee government, is also implementing some projects that were also proposed by NASA. Like the SGR, I heard Baba saying they had even already quoted, and after all, it was picked on by the government. That is what Baba said when he was in Mvita the other day. Revisit that.
Tungoja kwanza, tuonane nje ya tent.
Okay.
There are things you have in terms of information that is not accurate. There was no NASA when SGR was captured.
Okay, I mean, but the leader of opposition, was there.
Can we
and he was the one talk. Let me complete. Please, Bernard. So what I'm saying is,
one person to rekebisha microphone yake. You are spoiling our ears, please.
It is you, Kizito. Can you mute your So it is your microphone, Kizito. So you are destroying your own ears.
Because you hide in the darkness. You don't even see me. I don't have the earphone. My brother,
late.
Why don't you talk something that are facts?
It is
Look,
already late. Let me finish.
That your gadget you are using is making noise. Please. I don't discern you because I know you don't know English of discerning. That's why you complain about it.
Okay, Kizito. I've heard that I don't know the meaning of discernment. I will check in the dictionary. So what I mean is, let us all come together, bearing that we have all those denominator factors, without even thinking about this person come from this tribe or this. Let us choose wisely. And that issue of like so and so is have these attributes. Let us leave that to God. And if something has not been proven, let us evade from measuring on it too much. Then it will make you not get into heaven. And you find
thank you.
You find our chief priest
leave
there.
It there.
So
don't go any further, because you are giving the point and negating the point at the same time. I don't know what you are running away from. We are either discerning and judging a matter for what it is based on the information we have, or not. We cannot sit on the fence when it comes to making decisions.
But Bernard, let me raise this one point to you. You give it. You respond to it.
You give it as your closing remark. We're going to take one round of closing remarks, starting with Angela, Duke, Atuya, then Ndeto. Then we close the show. Angela.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for a healthy discussion. I know it got heated, but when it comes to politics, I think we get very emotional, especially when we are very vested in a certain candidate. So I understand. I haven't taken anything personal, and I'll be back another day. But let's think of our country as a jewel. Let's treasure it, because that's the only way we are going to vote in leaders, bring in leaders who also love the country, and not just people who are driven by political ambition. People who we already know their character. Deto, you can't tell us not to consider people's character, people's history, people's. We have to consider that, because you have to choose a leader who has good qualities, because that's the only way the country is going to go in a good direction. If you know people have personal vendettas, we know people are telling others they are tribal, and yet they are the ones who are tribal. I've noticed that, especially with Kenyan politics, people point at others or accuse others of the things that they are doing. And it's so sad, because this is not a joke. There are actually people, just like Ndeto said, there are people who don't have milk, don't have bread, don't have food. There's a lady who was boiling stones in Mombasa for the children to make the children not feel so hungry when they have an expectation that they're going to eat something. And yet she did not have any food for the children. So this is a serious matter. People are dying in Kenya because of our politics. And if we continue this way, we are going to end up in the dogs. And I know we get emotional about our leaders and want whoever we want to be the leader, we want him to be the leader, come hook or crook. We can even lie for him. We can even, some people, not me, but some people can even die for their leaders. And yet, as Angel had said earlier, you don't know these people. These people don't know you. They don't care about you. Yet you take up arms, you insult people, you can even die for that person. So let's be sober, even in our politics, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are going to suffer. These leaders, they have their big houses, they have their money, they have everything, and majority of them don't even care for us. So let's be sober. Let's take everything into consideration. Let's not defend to the death someone who we know how he really is. So my final submission is wake up, wake up, guys, wake up. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in deep trouble.
Thank you, Angela. Duke, please, in half a minute or so.
First of all, what I can say is that Kenya, we are in a state of conflict always because of dishonesty of some leaders. It's actually a few individuals who decide not to be honest and who decide to fight and satisfy their own personal objectives. For instance, if you go back the memory in 2002, we were in a very peaceful country. We were very optimistic. If there were no the shakings of the 2000 election violence, we should be far as a nation. But if we have to see the root causes, it's because those who are seeking power are able to make false promises. They are like trying to enter into agreements and then they disregard those agreements and there's no consequences. Actually, if that's what happened actually the coalition in 2002 agreed that Kibaki will take 5 years and then Raila will take the next 5 years. And then after Kibaki getting power, all that changes. The agreement was disregarded. And that was caused the 2007 election violence. Therefore, the the dishonest person currently is President Kenyatta, because having an agreement with Ruto, and then you are trying like turn against him, is like you are trying to turn us into the 2007 election violence. Because even if the agreement was based on them sharing the government equally, so some scandals are like political. For instance, I want to talk about the Kimarel Dam. You know, what happened in the Kimarel Dam is that after the handshake, President Kenyatta wanted to take away some ministries from the deputy's docket. And that's why they like implicated the CS Treasury. And yet, the Treasury is the one which releases money to every project. And we have been having thousands of projects with corruption cases. And in this one, they are trying to implement, they are trying to implicate the CS, and they are trying to remove him from power. So it's like he was trying to remove some ministries from the docket of Ruto. So actually, Angela and Atuya are saying the same thing. We have to be fair. But the problem with them is that you find Angela is too against Ruto, and Atuya is trying to support Ruto too much. That's actually you are trying to, you have to start by solving your issues by being two-sided, the two of you, so that you can move forward as Daniel. Thank you so much.
No, before you go, Duke, just clarification. Are you saying that the Kimorel and wherever dam was a sham? It never existed. It was just a reason to get rid of Henry.
What I'm trying to say,
yes.
During the function of the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, what is the function of the CS for Treasury? He actually raises money, even the SGR, all the projects. I'm saying
right now in court. In fact, right now he's in court answering. Yes, but so why are you saying nobody would
be prosecuted? Nobody will be prosecuted for that. The reason we are unable even to trust some allegations that Ruto is corrupt is for 10 years, nobody has been ever found guilty of any corruption scandal. And yet the president himself agrees that a lot of billions which are lost. So it's like they are taking us round. So they want us to accept that in rhetoric, and they have instrument of power to prosecute and then return those resources. So
they will be prosecuted soon. Let's just keep living. This is our country. Senator Atuya.
Yes.
Your closing remarks.
Yeah, I'll give the closing remarks in some fashion that is fast. First and foremost, I won't walk away from the fact that William Samoei Ruto is the best candidate for this country come 2022, and no other piece of information that will make me change from that. He is currently the best suited, and he has the best policies that befits the very common man in this country. So the guy deserves a chance. He's the only person who has got a policy, a narrative, a way, an economic way of elevating the poor from poverty. And in the words of a senator who I want to mention as a reply to Angela, in the words of a senator in the Senate currently in Kenya, once said that every government must have sycophants to support it so that it can withstand the test of time. And in that regard, I'll say that I will not shy away from supporting William Ruto with his dirt or with his goodness. And second from last, I'll say that nobody has the monopoly of the right information in this country. The information that you have that someone is something wrong that you don't want is not the right information in the eyes of another person. Bernard, in 2007, ICC made us believe that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, a president who I believe Angela supports 1,000%, was a murderer. He was assisting rape. He was behind the mass deportation of people, and he was behind the so many heinous acts in the 2007 post-election violence. But the people from the central region and the other parts of this country never saw it as a factor to deny him support. In fact, they supported him 100%. So ICC's accusations were never made us believe that Uhuru Kenyatta was a murderer. So narratives purported of being brought about by the camps of the people from the Angela's place cannot make us believe that William Ruto is corrupt. And last but not least, I want to tell Angela that I'm a very friendly guy. I go to church once in a while. I'm not so naive with the politics thing. I support William Ruto passionately. I'm a happy person, and I have no bad blood. I wish you were in Kenya. I could buy you coffee in the weekend. Good night,
Okay,
Angela.
okay, I'll let you know when I'm in town.
Yeah.
Thank you, Atuya. And from your passionate support for the DP, you're not sounding different from the narrative of Tano Tena of 2017. I hope we will not end up there.
Bernard, I know we will never agree.
No. we don't have to agree, but the Tano Tena was blinded from everything else, so that we just see Tano Tena. Now, after the Tano Tena is in the middle, now we don't want anything of the Tano Tena. I think we need to watch this, lest we end up at the worst place than where we are right now. Let's hear from Deto, then we get out.
I can already foresee in maybe 2025, if things don't go our way, Bernard, I already foresee a different Atuya.
Yes.
With politics, you have to change. I think 2017 you love William Ruto so much, so you're not different.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard. I will start by this opening remark. Maybe in 2013 Uhuru kweli alitembelewa na mashetani wengi because he denied Musalia. Then it is the same time alisema Uhuru 10, Ruto 10. Maybe hata hiyo ni shetani ilimuingia, the way he put that remark. But what we are saying, because I've never seen like the ruling party merging with opposition, maybe to evict someone from having a chance to attain power, like what is happening now. The last that we could have thought of, Jubilee merging with ODM. I think that tells us even why they had come up with this document that will die come August 20th. In fact, we are planning for the burial, so that those people who want to impugn the rule of law to come against what the Constitution provides can learn from that. And I'm very sure the right thing will happen.
Point of information, Deto.
Yes.
One person, Uhuru Kenyatta, was the leader of opposition in 2007. And he joined forces with PNU to drum up for the re-election of Mwai Kibaki. So it's not the first thing that is happening.
And that tells me, Bernard, that tells me we are being played. The day Kenyans wake up Atuya wakes up, Deto wakes up, Angela wakes up, Duke wakes up, Bernard wakes up, and we realize we are being played, is the day we'll stop being so emotional and supporting
Angela,
with all of our hearts.
Angela, I hear that. So my point is, by then there were tribal politics, because Uhuru merging Kibaki, they both came from the same region. But this time round, maybe I'm a Kikuyu, and whoever I'm supporting is not a Kikuyu. It's another tribe, and I'm feeling good for that. So you cannot tell me that what happened between Uhuru and Kibaki is same as what is happening between Jubilee and ODM. Maybe some will explain and tell us it is the same, but as far as I'm concerned, I remain my stance that it is not, because we know where Uhuru comes from and where Baba comes from. So finally, today it was a learning opportunity also. I know at sometimes I was really attacked and even oriented into some political, historical stuffs in the politics. So, and I believe that every day it's a learning opportunity. So let us keep the same fire burning. Let us keep helping one another. Let us not hate one another. When you hear Deto talking the way he is talking, at the end of it all, what I'm fighting for is not DP. It's the ideology that this person has, because I have some interest behind Ruto's ideologies. I would love also to hear other people's ideologies, like Muhisa Kitui, like Raila Odinga, like Musalia Mudavadi, and also you people who rally support for Baba. You know, it has been so long that the only person in that group of NASA to rule this nation as a president, they have been making a choice on Raila. Why don't you change this time round and see what Kenyans will have to do or will have to say on that? Let Raila not be on ballot in 2022.
No,
We see what Kenyans...
That's my problem with you, Ndeto, and the rest of your UDA team.
Let
After
me-
you have arranged your team, you now want to go and arrange the opposition team on how you're going to compete and who is going to be their captain. That is
okay.
for us to
We
decide.
want to beat you easily.
Finally, you want to beat us and you want to, so you arrange for us the person you would like to beat. The one that can beat you, you want him out of the way. That is not going to work. And secondly, I'm going to hold brief for Uhuru Kenyatta for once. Okay? Uhuru Kenyatta has not opposed Ruto's presidency for 2022. He promised him 10 years, and I'm sure he's not against Ruto getting 10 years. The only problem is that he cannot guarantee the 10 years. He doesn't have it. He just promised as a friend. And so probably Uhuru can vote for Ruto, but that doesn't mean that Uhuru is able to make Ruto president.
Let us wait.
Like every other person has a vote. Now, if the promising of kumi zangu, kumi za kwako meant that Uhuru is going to carry the Mount Kenya vote and give to Ruto so that Ruto become president, if that's how it's interpreted, then you have a reason why you should be talking about the dishonesty of the president. But the president said, kumi zangu, kumi zako. That is, I will support you. But there was no guarantee that he's going to bring Mount Kenya vote. The Mount Kenya vote can go anywhere it wants to go.
Bernard, you know that is a very smart answer, but not the truth.
Bernard, and
so don't blame Uhuru if the mountain runs away.
You're just being smart, but you know that's not the the reality.
That is what he is trying to do. But look, let us gauge with Kiamba. There is a by-election happening in Kiamba. We are here on this platform, Bernard. I know the Hustler Nation will take it, and that is the bedroom of our president. So if they take it, then you know that Wakikuyu, if they promise you something for sure, even 2022, it shall come to be. You saw what happened in Juja. You
I
are
am
there in
saying,
Nyandarua.
and
You are there
Deto
in
and
Nakuru.
Janet, we are closing the show, but I love your spirit. I love your commitment and you're optimistic about your party and the Kikuyu vote. And I wish you all the best.
I
But
have a question for.
having been on this platform and having been in Kenya all my life, the Kikuyu vote as back as 1992 elections. It was never guaranteed, not even to Matiba or to Kibaki, until eve to election. So it is a long ball for you to begin to count it right now when 2022 is far away. And like Professor Manyora said, we will not rule out a Kikuyu candidate in 2022. And probably there will be a surprise. And so Uda and the DP, the future is bright. But it doesn't have to be 2022.
Can I ask a question to Atuya and Deto in regards to the Hustler Nation?
Carry on.
Yes, please.
How come this Hustler Nation is only starting in 2022? How come with the position, with the current position and influence that the deputy president has, how come Hustler Nation didn't start in 2017 or even for that matter 2013? What is he going to do different? What do you believe he's going to do different in 2022 that he has not already done or was not able, was one reason or the other, to do?
I'll answer you very simply like this. In life, life is a learning process. What I knew yesterday, it is not what I will know tomorrow. What Ruto believed in 2013 and 17, it is not what he believes in now. Ruto has been in government for proper 5 years, and in another 5 years or 3 now, he's been in and out of government. Ruto has learned that the trickle down way of doing the economics of this country is not working, having been in the system itself. Now it has come to his realization that we need to come up with a new way of operation. That's why the hustler movement is here. That's why we have bottoms up approach. It is a new way that he has learned in government that we need to change.
Let me add something before Angela.
Implement that in 2013 and 17.
Let me carry on from Atuya. Something else, Angela, you sound so docile, and you know there are roles of the president and the DP, and if we get back to history a bit, during the time of President Moi, we used to have vice presidents who could be like they were removed from their position anyhowly. But the only difference with Ruto is because he is the deputy president, so he was elected together with this guy. But his roles are not so powerful. He is there to assist the president. So whatever the president is saying, he is the one to tell Ruto what to do. And if Ruto says that we should do this and the president fails to adhere to that, then this guy, that's why he is even leaving the president to work alone. Because maybe he has tried to tell him about those stadiums you are talking about. Maybe the boss is saying there is no money and he is insisting. Then he has to get his ways out.
On his
So
behalf, like he really
Yes, Atuya.
It's not me. I think somebody
Oh.
the
Okay,
back
okay,
from the
okay.
budget.
I think
Okay.
we are wrapping up this thing. Let's not reopen it.
Okay.
The only thing that I will say to Tuya and Ndeto is that most of your holding brief for the DP is probability. Okay, probability, maybe, probably, and all that. I think you will need to go and recheck what exactly happens, because the DP, from the last time I checked, he still sits in the cabinet, and the cabinet is where decisions are made for the government projects. So if they are shut down in the cabinet, we'll have had it in the newspaper somewhere. But all in all, 2022 is coming. Let us go and make Kenya better by voting in better people. I want
We
to
can't let that go unchallenged, because
No. Which one is the challenge?
the one you're saying that the deputy president is supposed to make those decisions at the cabinet level.
No,
That's
he's
true.
sitting in
That's true. Yeah,
where
he's sitting
decisions
that.
are made for the projects to be undertaken. So if
Very
they
true.
were to do if they were to do the studies, then it will be from the cabinet. If
Let
they
me
are
ask.
going to the roads,
We don't have the cabinet proceedings are never broadcasted live, so we can never tell how many of his ideas have been blocked by the likes of.
That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Your guess is as good as mine. We don't
It's
sit
good
in
as yours.
cabinet, and so we can only speculate. But we cannot say that because he has been a deputy president and he wasn't given a leeway to decide anything, when he becomes president, there is a guarantee that he's going to perform and outperform the previous president. There is no
that's a guarantee. That's a guarantee.
And
We can
Bernard,
because
and
even
Bernard,
from his history, it betrays him.
Bernard,
remember.
Well, you have in fact you've told us how he performed when he was minister for this, when he was minister for this, when he was minister for this.
Bernard,
was anything.
Bernard, remember these guys are piloting the 2010 constitution. We have never had a deputy president in Kenya. We have never had a president and a new constitution in Kenya. So it has its own challenges, which Kenyans are not appreciating. So maybe in the next tenure of government, we shall be able to know.
Kibaki partly served under the 2010 constituency.
Bernard, a quick question.
Yes.
Can we trust a treasonous person to be head of government come 2022? Judging from the past, somebody who has tried to overthrow government, somebody who has tried a blood coup. No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Alive to tell.
No,
he will
I
not
was
be alive
alive.
to vie.
Yeah,
he will not be alive to vie.
Guys, let us wrap up. Let us wrap up.
No,
Angela.
Bernard must know something we don't know.
That's what I'm telling you. I wish Ayaga was here to give you the whole story behind that. But all the same,
somebody will not. No, but answer me this: that somebody will not be alive come 2022.
No, I said if somebody is treasonous, or he has committed treason, okay, he will not be alive to vie for.
Oh.
Okay.
No,
Bernard, Bernard, you are so smart, and you know how to escape. You are even counting on Ayaga. You are even counting on Ayaga. Fimbo ya mbali haimuui nyoka bana.
You're trying to say nobody. You're trying to say nobody has been convicted of treason.
See, I know you want to draw the lines for 1982.
No, not only that. In 20 when was somebody who saw
2017 2017, I was in Uhuru Park for the swearing in of Baba. We saw him in as people's president. There's nothing treason about that.
What does the constitution say about somebody swearing him
When we
himself?
swear him as the president of the Republic of Kenya, that's when we are contravening the constitution. That is why he's free today.
No, he is the people's president of which country? He is the people's president of which country?
What is the matter with you people?
No,
and that was the head of Baba. You know that was the head of Baba.
That was that's what brought about the handshake. If there was no Uhuru Park, there wouldn't be a handshake.
Na sasa hiyo ndio Baba ataishi kukuwa nayo kama president, the president of the people, but not for the republic.
Baba doesn't need to be president. He has caused a lot of things to happen in this country without him being president. And if he doesn't make it,
I'm happy.
He has already accomplished.
Yeah. That was the statement.
I'm happy now. That is Bernard talking.
So
that is Bernard.
It's not a matter of
now, Bernard, you are talking.
Why
Bernard,
must not be.
I'm not for the DP saying that he
kupe points ulikuwa nazo zimebakia dakika ya mwisho. Kupe ulikuwa umegojea dakika ya mwisho, Bernard. You have talked.
Baba doesn't have to be president. He has gotten a lot accomplished in this country without him being president. He's the only civilian who has ever called.
We end it up there. Let's end it there. Bernard says Raila should not be president.
Please wind up. Please wind up. Angela.
All of you, thank you so much for your contribution and tuning in. Please let us do this again next weekend. God bless you.
All right.
See you in the next show.
Thank you.
Okay, ombesha Bernard. Bernard tuombe.
Beto. Okay, let's pray. Let's pray. Tembe, I hope you're out there so that we finish together. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you. We thank you for this great platform. We thank you for the sharing that is taking place here and the opinion that we are shaping from this place. We commit this nation to you. I believe you have a great interest in this nation. And Father, we pray in the name of Jesus that your rule shall reign in this nation, from the east through the west, from the north through the south, that you alone shall be the God of this nation. Let your banner be lifted over this nation, and let this nation be led according to your wisdom and according to your statutes. We give you thanks and bless you for the current leadership and the incoming leadership. You alone knows the hearts of men. You alone knows the intents of hearts. We pray in the name of Jesus that you entrust the leadership of this nation into right hands, so that the next generation will have great examples and great people that will secure the future that we so much need. We give you all the glory and the praise. Even as we rest, Lord, give us perfect rest wherever we are around the world, that Jehovah God, your name shall be glorified in our perfect health. Be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank
Amen.
you, guys.
Amen. Thank you.
Bless you. Let's do
Amen.
this again next weekend.
Usiku mwema.
Asante.